have to do anything special with that? Yeah.
That's set up so cool though.
Yeah, it is. Right there. I think he's checking it. Am I supposed to be doing something with this remote, or? Morning, Eddie back. Okay, good. You took the remote, so now I don't feel stressed.
Even if you do that, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great.
I just ruined the stream.
We just gotta at least get through 2 or 3.
I think I'll be fine. I'll be okay. Yeah. But at least I know, like, I have the same 4 people every time.
Yeah. Or hopefully the same 4 people.
Yeah.
Depends how the runners are. Because I mean, when I did Mega, they were putting some more people on stream. They didn't have stuff.
I don't know. Tommy, you have to stand. It's 2010. It's 2010. You have to stand.
Morning.
Carter Collins.
What's your name?
Stage.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ivan. Ivan.
Tommy,
Yeah.
I think that's it.
I just joined the stage, so I don't really know many people over here.
Oh, really? Like a different stage?
Yeah, I was. Something happened and I had to change.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I say we should put Kit on stream.
Do what?
We should put Kit on stream.
Yes.
So you do a lot of scoring?
Yeah, I do. Did you hear me talking about it or see me doing a solve?
Yeah. So you do blind tracing?
Yeah. It's...
I know a lot of people who do that.
Really?
Kale.
I don't know many people that do kale. I guess I don't really ask around about that, to be honest. I just do it.
I feel like everybody I know, because I use kale.
Oh, you do?
Everybody I
Aiden?
know uses kale.
Yeah. Blind tracing for me, it's gotten me down to being able to trace like sub 5 consistently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can if that works for you.
Yeah, no, it works very well for me. I'm totally good with blind tracing. I love it. It's so much fun. Like, the only difficult thing was
8
trying to
seconds.
memorize all the shapes in the beginning, but after you get it down, it's like totally fine.
See, that's what that's it.
All right. Is this? I don't hear it. Is it this one?
Yeah, that's the thing James
You're
was
welcome.
showing me.
Hello?
Yeah, James, sorry, yeah. James was showing me a while back how Kale's tracing works, and it confused me so much because all I've ever done is blind tracing. I've never done anything but, so it's just what I'm used to. I just like it, and I just run with that.
Hello?
What do you average on square one?
I think it worked. Okay, I can hear myself.
8 seconds.
All right, welcome to day 3 of CubingUSA Nationals 2023. We are getting started this morning with 2x2. This is Group 1 at the moment. I don't know who is going up
Yeah.
right now. I am checking that as we speak. Looks like for 2x2 Group 1, we have
Oh, go ahead.
Carter Kakala is going on the red stage, Charles Jerome, Noah Swore, and Evan Liu on the blue stage. Dominic Radici also on the red stage. We have Carter Kakala going up for their first
Yeah, I was
solve.
pretty happy about that. What happened to your hand, though? Is it good?
8 seconds.
Oh, Carter cube drop gets a 194. It looked like it was going to be about a 1.2 to 1.3.
Let me know when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keaton Ellis. I'm joining Aiden Bartley here.
Yes.
Aiden, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Keaton?
I'm doing okay. You have one of your earmuffs going the opposite direction.
Do I? Okay, I thought it felt weird.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you
okay.
go. We are bright and early here on Saturday morning here at CubingUSA Nationals 2023. I hope everyone who's in chat is doing very, very well. We've got 2x2 and then Pyraminx all morning long, and then for the entire afternoon we are doing 3x3. This is the main day one.
This is, yeah.
How many groups of 2x2 do we have?
I think it's about 10.
10 sounds like the appropriate number. It is 10.
It
we
is
then
10.
have 9 groups of Pyraminx, and then we have 12 groups of 3x3. And that gets us to 430. Then we'll have Megaminx, and not Megaminx, 4x4, and then Square One.
Tell me when you're ready.
You've gone down the list of people that we should be expecting this morning, yes?
Yes, so it looks like for this group one, we've basically just got a few people. We have Carter Kakala going on the red stage, Charles Jerome on blue are going to be our two main to watch.
8 seconds.
Carter started with a 194 that had a pretty big cube drop. I know Carter's been going for a sub 1.5 average, but now has a counting 1.9, which makes it much more difficult. Noah Swore getting a 152 on blue.
Repping Cal Q Club, go Bears. He doesn't go to Cal, though.
Mike, thank you. First one of the day.
First one of the day.
Yeah.
That sounds like Noah's first solve. Sounds like he's saying it was his first solve of the entire day.
That's not a bad first solve, by the way.
No.
I've got a couple of solves faster than that in my entirety of my 11-year cubing career. Granted, I'm not a big 2x2 guy relative to some of these incredibly speedy people.
Keaton Ellis is known for many things. 2x2 might not be one of them.
Very much not one of them. So we're going to have top 20 going into finals today. Today, that is going to be a 1.51 average. So there
on the
is
psych sheet, though.
on the psych sheet, it's a very flat, very sort of flat psych sheet, though. There are quite a few people in the 1.5, 1.6, and 1.7 range. And as we've been talking about this weekend, this is a list of people's best averages, 2x2, very scramble dependent, very luck dependent, and so depending on the scrambles that we see in the second round, it's going to affect. Actually, are there 4 rounds of 2x2 this weekend?
8 seconds.
Yes. So depending on what scrambles people see
12 seconds.
in the third round, that'll affect who gets in the finals.
Noah Swore second solve 244.
Timothy.
Very rough turning.
It's exactly what you want to see in order to start the day, of course. However, from Noah's position, I wouldn't be too concerned. It is top 400 that makes it to the second round.
I would expect anything sub 4.5.
That's a
Makes second
377 average on the psych sheet. So yeah, 4.5 sounds right about right.
Timothy.
We've got an increasing number of people down in chat. Shout out Dino from Maryland. Is Zane Kanani going to compete?
In group 10.
Yes, I mean, you have to compete at this level if you want to stay relevant.
Thank you.
A little Ortega action here. It's a 460.
What 2x2 method do you use, Aiden?
Mostly CLL. I know a few EG1s here and there. I used to know all of it, but have since forgotten.
I've got a mishmash of CLL, CMLL, and COLL algorithms just as I do or do not know them. Ostensibly, I have a sub 3 average, but you know, when you get very easy scrambles once in your lifetime, your profile will look quite nice.
Kakala with their third solve, sort of with two 1.9s. This scramble does not look particularly good.
Oh.
Another cube drop. 4.88. Carter 2 weeks ago did get the Scube world record average of 1.53 seconds. I competed on those same scrambles and I got a 5-second average.
Is that what you normally average?
I don't know. I have a 327 official.
I have a 393 official.
Wow. Big Scube guy.
I have never gotten close to sub 4 since.
I got a 360 average first round here.
Very nice, very nice.
14th place in round 1.
Just a reminder for you guys, from last night, we had our first world record of the competition in clock finals. These are the results right here. Tommy Cherry with that 350 average, guaranteed after 4 solves. Ended up getting a DNF on the last solve, but still an improvement of 0.04 over the previous world record. And to do so in Nationals finals, quite an impressive feat. We don't see that frequently nowadays.
We saw Noah Swore just go on the blue stage, got a 169, so that puts Noah comfortably in position to make the next round.
Panache Sharma right there on 2x2. Oh yes, and this is the clock world record reaction from yesterday. Once the time is written down, Tommy Cherry signs for it. The record at that point will become put into the database.
And then knocks over the entire stack mat.
One of the things that you're not hearing on that is the massive crowd roar that popped up as he got that final solve and as the clock was flipped over. What are the casters' predictions for today? I think today will probably end at about midnight tonight, and then the next day will start.
That's a good prediction.
We'll see most people that you expect in 2x2, Pyraminx, and 3x3 making it to the next rounds.
12.
Again, these events are top 400 to make round 2, so.
Carter finally getting some nice returning on this, 158. Still not happy with the times so far.
We also have a couple of round 2s today, if I remember correctly. There should be
4x4
and square 1. Did you make square 1 round 2?
I did.
What did you get in the first round?
762 average.
Very impressive. You're hoping for finals, I presume, or are you going to try and aim higher than that?
I mean, anything can happen. I don't see a podium in my future, but...
You're defending world champion, if I remember correctly, yes?
Defending, not defending, because I won't be going to Worlds.
Ah, that's very unfortunate. But there are new eras. What did you get in Nationals 2019?
I didn't compete in Nationals 2019, no.
I see.
Yeah.
12 seconds.
Went to Worlds, did not go to Nationals.
I understand.
I've never...
That was
Did not get to see what Noah did there on that solve. Looked good to me. I don't know if he was just not satisfied with the turning or if potentially there was a corner twist where we can't see it.
That's a +2.
It is a +2, actually.
Right.
Okay.
8.
Yeah. Panache Sharma, local Maryland Cuber with a 228. We seem to have been disconnected from chat here. We're going to try and get ourselves back onto chat so we can see what you guys are saying. So apologies if we haven't been reacting.
In the meantime, Carter Kakala now on their last solve. Again, these scrambles have not been looking...
8 seconds. 12.
Yeah, basically just did a random layer to CLO there because there was nothing noteworthy on the scramble. Got bailed out by a pretty easy CLO. We'll end up with about a 2.2 average, it looks like. Maybe 2.1.
Plenty enough to make next round.
For sure.
And that looks like we're wrapping up Group 1 right there. At this point, I'm going to pass things off to Krish, who's going to take you through the next couple groups of 2x2 with Aiden. So, Aiden, it was a pleasure casting for the first time this weekend. I'm sure we'll cast some more as well.
See you, Keaton.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Krish.
I was a little late getting out of bed today. I was supposed to cast the first group as well, so that's my fault. Thanks to Keaton for covering for me. We've got Noah Swore over on the blue stage.
Noah started out with a 1.5, 2.3. Oh, almost DNFs.
Soon.
This is Noah's last solve.
Yes.
9.888.
Good stuff from Noah. Beautiful, beautiful solving. Yeah, have you ever seen a prettier solve?
Not in recent memory. Max Shao, Stanley Chappell, and Luke Greiser in Group 2. Luke Greiser or Greiser?
Greiser.
Greiser. That's what I thought.
What else did we see in Group 1? What did I miss?
Not much. Kakala went. Didn't get anything special.
Sub 2 at least?
I think about 2.1 average.
Okay.
You're totally fine, Keaton.
Look at that. That Cubicle Labs logo.
Wow, that's old.
Nostalgic.
Yeah. Wow. It's been a minute since that.
Yep, again, for everybody in chat, top 400 in this round will qualify for round 2. That means that basically anybody with likely a sub 4.5, maybe if scrambles are good in round 1, a sub 4 average will be needed to make round 2.
So 400 person round 2, very exciting. Aiden, what group of 2x2 are you in?
I'm in group 10, competing against Zane Kanani for the stream spot. Likely I will not be on stream.
Oh well. I'm in group 6 at 10 a.m.
8 seconds.
Yeah, that did not look like a very good scramble. This competitor doing white here onto his PBL.
9.3. Beats Noah Swore.
Wow. All right, Carson Wajai on the red stage. He has a sub 2 official average with layer by layer. So he's doing...
Essentially CLL.
Yeah, he's doing 3 algorithms for his entire solve. Meanwhile...
there were some PLL skips in that PR average, though.
Okay,
so.
that's true.
Does...
Ortega.
Yeah. Who's really fast at 2x2 this comp, except Zane. Luke Garrett will be competing as well. Brian Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Are some of the names I immediately think of, but we will check out the psych sheet and see who is going to be the ones to watch out for in 2x2.
All right, what have we got going on over on the red stage? We can see there's 3/4 of a face made.
8 seconds.
We can potentially see some EG1.
That
there
was
it is.
EG1. Is that Chris Yen?
That is
No.
not Chris Yen.
No, it is not Chris Yen.
I don't know who that is, actually. For those in chat who don't know what EG1 is when you solve a face with 2 corners adjacent to each other and 2 corners solved, and then you do an algorithm to solve the whole cube. If you learn CLL and EG1, it's likely you'll be able to do one look your entire solution in inspection. It's what most top 2x2ers do, or all top 2x2ers do. If you're not one looking at the top level, then
You're
got
not
a
at the
problem.
top level.
Yeah, exactly. Max Shao getting started with his first solve. I think Max is like a 1.5 average.
1.5, yeah. So some of the other names that we're looking out for in 2x2, Will Callan as well will be competing. Brennan Lin from Canada, the Canadian national record
for
holder.
Max.
Hassan Kanani, Zane's brother.
Jerry Yao.
Jerry Yao. Luke Van Lanningham, former Pyramix North American record holder. An all-around great small cube solver.
We've got the 143 club. Chris Chi, Charles Jerome, and Kerry Creech.
Charles Jerome just went this last group. I don't think we got to see him.
All right, Carson on to solve 2. A 3 on his first one. Warming up with a 3x3, which is an event we'll see later today. We'll also see not on stream, but we'll see my dad compete in 3x3 today.
Wow.
Very exciting. He's borrowed my stack mat to practice for the day.
8 seconds.
I gave him a stack mat, but he lost it. Oh, Stanley first
Chappell
solve,
gets a 171.
Okay. That's one of the nicer EG1 cases.
Nobody's executing it flawlessly, though. So maybe some bad pre and post AUF.
Yes. Heavy storms today in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's a lovely 70 and rainy.
Yeah, we last night I think we saw lightning.
Yeah, there's been some thunder this morning as well.
Max Shao getting started with solve 2. Let's see what he can throw down.
Max would like to get a sub 1.5 average, I'm sure, 2x2 is not his main event, but
One of the events he's great at all-rounding with. I
Yep.
believe that's a 3-move EG1
yep.
phase. Yep.
8
Yeah.
seconds.
Oh, can I look this from here? All right, Luke
Luke
Rice
Ricer
with a 218.
12.
All right, let's see what Max can do.
oh,
Miss one looks.
does the wrong EG1 algorithm and has to end with a J perm to finish it off.
To swap those two corners.
You can see him going over at the end, trying to see where he went wrong with that algorithm. Apologies to anybody in the chat who is leaving messages. We are having issues connecting to the chat for some reason. Looks like we might be back now.
I believe the David L. Wi-Fi isn't amazing. The David L. Lawrence Convention Center, however.
We're not having issues yesterday, but
What an amazing space this is, though.
yeah, it's huge. It's massive.
Yeah. Home to the largest
That is not
competition
Ryan
of all
Wu.
time.
Seconds.
Yeah.
Either of these are Ryan Wu, in fact.
All right, Carson. Oh, he knows this one. 330.
Doesn't know the optimal alg though.
No, he does not.
Does two soons. Regular soon and the lefty soon.
I believe the optimal algorithm for that case is 9 moves. At least that's the popularized alg.
It is an anti-EG2 alg.
It is.
Yeah.
I actually, fun story, I got an extra at Northeast Champs 2019 with just that EG2.
Really?
And I did the CLL alg and stopped the
Oh.
timer, and I DNF'd my average too.
Wow.
It was so free. All right. Nothing really good here either, except for Orange is like 1, 2, 3,
Orange
4,
does
5,
not have a
6.
great solution. But Max might
5
be going
move
for
face,
it.
5 move face, I believe.
12.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing great. A little bit shaky on the turn, gets a 254.
Well, that is the EG1 case he's drilling is definitely one of the worst.
Yeah.
Using
So,
B moves,
with-
using the maximum amount of different faces you can usually use on a 2x2, R, U, and B moves. So there's 3-gen algorithm.
With that solve, that means that Max will need to have a counting 0.6 for PR.
Oh, that's tough.
That is extremely tough. Almost impossible, you might say.
What's an event that you're really excited for today to watch?
To watch? 3x3 for sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that. I hope I'm not casting when my dad's competing. That happened to me last year. And
Maybe you'll get to see your dad on stream.
I think he's on
Maybe
the
they'll
green
throw
stage.
him up. Oh,
8 seconds.
That would be crazy though. I actually don't know what group he's in. I should definitely check that at some point. My dad sadly
Ooh.
only qualified for 3x3. His 2x2 average was not fast enough. And he hasn't
208
competed in
DNF.
pure yet.
That was by a manual corner twist. It looks like.
Oh, that's a corner twist. I thought
Yes.
those two corners were swapped.
No.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Manual corner twist.
Yeah, I've been having some corner twisting problems in 2x2 lately.
I don't think I've been doing 2x2 enough to notice any of those issues myself.
Well, yeah, it's only officially, of course. When it matters most.
Yeah.
What's your PR average again? It's sub
208.
2, right?
It's just 208. Yeah.
When did you set that?
8 seconds.
This
I
scramble
want to
looks
say
terrible.
February of 2022.
Okay.
Before that, I had a 215 that stood since 2018.
Wow. Okay. Max Xiao, square one world record average holder, is not putting up some stellar times in 2x2, but these scrambles look to be pretty heinous.
Nothing has looked good so far. In the first two groups, none of the scrambles have looked very
Where
great.
are the Polish scrambles? Come on.
We should be at the Polish Nationals.
Yeah, true. Bring on the Australian four movers.
Yeah. Maybe a U-perm and Skube.
Oh yes, I would love that. Oh, I didn't make Skube run too.
You did not mix U-perm. I think I checked.
Yeah.
5.4, I think, was needed.
Yeah. You know, if I didn't get that 18.
You didn't get that 18, yeah.
Stanley, I think this is solved too.
It's got to be more than solved too.
178 DNF.
DNF. Lots of DNFs that we've been seeing.
Oh boy.
That's not a common one you see.
Stanley won't be too pleased with that. No.
That style of DNF where you have not a J-perm, but
A misoriented
the
J-perm.
worst CLL to be left.
It's true. That case involves a rotation on the Z-axis.
Oh, I don't use that alg personally.
Oh, you don't? Well, it's
No.
2-gen.
Tell me when you're ready.
Is it 2-gen?
Yeah. U2
No, it
R
isn't.
prime U prime R2 U prime R prime U prime. Yeah.
But then you have the AUF on the F face.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
No, on the L face.
L face.
Or the R. You
No.
AUF on the R face.
No.
12.
Maybe.
Or you.
I don't know. I don't use that alg.
Yeah. It's multiple AUFs. You AUF on the U and the R face.
I use the F, RU, R prime, U2, F prime, RU prime, R prime, F.
8 seconds.
All right, Timmy
Timmy
Castle.
the Castle.
Oh, that's a. Yeah.
Missed one looks or just didn't one look possibly.
Oh, he's angry.
Does a U prime to have to do a U2 to do the algorithm?
Timmy rocking the earmuffs.
The optimal J perm for 2x2 is, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Thank you.
10 moves. It's still
Yes,
10 moves.
It's same with 3x3. It's
Yeah,
10.
but a good algorithm is 11 moves.
Yes. All right, Carson with Jai. Oh, that is
Tell me when you're ready.
really not a great scramble at all. Man, these are some tough scrambles.
Definitely bad for layer by layer solutions.
Carson with a 362.
362.
He'll get into the next round.
Luke Reiser also doing layer by layer.
405 for Luke Reiser. Sorry, chat. I was trying to say something and I coughed. All right, let's see who we've got coming up next. You know, let's check who we've got going on in Group 3 so we can see how to look ahead.
Look ahead, of course, very important in cubing. Max Zhao on his final solve.
Seconds. 12.
Oh, okay, 138 for Max
Finds
Zhao. That's a low 2
an
average.
OLL skip solution for Ortega into a 2-gen PBL.
The same algorithm actually as on square 1.
NJ.
Oh,
Tell me when you're ready.
all right, 2x2 Group 3. We've got Tommy Cherry,
Tomothy
Nathan
Cherry.
Rand, Christopher Sun, Ash Black, Zachary Oakes, Asher Kim McGarrick, Sean Mack, and Toby Waters. So the two people to watch out for there are Tommy and Zach. Zach has a 138 official average. I believe Tommy has a 1.4.
Something in that range.
Yeah, so those are two people to definitely watch out for. I believe when Zach got his 2x2 average, it was top 10 in the world. I think Tommy set his PR at Nationals 2019.
That's a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I think. Hold on.
4 whole years.
Let me correct. Let me see. Zachary Oakes also in the podium contention for fewest moves
Really?
with 223s.
I've seen that. It looks like the top 3 so far are
tied, yeah.
Alexi, Owen, and Walker.
Yes. Unfortunately, I have bombed my mean. I'm not solving well these days. It's
You
unfortunate.
could pull out a 16 that nobody else sees.
I'd hope someone else would see a 16.
It would be embarrassing if nobody else saw the 16.
Exactly. Unless it was off some like 6 move VO that just had a 10
Yeah,
finish.
it's like, oh, okay, yeah, everything pairs up after this.
Yeah, I would be happy with that. Although, sadly, I do need a 16 to beat my PR mean. So, I will not be beating my PR mean unless I get a world record single.
It could happen.
It could happen. Although
Every 1 in 300 scrambles is 16 moves optimal, I think.
I think we're owed a good scramble after the first 2.
Yeah.
Actually, the first one was good. I just didn't solve well. The second one was terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, I'm excited to see Zach and Tommy. I don't know how in practice either of them are at this event though.
Yeah, a lot of people will have practiced 2x2 enough to get a lucky scramble set one time and then get like a sub 1.5 average
Yes.
and then never touch it.
I believe Zach got 4th place at US Nationals 2019.
That's a tough spot to be in.
Yes. Luke Reiser, 579 3x3 average, 15 in the world.
Puts up a lot of sub 6 averages these
Oh,
days.
yeah. And I think Luke is definitely someone to look out for in podium contention for 3x3.
Definitely.
I think he's a real dark horse. I think it's not a name that's come up a lot before the competition, but I think he's definitely someone to look out for. He's been very consistent recently. His last comp, his averages were like
All low 6 or sub 6,
it
I
was
think.
5.8, 5.9, 6.1 were his
Yeah.
last 3 averages. So if he can keep that up, We could be seeing a podium finish from Luke Reiser here. Stanley Chappell on his 4th solve.
That we know of, because this could be the last solve.
It's the same scramble as Luke.
It is? Oh,
8
okay.
seconds.
Yeah.
I was not paying enough attention.
Oh, actually, this is the
12
5th solve.
seconds.
This is the 5th solve.
Oh.
Yep.
Chris lies.
I lie.
That's the same switch as Max Shao.
Yes. Max Shao with a
Gets
138 on
a
that.
slightly slower time, 164.
Oh, guys, I'm going to be on the stream for the first time today.
Ooh.
2x2. 248 for this competitor. A little bit of a hesitation before his last layer algorithm.
Was it just F-Sexy F-Prime?
It was.
Okay. I was a little bit spaced out.
It was U prime, FCX, F prime, U2.
I have a feeling that we are still having issues connecting the chat.
Someone's saying, isn't an A perm 9 moves? Yes, but you need an AUF, so. Oh, Christopher Sun on the red stage. Here we go with Chris Sun. I don't know what his PR is. I should probably check that.
Tell me when you're ready.
Probably decent. Chris, technically, generally, I don't know why I couldn't think of words there. Generally, that's pretty good in most end-by-end events.
This is true. Okay, yeah,
150
150 for Chris Sun. All right, Sean Mack over on the blue stage. 233. Did not see whatever Chris saw in that scramble. Let's check what Christopher Sun's 2x2 PR average is.
I believe it's sub 2.
Christopher Sun. Oh, that is the wrong Christopher Sun. Christopher Sun, a 2017 ID, ranking 40th in the world for 3x3 with a 616 average. His 2x2 PR average is 189 with a 0.8 single.
Ready.
Although he more consistently averages about mid 2.
We have Tommy Cherry going up now.
1-4
Clock
official
world
average.
record holder.
Clock world record holder as of yesterday.
Blind
for both
world
average
record
and
holder.
single.
2x2 solver.
12.
An impressive resume for sure.
190. He's not happy with that one. Yeah, 350 average world record that we saw in the final yesterday. That was crazy stuff. The dichotomy between the top 2 seeds yesterday was pretty crazy between Kerry and Tommy.
Yeah.
Kerry did not have a good final.
No, Kerry did not, in fact.
He said when he came back, he thinks he just didn't take it seriously enough.
Yeah.
I think he was just surprised that he was the first seed to begin
You know,
with.
that is a shocking place to be in. When you're not expecting to be the first seed.
All eyes on you.
Yeah.
Kerry did podium last year and is a former North American record holder.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to clock solving.
Yes.
Ash Black 262.
Although I think his focus is elsewhere now. His main focus.
FMC.
No.
No?
Pira 2x2.
Tira, okay.
Pira is a big one for him. He's not super in practice with FMC these days.
Wow, okay.
All right, we've got, I hear Chris Sun being called to the red stage. I don't know who's supposed to be on the blue stage right now, but
But they're taking their sweet time.
Oh, the scorecard.
Scorecard got.
Maybe a scramble signature was missing or something. I don't know.
Yep.
But it's Sean Mack on the blue stage and
Christopher Sun.
Chris Sun on the red stage. Chris Sun starting off with a 1.5. That puts him on PR pace.
Decent looking scramble, not
8 seconds.
amazing.
I don't think
but
he knows EG1.
This does look better than what we'd seen out of Group 2. Yeah.
372.
Does a pretty inefficient looking layer to an easy
8
CLL.
seconds.
.897 over on the blue stage.
Not happy with it though.
No, this competitor's not happy. All right. Tommy Cherry back on the red stage. He started off with a 190.
Yeah, 190.
Yeah, it's decent looking scramble. I think Tommy and Zach might be the only 2 people in this group who know EG1.
Or at least that we will see as EG1. 168,
Yes,
not bad.
168.
Awkward looking solution though.
Yeah, a lot of lefty moves there.
Yeah.
All right. Who is this we've got over here?
Cannot see their face.
Tell me when you're ready.
Oh,
There's not a face I recognize there
I
either.
swear I know who this is, but I'm blanking.
Ashblack
Someone's gotta tell.
253.
Someone's got to tell Blue Stage to get Zach Oakes on that stream. He's got the fastest official average in all these groups.
Sometimes it just happens that way.
Yeah,
We did not see Nicholas Nang solve Megaminx at all
I know.
on day one until the last solve.
Yeah, we were in the audience being like, get him on stream!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to look behind us to see if I can see Zach anywhere. He must just be in the waiting area. All right,
Christopher
Chris
Sun now. Red Stage has a 1.5 and a 2.
A 3.3, I believe.
3.3. Yep, that's right.
8 seconds.
All right, Chris, here we go.
Much better.
187 for Chris Sun.
Tell me when.
That's putting him on solidly on PR pace.
Better scramble for CLO there.
All right, Sean Mack.
Hey, you got a time.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
All right, Sean Mack.
199.
199.
Tommy Cherry going back up.
With a 169 and a 168 and a 190 so far. This scramble looks pretty decent.
8 seconds.
Seems like we're now finally connected back to chat.
Oh, 156
+2's
plus
a
2.
156.
That's tough.
Definitely out of PR potential now, unfortunately.
Can Tommy outplay Eggdoll in soar average? I believe so. There are certain events that he's got to get better at that Martin's really good at, like FMC. Although Tommy has been quoted as saying he will never beat his mean.
What does Tommy's FMC mean?
26.33.
That's not awful.
It's not awful, but it's not ranked very well anymore.
What does Martin have?
Martin has a 24 something, 24 flat, I think.
Hmm.
I think 24 flat. I think the solves were 20, 24, and 28.
Ash Black on their third solve. It started off with
I think this is the
two
fourth
mid-twos, I think.
one.
8 seconds.
Tommy got a. Oh, actually, no. This might be the third. My fault.
222.
22
on
for Ash
2 by
Black.
2 by 2.
All right, there's Zach Oakes. I don't know what scramble this is, but we've missed a few from him.
Looks like it might be 3. Ooh. Rocks up. It's a 176.
Not happy with that. Isaac. Yeah, that's his second solve.
Oh, okay.
His first one was
Almost got to see it.
it was a 1 something, I think.
The first scramble seemed to be the best one so far.
Well, Tommy didn't.
Tommy didn't do well, I
The
guess.
EG1 users aren't doing super great on it. I think there must have been a nice CLL solution.
but yeah.
All right, Chris Son on his fourth solve. Can he stay on PR pace?
No.
264. He didn't one look it.
Any pause on 2 by 2 is too big of a pause.
It's true. All right. I hear Tommy Cherry being called up to the red stage. He's got a 1.9, a 1.6, and a 3.5. That was a +2 to 1.5.
It was.
I see Sean Mack behind me going onto the blue stage. We've got some dual solving going on here. I think Tommy must not be very nervous anymore. His average is no longer on pace for PR.
They're already calling up Group 4, and our solvers are not even on the last solve yet.
The non-stream stages must be very ahead.
Possibly. It does take a little bit extra time to make sure that we have competitors going up onto the stream stage when we want them there.
Oh, Tommy with the 297.
Phenomenal AUF.
Yeah, AUF stands for Adjust You Face. I used to think AUF stood for After You Finish.
After you finish, you do another move.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was so simple, and then I said that to someone, and they just started laughing at me. And I was like, it was one of my friends. It wasn't like a random person.
Random
that started
person. You
laughing
went to a
at me.
random stranger and be like, hey, you know AUF and cubing? They're like, what are you talking about? Like, it stands for after you finish. And then they just pulled out the wisdom.
Yeah, no, it was very funny. I think a lot of my friends call it that now, just
After
to
you
make fun of
finish.
me. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty cool way to look at it, though.
The reason I found out that it was Adjust You Face because I was like, what the heck is an ADF? Why are they calling it that? After due finish?
After
Like,
due finish.
all right. Chris
ADF
Sun.
is only really on square one that you'll ever see that.
Chris Sun, that's a 3-move layer.
No, it's a 3-move EG1 face, it looks like.
Oh, yes, my fault. 208 for Chris Sun. Actually, it might have been a 3-move EG2 face.
It might have been, yeah.
I saw him cancel into an R2, F2, R2 there to
Did
force
not
the
do
CLO.
anti-CLL, though.
All right.
Doing anti-CLL usually makes it easier to one-look. There's a few cases where it is more efficient to do the R2, F2, R2 before the CLL, though.
Yes.
So if you know the pre-AUFs for that, then that can be much better. But I don't know if Chris was comfortable with that.
I'm looking behind me, and I think Zachary Oakes has DNF'd his third solve by a manual corner twist,
Oh.
which is very unfortunate.
Tommy
with
now on his last solve.
BPA of 218.
And
He gets
does
close to there.
Not get that, but you know that'll be around 225. No, but
Yeah. No, like 221.
221. Yeah, I think that's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Quick maths.
The STEM education.
Yeah.
It's paying off. That Polytechnic Institute training. All right. Who do we have left to go? I believe we still have Zach Oakes left. I think he's only done 3 solves, which is crazy because they've already called the fourth group of 2x2. Who do we have coming up in the 4th group? Let's see. In group 4, we've got Nick Sanchez, Simon Kellum, Kenan Lejeune, Kate Graham, Hassan Kanani, Arhan Serene, Jack Pfeiffer, and Wesley Chase.
Hassan Kanani probably the name that we'll be following most closely.
Yes.
Nicholas used to be one of the best at 2x2 in the world. Had a few world record fails back in the day.
This is true. And Hassan, and we've talked about him a little bit. He's Zane's brother, obviously. Zane is objectively the best 2x2 solver in the world. Ever. And Scube, it's him and Carter.
Yep.
So if you're top 2 at 2 different events, that's crazy. And then Hassan is arguably a top 3 square 1 solver in the world.
Top 3. He is 4th in the world, ranked
for average. He is a former world record single holder.
The Kanani family is just gifted at what they decide to do.
Yes, it's true.
Or they're very dedicated.
They're just like the Egdell family, actually. Kenan.
Kenan Lejeune, longtime cuber.
We haven't seen him recently.
I learned some Scube stuff from him, from his old tutorials back in the day.
Former Scubenar holder. I believe he was getting solves over 10. This competition. So
wow.
I believe people were watching him a little confused, but I think he's just here for a good time.
The fall from grace.
He seems happy though.
It's a 12.5. Yeah, all smiles here.
All right, Zachary Oakes coming up on the blue stage. I think this is either solve 3 or solve 4 or solve 5.
I would hope it's solve 5, considering that we've now got people doing their first solves in the next group.
We might have had an instant or something. All right, Zach. What can we do here?
Big pause. Does not one look to solve. It's a 402.
402. And I think that's counting. Nick Sanchez starting his first solve on the red stage. Got the ice on his wrist, the watch.
Ice on his wrist. Make the solves go fast.
It's true. All right. It's a 4-move later, I think. Yeah. Oh, that was a nice solution.
303.
That was a really nice solution. Unfortunate for Nick. All right, who do we have coming up here?
We'll never know. Actually, I think I heard Kenan. Yeah, okay. This is Kenan Lejeune.
Will he get a sub 12? He has a Tornado V3, so it.
The Valk 2 2x2. He's not using old hardware.
Yeah. That has to indicate some sort of practice.
Not confident with the solution. Using layer by layer. I feel like Pennon used to be an EG user.
I don't know. I know he was good friends with Chris Olsen back in the
Very-
day.
yeah, they were good friends.
And
They
Chris Olsen is, you know, the
multiple-time world record holder in 2x2.
in 2x2. He's a 2017
World's runner-up. Yep. Almost even podium at Worlds 2019.
Yeah, he was on pace after the first 3
Yeah.
and got like 2 4s on his last 2. It was
Very
really It was
unfortunate,
really
yeah.
sad.
Simon Kellum, one of our staff members here.
Popped the collar of the staff shirt.
Oh, yeah.
8 seconds.
Simon said 198. That solve did not even look good.
Hassan
Still
Kanani
pulled out some really good turning, though.
getting started. Let's see if we can see what Nicholas found on that first one, but just executed a little better.
This is not the first
not the
scramble, I
same
don't think.
scramble,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think this must be Hassan's second solve.
Unfortunate.
8 seconds.
It's a 207.
That was a
with
lot of
anti-CLO.
moves. That was a lot of moves.
Yeah.
He's going to go back to his brother, and his brother's going to show him something
Yeah.
more efficient to do there.
I'm gonna say Hassan does not know the 500 to 1,000 solve or algorithms that Zane would know.
Yes, because of course not. Because who else but Zayn Kanani?
Zane knows EG, TCLL, and LS. And then just some random stuff here and there, because why not?
Although, to be fair, Hassan does know, like, full PBL, full OBL.
Yeah,
He is a 3-looker.
he is.
And PBL is 967 algorithms, so
Mhm.
although a lot of them are mirrors, right?
A lot of them are mirrors. A lot of them are just 2 algorithms that you already know, 2 shortwave algorithms. Sometimes it's 2 algorithms that cancel into each other.
But still, that's no slouch.
It is no slouch.
226.
To have almost optimal PBL, you really only need to learn about 70 algorithms and then just know how to use them properly.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Now, knowing how to use them entirely properly is difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Very difficult. Requires a lot of work to make sure that you have all of your pre and post ABFs adjusting both faces.
After Boo finishes, yeah. Oh, yes. Other cubing siblings we have are Elias and Levi Ayu from New Zealand.
Peer mixers.
Peer mixers. Max and Alex Chow, but apparently
Alex is not really
Alex is not
solid
really
anymore.
fast. Yeah. Owen and Evan Wittes. Evan is also not very fast.
My younger brothers competed before. Back in like 2018.
How do you do?
I think he's a 45-second official 3x3 average.
Okay. Okay.
Kenan Lejeune, 422.
Your brother's not better than my dad, though.
My dad is a sub 30 average
Oh,
on
shoot.
3x3. Yeah.
Okay, my dad's I think chilling somewhere in the high 30s.
Gotcha. My dad is a sub 30 official 3x3 average and a sub 40 square 1 average, I believe.
Oh, you square one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Would be ashamed to be the world champion's father and not know how to solve a square 1.
That's true. Does that mean I have to teach my dad to do FMC because that's my
You
best
sh-
event?
You should.
I feel like that would just go so poorly.
It is the old person event.
It is. And my dad is coming up on 60, so
Wow.
he'll be 60 next year.
Arhan Serene from Canada got a 260 on that solve. Kate Graham,
155, that
155.
looked easy.
looks like Hassan got a 342 on the first solve that we must have missed.
Oh, great.
So not an awesome start for Hassan.
All right, who is on the red stage now?
Somebody asked who the commentators are. I'm Aiden Bartlett, joined with Chris Shaw Nathwani.
Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see y'all again. We'll be here for the next 2 days at CubingUSA Nationals 2023.
Well, I think this is the last group that we commentate 2x2.
Yes, this is true. Well, yeah, I got one group and then I got to go compete. Oh,
I have a
116
little bit
for
of
Nick
extra
Sanchez.
time. Not competing until Group 10.
Nice, lucky. Yeah, I think my next group of casting is Pyramix Group 1.
I think I'm commentating with you for Pyramix as well.
This is good. I like that we're paired up a lot. This is
Yeah.
fun.
A little bit of a rapport going.
We do, we do. What was your old YouTube channel called? Toad Cubing?
Toad Cubing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a Toad Cubing Nats 2016 video.
Oh, man. I think that's deleted.
No.
Yeah,
I liked it.
You can no longer go back and watch that video.
That's so tough.
I've lost it forever.
No. Well, yeah, I mean, I get deleting videos, but I think the move now forever is to just unlist.
Unlist, yeah.
Because you want to go back
I have a lot
and
of
watch.
unlisted videos now. There were some that I was just like, I think when I was like 13, I went back and I was like, oh,
177.
11-year-old Aiden should not have made this.
Yes. No, it's a pretty relatable cubing experience.
Yeah.
You go back to, or like after a big comp that you go to, you go home and you look up the name of the competition to see if you're in the video, and like I feel like that's very like 2016 core. All right, Hassan getting to, I believe this is his third solve. Nick Sanchez got a 116 on this, so we could see something good for Hassan. Kate Graham got a 155. Kate Graham with a 124 on the fourth solve.
So whatever is being done must be done on red? No, maybe not. You know, I'm not sure. Okay, Hassan does not see whatever has been seen. It's a 174 on the solve.
Maybe
+2.
Maybe the 116 was on the fourth solve.
Perhaps. That was Hassan's last solve.
Oh.
Or did he just switch cubes possibly?
I
He picked up whichever cube had the U2 AUF.
Okay.
So he might be switching cubes, not happy with the one that he's using.
Kenan Lejeune on to what I assume is his last solve. All right, back soon.
Nice. 470.
376, former
376.
Skubnar average holder. That was what, 2015, 2014?
Something in that range. Skip was an event in 2014, right? That's when it.
Yeah, that's when it first got added to the WCA. The most recently added WCA event.
And it's been almost 10 years now.
Yes. If you were to add an event to the WCA, what would you add?
I feel like I just have to say FTO out of the fact that it's like actually unique and there's people who want it.
This is true.
Because like you could add like mirror blocks and like, okay, it's just 3x3. The top 3x3 solvers, if they wanted to do mirror blocks, they could learn how to like recognize the shapes.
Exactly.
And they'd be the best. And it would be no different.
Yeah, I'd say FTO as well. Team Blide would be fun.
It would be. It's just like, it's tough to try and figure out how you want to do the rankings for that.
That's true.
Because you could have like a really good solver to pair with a bunch of other really good solvers,
exactly.
and like the top 10 results are just like the same 3 people
So you
just paired
could-
up differently.
You could almost use, like, however they do rankings in tennis doubles. Because it's
I'm not
individual
familiar
rankings.
with that.
It's
Okay.
individual rankings. So you each earn points,
Oh,
like
okay.
ranking points, based on, like, placement and stuff.
I like Team Blind though as a concept, but it does seem like now the meta is just like be good at blind and have somebody else who's good at
I
blind,
know.
and then you just call out letter pairs.
It's
And
so
so there was
tough.
Team Blind as an unofficial event here, and the winning team was Tommy Cherry and Calix Tang. 2 top 3 blind solvers. I don't know who was solving or who was calling.
Tommy was solving.
So Tommy was solving, so that means that Calix was just calling out letter pairs for Tommy to then perform a commutator for.
Which is crazy stuff. I was happy with my 33 with Owen.
I did a Team Blind at Canadian Champs. I got 5th place with Ethan Rusnak, and we
What did
got
you guys get?
29, I think.
Oh, man, Ethan Rusnak. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, I stayed at his place for Canadian
oh,
Champs.
Okay. How's he doing?
He's doing well. He's in Europe right now.
Oh, wow. Doing what?
On a big, just family trip.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Zach Oakes. Oh, that's so tough. That 402 was counting.
So not a single sub 2 average yet that we've seen.
I think Zach could have been it if he didn't DNF that third
Yeah.
solve. That's tough.
Simon Kellum, we haven't seen much of Simon Solves, but we did see the 198. Simon could definitely be the first one to get a sub 2 average.
He's looking.
Ooh. That's the
Nice
wrong
X.
algorithm. Ends up with a Y perm. It's a 642.
All right. I believe we're going to be switching out casters. So Aiden and I will see you soon. We got to get ready to compete.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys.
Thank you.
8 seconds.
Hello. Preliminary ready. Eight seconds. You're welcome.
Hello everyone, this is Brandon Lin. I'm going to be casting 2x2 while we wait for another caster to arrive, but yeah, so let's see. We are in group 5 of 2x2 right now, and it looks like 488 for this competitor. How's everyone doing in stream? Good morning to everyone from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Lucky here. It looks like they're going to be doing Ortega / Verasano for this. Jerry Yao is up for 2x2 right now. I don't know if he's been doing other solves yet. I believe Jerry is pretty good at 2x2.
8.
So 2 looked at. I think that was looked like an EG one if I saw the bottom layer correctly. 278. So I believe we are running with 4 more groups for 2x2. And this is the fifth group. Andy Denny here on the red stage. Oh, they're blocking the cube cover is blocking the cube.
8 seconds.
Andy with 225. Looked like a pretty smooth transition to last layer. Here we have Zeke McKay. Ooh, nice one look, but he's gonna have to take the +2. I am Brandon Lin. I am not Brandon Lin. I actually just met Brandon Lin yesterday, right before Mega Minx finals. Why not stream this on YouTube too? I believe we can't stream to both Twitch and YouTube. There was some policy change with Twitch, so we have to only stream on Twitch right now. Here we have, I believe, Ryan Wu doing 2x2. 251 for Ryan. He's not going to be happy with that, as I am just being joined by our next caster, Dana Yee.
Good morning, good morning. I'm not a morning person, but I'm here.
Hello, Dana.
Hello, Brandon, what's up?
Are you excited to watch some 2x2?
I am.
Here we have Aiden Bryant doing
2x2?
getting ready for action. So this is group 5 of 2x2.
Okay. I was supposed to be in the last group, but I just arrived to the venue.
Are you going to compete?
Nah. I will sacrifice.
Looked like a pretty short solution.
245.
But unfortunately, decently lucky for Aiden.
Hello, hello to people in the chat saying hi in all caps, nonetheless. I am curious. I'm going to be honest. I don't know the state of 2x2 at all.
You know, it's a lot of Alex for a decent amount of Alex sets. I know Zane knows at least thousands of Alex
Oh my
for
goodness.
2x2.
Which is kind of crazy because aren't there only something like 32,000 possible states for 2x2?
I believe they calculated it. It was like 100,000, still 100,000-ish.
So he knows perhaps a few
states.
percent of the state solutions.
Andy Denny with a 212. He's going to be looking at a low 212 if he's going to be doing consistently on this fourth solve.
Yes.
Yes.
This is cool. I like the layover with the
Yep.
live time tracking. That's new today. Very nice stream team. Very nice.
Yep.
Who do we have here? Why do the boxes have tape on them? Do you know?
I think they're marking the tape boxes
For the stream boxes?
stream.
They're very
Yeah, yeah.
smart. Very smart.
Yeah, Kit came over to the table looking for tape. My NR single's really awesome. I think that's the wrong Brandon.
Oh.
That I think that's Brennan Lin.
Oh.
Jerry Yao here doing his next 2x2 solve.
Jerry's a local to the northeast, no? I see him at a few of our comps.
Oh, nice one look there.
142.
That bottom layer looked pretty good.
The box is in the way.
Yeah, the box is in the way.
Ryan Wu.
There goes that's a flying 2x2.
Oh my. Well. That's a good 3x3. That's a decent 3x3 time.
I didn't realize that 2x2s had a mind of their own.
Yeah. On the bright side, that happened before he stopped the timer. Otherwise, that would have been probably a DNF.
Yep.
At the very least, a +2. Is he? I was for some reason I thought he was still chasing his cube. This is a new box.
Yep.
We have Andy Denny. Andy's been pretty low key lately. I feel like he's not been cubing as much, but I still see him pop up from time to time. The box is right in front of the cube cover again.
8 seconds.
Thinking about his one look here.
Yeah.
Or just trying to figure out what the seal is. 3
3
seconds for
flat.
Danny. Yeah. 312 here. So Andy Denny's looking at a 215 for best possible average. I believe Carter had around 219 for his average in 2x2, I want to say. If I was picking at the rankings correctly.
Oh yeah, right here. Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Are you guys expecting sub on record from Zane today? I mean,
honestly, he's always at the top of his game and always around the world record time, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't count on it.
213, thank you. I was looking at the rankings wrong. 213.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at the rankings here, we have Carter, 213, Charles Jerome with 214. We still have a lot of the top 2x2 solvers. Obviously, Zane has not gone yet for 2x2, but hopefully we'll be able to see that on stream very soon. Oh, Zeke looks like Zeke one look.
They don't necessarily put the best cubers in the last group. It seems to be a bit scattered. So I think they try to do it so that each group has a few really, really great cubers so we can watch them on stream. Speaking of, we have Ryan Wu on 2x2. Let's see if his 2x2 will stay put this time.
8 seconds.
Much
Ooh,
nicer.
128 for Ryan. Very
nice,
good.
very nice.
Very nice.
I
I think we've seen 3 solves for Ryan so far. He's not very happy with this.
I don't know if
time.
is he an all-rounder, I think?
I believe, yes, Ryan's pretty good at
everything.
decent amount of events.
Okay, cool. We have Sean. I'm trying to read his name tag as it's moving.
Sean Cutshaw. Hello,
Good
Sean.
vibes and high tides. I'm not really sure.
This is group 5.
Yeah, this is group 5.
Andy Denny with his last solve. Nice, 188. So he's going to go for that, get that best possible average.
Which I think is a 4th, depending on the single. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, we had
And
213,
so far.
214, 215.
But again, we'll have 3 more groups of 2x2 to go.
Ryan Wu back again. Let's see if he gets closer to his previous time or the one we saw before that.
You see a block of orange
Blue.
and blue there. Though,
Oh,
again, 2
wait, is that 3?
8 seconds.
Oh, yeah, that is 3. Yeah, he can.
But the last one is not solved.
Good try.
Oh, a little locky, but decent on the execution.
I
So that's going to be counting.
I think that would have been 3 moves to an EG1, but again, he might have seen a better solution there, depending on. But it looks like he was probably doing 2 blue, given that was on the bottom. But with 2x2, it's not necessarily the block of soft pieces is going to give you the best bottom layer.
This is Brennan. Oh, this is
What?
Brennan.
An apparel. What a.
Burger King.
Yeah. I only recently heard of that ad, the one that the jingle that everyone keeps talking about. I don't want to sing it, but
I'm not going to sing that
yeah.
on stream.
I believe this is Daniel Gutierrez.
Yes, Daniel Gutierrez.
Not happy with that. Oh.
That's good. Oh, okay. Here is Brandon Lin. This is proof that he is not streaming.
Yes.
Brendan Lin is the, I believe, Canadian NR NR holder for 2x2.
I think Keaton called him a dark horse yesterday for a 3x3.
Yep.
When people were asking what or who they thought was going to win. Oh, the wrong one look. Yeah.
Big pause there from Brendan.
Whenever you're ready.
So I believe top 2. Round 2 is going to be top 100 for this event as well.
Top 100. Yes, I believe so.
So I'm curious what that's going to look like. That's why I.
Or top 200. I'm not
or
exactly
200?
sure.
Okay. So if it's top 100, what do you think the time cutoff will be?
So I think the cutoff I saw was 370.
Okay.
Ish.
That's pretty generous. So it'll probably be 3.9.
Yeah, I got 394. So I'm hoping I make
Okay.
round
So
2.
I'm hoping it's a 393.
Yeah. Michael Nielsen. It's gonna be. Michael Nielsen always had a decent warm-up phase before inspection.
Oh, with the cube cover again.
So, trying to look at the scramble we have.
Does anybody else try and peer around a cube cover on a flat screen? Because I continue to do that.
214 for Michael.
214. We've got Krish.
We got our fellow caster Krish
Found
here.
Fwani. It bothers me slightly that his camera is on like a negative
slant.
20 degree tilt.
Chat, you should let him know
Yeah.
next time he casts.
Yeah.
217.
Tell him his camera's broken. When he solves, he also sits at a 20 degree tilt. Did you notice that?
I did not notice that until you
Towards
mentioned it.
Towards his left shoulder. He's like tilted that way.
Yeah.
What? Camera. I put the cube cover here. It needs to be back
We
here.
might be having trouble looking at chat, so we're not ignoring you if you are saying anything.
I was like, there's no way I'm being on live stream. I'm so back here to everyone here. You do me so dirty.
All right, we have Livia.
I'm ready.
Yep. Livia going for.
Oh
no! Does she remember the? Oh no!
She remembered the AUG, but after 2 seconds.
Or
Cut the cameras.
8 seconds.
maybe
She
she's
said
learned a
cut the
different
cameras.
Yeah.
Wait, can
183.
chat hear what the cameras overhead are saying? Can you guys hear what the GoPros are saying over the? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I think we have a microphone.
Okay,
right over
okay.
here.
I wasn't sure if that was
So-
just for us.
So
very nice.
Chat
very
should be
nice.
able to hear everything that is going on.
So, to me, it's more entertaining to hear what competitors say when something goes wrong. Okay. Ah, you can tell that the cube covers are new because they're slightly tilted. Okay, Krish's camera is
It's
still
tilted.
20 degrees
it's
off.
still tilted.
Wait, do you see him? His right shoulder is higher than his left shoulder.
I think he's fine now,
Okay,
but
that's
yeah,
very
I
interesting.
I understand what you mean.
I did notice this very strongly during one-handed because everyone like tilts their head to the opposite direction
209
of the
for
hand that they're
Krish.
solving with. But 209, no
Krish has-
reaction.
Krish has now 2 low 2s.
Uh-huh.
At least we've seen so far on stream. Should put him. Well, I don't want to say anything before he does his rest of solves. I don't want to curse his rest of the average, but looking pretty good for Krish.
Ah, we have 420 people in the stream. Nice.
Oh, did you one-look that wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Or, yeah.
I believe so.
Sad.
No reaction.
Or maybe he... Maybe that could have been the only thing he saw in inspection, and then he had to do the layer with the bottom 2 corner swap.
I see. Interesting. We're almost wearing the same color today.
Dana and I were wearing the same color shirt the first day.
I don't think we cast it together, did we?
We did not. No.
No, we might have, but we were wearing the staff shirt.
I was
on top.
casting with Manu during the first day.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Zane is in Group 10. Michael Nielsen here on the red stage. We've already seen one solve from Michael.
And if you're just tuning in, welcome to day 3 of CubingUSA Nationals 2023.
I guess we're going to cut to Brandon Lin.
Yep. I suppose there are 10 groups, at the very least, if Zane is in Group 10. You can check out groups at competitiongroups.com, I think. Oh, I see 2 bars.
I think there's a green red block that no one's doing it.
Okay.
183. So I think there's a better layer in white that everyone seems to be doing there. Nielsen with the 176.
And in terms of schedule, it looks like after 2x2 we'll have Pyraminx and then lunch, and then we'll be back for the big event, 3x3. Should be a fun one.
Yep.
I'm curious how many groups of 3x3 there are. I can't.
3x3 is scheduled to take a while at this competition.
I imagine so.
The bulk of today will be a lot of 3x3 solving.
All right, here we have a no-show.
I'll just give them time. They need a...
According to the regulations, competitors have 1 minute before... Oh, we have a top-down view today.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe they're having a conversation.
Okay.
They need to finish
they're
up the
practicing.
quickly.
They're practicing a 7x7 in warm-up.
Yep.
The top-down view is very cool. I'm curious to see how this view changes throughout the day as we get closer and closer to 3x3. I imagine basically every one of those seats will be filled by the last couple groups. And as I mentioned before, I don't think everybody fast is placed in the same group. I think the optimization is that every group has a few fast people so that the stream looks good. Brandon coming to the rescue here. Our chat seems to be frozen. So Brandon's going to sacrifice his phone battery so we can read chat. Let's see. Did we miss anything? When's Group 10 estimated? I would assume. I think we're a little bit behind schedule. Maybe 10, 15
Hopefully
minutes.
we're not too
But
behind.
after lunch, hopefully we can catch up. And if it's the last one, I just take the last like 15, 20 minute block of the scheduled block.
193 for Krish.
I
Krish's
believe
camera
that's-
was slanted the other way.
yeah.
But 193, 217, and the 202, I believe, for Krish. So I'd say that's pretty good for Krish.
12
Judging
groups
by
of
the way
3x3.
he's reacting.
And Max Park is in Group 12.
Of 2x2?
3x3 it says.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe Max will do 2x2.
Yeah, that's what I figured as well.
Estimated 3 hours. That does sound about right.
213 here.
I think that there. Oh, Ava's here. There might be some people just doing 3x3. That's why they schedule 3x3 on Saturday, so people can come on the weekend, so they don't have to take off work or off school. Although I guess it is July now, so school's out.
That's your warm-up.
Oh, that's the opposite. That's like the soon algorithm. That's not quite the soon algorithm, but I really hate that case.
I also have this shirt in that color.
It's like the soon case that's not quite the soon.
You're really speaking Greek to me. I know about as much as 2x2 as I know about square one.
Yeah. Are we gonna see Drew Brad's here? Is Drew Brad's here? I don't think
he's here. I haven't seen him at all.
Not Niklas. Niklas is a pretty nice case. It's the the way you recognize soon is with two opposite colors, two pairs of opposite colors. In this case, it's the two opposite colors in the same area, but one of the opposite color pairs is actually the same color. So it's not quite soon. If you end up doing soon, you end up getting a diag corner swap here.
I think we've only seen Michael's first solve.
We've seen Michael's two solves, actually.
Oh, two solves. Okay.
Yes.
I have a propensity for remembering things that I like personally have an interest in. I guess that makes sense. Like yesterday, there are a lot of blocks on
Yeah,
this.
this is the white block that looks like Michael's
okay,
gonna
okay.
opt to do the.
Oh.
Oh no, Michael!
Not the 2-6 plus 2.
It's gonna be a 4-second for Michael. Not gonna be good. Oh, 140
oh,
for
Krish
Krish.
with a 1-4,
Nice
so
job,
the
Krish.
1-9 is counting, right?
Okay.
1-9-3, I think.
We are still on group 5 or
5.
6.
This might be 6 actually.
Now that I'm seeing like new competitors, I
Yeah.
believe we have 6.
I was going to say I have a propensity to memorize times for events that I personally care about, because I noticed yesterday that when I was casting for 4x4, I was able to separately remember all the times of the people that came up on stream, but for 2x2, I'm like, it's a 1. It's a 2.
The times are a little bit closer together.
Reading Jane
in
Austen.
2x2.
What's the last Jane Austen book you read?
I don't think I've read any Jane Austen books.
Pride and Prejudice is Jane Austen, right?
I didn't read Pride and Prejudice.
I did not like that book, but I do remember reading some of her books that I enjoyed.
I was not a very good
reader.
English literature student. Admittedly. Nice, 190. All right, here we got Brandon Lin back. So looking at his times, he has 251, 166, and 153. I don't think he's very going to be happy with that 251.
Yeah,
so if he
counts.
can get that not to count, that would be amazing.
One deep breath before the solve. Nice.
151.
So the 1-6 and 1-8 at the very least are counting. So as best possible. I was going to try and do the math before it popped up. I was going to say it's a 1-6.
So Brennan's PR average is 126, so he won't be able to PR here. Again, which happens to be Canadian NR average as well. He has Canadian NR single as well of 0.61.
Do you know if there are 3 or 4 rounds of 2x2?
I think there are 3 rounds.
Okay, so if there are 3 rounds, I'm most curious to watch the second round, because finals is going to be a very, very tight ship. I believe it's going to be top 20. It seems that everything.
Nope, I lied. There are 4 rounds.
Okay,
of 2x2.
Brendan lied. There are going to be 4 rounds. My point, regardless, stands. I'm curious. Oh no, Ava with the lock. Oh, with the lockup.
30.
I'm curious to watch the third round, because there are so many people in the top positions for 2x2 that it could really be a toss-up of even who makes finals, much less who's going to podium for finals.
Yep, so it looks like Brendan Lin with a 167 average.
This is not Brendan Lin on camera. That's Daniel Gutierrez. Oh, no. He knocked everything on the way out. You can't see the camera. It is slightly out of frame, but it's roughly slightly above your head when you're sitting down. So if you lean forward too much and stand up, you will knock it out of the way. And I guess, did the mic fall down, or was it always in view?
It's always like that.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, it looks like a
Oh no, I
fancy
never looked.
microphone.
I never looked too closely at the setup. Here we got Brody Lassner.
I always like to watch Cuber's facial expressions when they solve. Per Cuber, it's different, and it's also different based on the type of the solve.
That looks good. Yep, 238.
Looks
for
like
Brody.
Brody likes to scrunch his eyebrows when he solves.
I also do that. I have a really bad habit of doing that.
Brendan, it will give you wrinkles.
I know. It's I don't know how to get rid of that habit. And at this point,
I try
it's
to
a little too
consciously
late.
like relax my forehead.
So, if you're looking at the
Luke Garrett.
All right, here we got Luke Garrett.
Yes.
Very talented 2x2 solver. I mean, Luke Garrett is also world class at everything.
Basically everything. That is a strange propping device.
It works well.
What is that?
Luke Garrett is 4th on the psych sheet. He has a 1.25 PR average. So
this is his
definitely
first solve, I think?
we haven't seen Luke yet during this competition. Sorry, today. So I believe it is. Luke definitely a top contender for one of the 2x2 podiumers. Again, with that really fast. 4th on the psych sheet. 2022 Great Lakes champion.
He also got a 3-4
163.
recently, if I'm not mistaken. A low 3, right?
Yep. 344 for Luke. Yep. That was really impressive.
Incredible.
169
Michael with the
for Michael.
169.
Looks
It didn't even look like a good solve. Like,
Yeah.
It just looked very average.
He
He's
seems
just so
okay
good.
with that average.
2x2 is one of those events that the margin of error is so low. It's really incredible when the top solvers are consistently almost world record like being level.
So looking at the psych sheet again, so we still haven't seen the top 3 yet for this. We still haven't seen Zane, Zane Kanani, Brian Johnson, or Will Cowan, who are 1, 2, and 3 on the psych sheet. We've seen Brandon Lin with that 167 average.
Oh my God! It's a world record. No.
That's hilarious.
We have Daniel Karnock on the blue stage.
Daniel actually podiuming in 2x2 last year at NAC.
With his, is that his Dunkin' on the side? I'm a little jealous. I want some coffee. Oh no!
259 for Daniel Karnock.
Oh, it is his coffee. I want coffee now.
Well, I think we missed what Kyle Santucci got. Brody back on the stream.
Let's see if he scrunches his eyebrows this time. He does.
It's a nice, okay, we have 3 blues on the bottom, but I can't see the sides.
He didn't rotate, so I don't know if they're the same. Oh, okay.
That seems like a pretty good, this seems like a pretty good scramble.
I'm going to be honest, the execution on that one wasn't the greatest I've seen, so that, I don't know who else is in this group, but that could be a lot. Better. I'm curious who else is in this group. Is this Matt? No,
this is
Samir. I'm trying to tell who people are before they fully come into frame.
Yep. Samir, I'm trying to check what Samir's,
Samir is really good at Squan, right?
Yes, Samir
is he
did
an
have world
all-rounder?
record. Samir did
I
have
didn't
world
know
record
that.
average.
I did know that.
Yes.
I remember the picture. He's still wearing the same bracelet, and I don't know what it says. I want to know. Does anybody know what it says? And I think it's switched hands.
It's a Samir Agarwal.
Wait, what does it say on there?
207 for Samir. He's not happy about that.
Daniel with his second song. This tripod is new. Very interesting. Oh, no.
That's a DNF.
Not only, I was like, oh, +2. No, DNF.
Definitely one looked that wrong.
Well, all right.
Is he? I think he's off by, he's off by.
I also, yesterday I saw Samir, and I wasn't sure if it was the same Samir, because the picture I have in my head is like much younger, maybe?
Yeah, I think.
And also I think the hair growing out changes the face a lot.
Here we have AJ Kamal.
AJ is a Megaminx specialist. He's very, very good at Megaminx. Is this a Uniqlo shirt? The brown one? Oh, that is.
That might
can't
be
tell
borderline.
Yeah, I can't tell from the camera.
Delegate.
Oh, I think
Someone's
they're gonna.
calling for a delegate.
I think AJ. Yes, they were gonna get.
Brandon, go deal with it.
Yeah, I can actually call +2s now.
AJ is also very good at FMC. This is correct. That didn't pop into mind because I don't generally think about FMC.
So the third attempt of FMC is going to be today. I think several people are neck and neck for the top spot, but it's really hard to say who's going to be getting that winning meme until that third solve. But
we have board member and stage lead in the black shirt, Blake Thompson, calling it okay. I think the solve itself wasn't particularly great, so if it was a +2, I don't think AJ would be too upset. This man's name is not a penalty. Nice, nice. I like the little pop-ups.
Let's hope
Daniel back with the interesting tripod.
Let's hope Daniel is able to redeem himself in this third solve.
Does it ever bother you when competitors have their camera slightly, like they're not in the center?
It's fine.
Okay.
I think it's.
I think I just get bothered really easily.
It's a little hard to get that angle right sometimes. Oh, he won like the right.
So he has to be
165.
a little bit careful. He can probably safety into second round, but he probably doesn't want to do too poorly because +2 there.
Had to pause. Had to recognize that top layer case and has a +2. Unfortunately. again. This is Group 6 of 2x2.
Yes, and it seems like this group is finishing up based on the amount of pauses between people.
Actually, I actually don't know if this is Group 6 anymore. We might be on 7. I have a hard time overhearing the announcements.
I can't hear anything
Yes, we are on 7.
except Brandon
Thank you,
in my
producers.
head.
Thank you, producers.
Uh-huh.
We are in Group 7 of 2x2 right now. Samir is going to do his next solve. So that's that bottom blue block. Yeah, 2 moves into an EG1. Trying to tell what kind of... I don't know my EG1, but I think Samir's going to go for that. 157.
Okay. Not terrible. With a smile at the camera. Luke Garrett back with his wobbly phone stand.
Samir's 2x2 PR average is 145. So pretty close to PR average for him.
Well, he only has 3 solves, right?
Yeah, he has 3 more solves.
Yeah.
There's another.
We have Brody on the red stage. Is this the... No, this is not the same one that we just saw. This is the second.
It's not any really great blocks here.
Oh,
0.99 for Luke.
Is this the first sub-1 we've seen on stream?
We haven't seen any sub-1s yet.
Okay.
Nice job, Luke.
Congratulations, Luke. I did see someone in the chat earlier saying Luke's going to win 2x2 his skills unmatched, but Zain Kanani is here, the current world record holder. Yeah, what?
Oh, that's his last solve.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I was hoping to look at the scorecard. That was really clutch from Luke. I'm curious to see what the rest of the average was.
Yeah, that was really nice.
We'll
see if Brody's going to contest an extra here, because that was a bit of a loud reaction.
He'll sign for it,
He'll sign
probably
for it.
not.
Yeah. We have AJ here. His last solve was a 3-5, I believe. No +2 on the last one.
8 seconds.
Oh, AJ's gonna lock up.
Yeah. Oh, I was worried. That means his 3-7s count. At least one of those times is gonna be counting.
I think 3-7. It's not gonna be great average, but again, it'll
It
be
should
enough
be good enough for round 2. Yeah. We've got Daniel on his 4th solve. I'm curious the mentality here because you want to go fast, but not too fast that you could have a +2 or an error. Because no! Oh, okay, it's okay. It's okay.
263 for Daniel. He must have maybe one looked out wrong because that's a pretty nice CLO case. Is that PR for Luke? We were trying to find out if chat already happened to know, like let us know. But we were trying to get Luke Garrett's times.
Someone says, am I okay? I seem to just have a persistent cold this entire competition. I'm going to blame it on the Pittsburgh air.
It's been very hot and humid here
it's
in
hot
Pittsburgh.
Okay, I think the problem is that it's hot and humid, so when I'm outside, I'm super, super sweaty. And then when I get inside, there's like a 20-degree difference. Okay, he's happy with that, 164 difference. So then there's like a huge temperature difference every time I go inside or outside.
Sam Fang, 273, Cube Master himself.
Yes, very interesting phone propping system. Using the wallet case and then putting a cube inside to hold it open.
Oh, here we have Luke Garrett's average. It's a 132 average.
Yes.
So he had a 6 earlier on the 3rd solve. So that's not going to be PR average. Remember, PR average is 125 for Luke here.
But still,
that's pretty solid.
That's also a good way just to show that you can handle having a little bit of nerves. Because having that 6 going into the 5th solve is probably quite nerve-wracking. Although it is first round, and even with that 6 counting, he probably would have made it into 2nd round. So no huge worries, but I think the top-level cubers don't only want to make it into the next round. They want to perform at the highest level in each round.
Of course, yeah. That's definitely always the worry that top cubers are going to have at these events.
Hi, stream.
Hello, everyone.
If you missed it, my name's Dana. I'm
Brandon. Hello.
Yes. And we are on Group 7 of 2x2 currently. I believe we're going to switch to Group 8 soon. I have seen a couple competitors finish up. Yeah, correct. Zain has not solved yet. He will be in Group 10, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the last group.
There's a blue-white block. So Samir is looking so far at a high like a high 1 average, 148.
Okay.
Been pretty nice
Again,
for him.
smirks at the camera.
I think we are going to be looking at about a 1.7, 1.6 for Samir, which again is
Mhm.
not PR for him. His PR is about a 1. I literally just looked this up. I forgot.
Short-term memory loss. Samir.
Samir's PR
Ooh, we
is a
got the
1.45,
overhead. Is this
right?
Luke's .9?
Yes,
Yes.
that is his .9.
Very nice. Very nice with the slow-mo overhead. That's a wonderful angle.
Have I tried the NGC Square one? I thought the NGC Square one is the same NGC Square one that's been out for a while. I don't know if there's a new one. If there's a new one, do let me know. Yeah. So I believe we're going to be stopping Group 7 here. We're going to move on
look
to
at
the
that.
next group of...
Look at my one high-level claim to fame.
Whoa.
Well, okay, so I actually got 4th place, but Juan Pablo won the competition, and he is not from the U.S., so technically I podiumed at my first nationals in
Whoa.
Megaminx.
Nice.
And now I can't even make finals.
Yeah, finals this year is really competitive. We were watching yesterday.
I believe to get in you need a 43 or 44 average,
Okay.
which is absolutely insane. To be fair, I don't practice that much anymore, and my Megaminx is about as fast as I was 6 years ago. So that just goes to show how fast everyone else has improved around me, I guess.
Yes.
Especially during the pandemic and everything, a lot of people basically just cubed and just improved by miles.
Yeah, Megaminx this year has been very eventful in the United States and in NA. We had Alexi, who has been gunning for Megaminx NAR for a while, and he finally took it from Nicholas 9 this year with a 28 average. So that's been really exciting. Unfortunately, like Nick did win. Alexi was not able to take the national champion spot this year. It went to Nick this year. Nicholas 9 this year. So
lots of world records.
It's been very
before
competitive
him.
this year. So
And Brandon is our 2014 Square One U.S. National Champion.
Yes, I forgot.
Woohoo! And multiple-time world record holder.
It's been a while. We have Kyle Santucci.
After 2x2 is Pure Minx, and then Lunch. Personally, my favorite.
Lunch is my favorite event. 335
Yes,
for
I agree.
Wow.
Also, yeah, back to the Megaminx thing. There's a lot of Megaminx talent concentrated in the Northeast. Nicholas Nang, AJ Kamal, Alexis Nyavin. So it's a little bit annoying for me because I would like to podium in Megaminx at my local competitions, but they all show up, so I can't do that. Brandon is the Square One GOAT. Oh, is that Vincenzo? This is Group 8, I think, because we're seeing some new people.
Yeah, we're transitioning to Group 8, 255 here.
So Will Callan is in this group, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. That would be exciting to
Ooh,
watch.
Brandon, is lunch or dinner better?
That's a good question. I'm going to say lunch because lunch is generally cheaper than dinner. That's the economical
That's
answer.
the fiscally responsible answer.
Yes.
How about from a happiness standpoint?
It's I want to say they're pretty even. I feel like I generally I have a tendency to skip breakfast, so lunch tends to make me a little bit happier. So again, we are on starting Group 8 for 2x2.
Also, I think this station is the one that Luke Garrett got up and bumped the camera on because this angle is different than the overhead angle we had seen previously. We're seeing more of the competitors' floor and legs, which is pretty interesting. How is the food in Pittsburgh? Isn't Pittsburgh known for, I was going to say pickles, but I don't think that's right.
No, I don't.
No. I know there's a really good sandwich place nearby. I tried to go, but the line was really long, so I went somewhere else, but.
Pretzels are, I feel like, we both went to college in Philadelphia, and so I feel like pretzels have been generally a Philadelphia thing. I'm sorry, a Pennsylvania thing. 247 for 2x2 solve.
I also skip breakfast at the designated breakfast time to be technically correct. So lunch is usually, well, actually, I guess it depends. Do I get coffee with my lunch? This is Group 8. Group 8 of 2x2.
5 blind.
Oh my god, this is probably the first competitor that's shorter than me that I've seen on stream. And he's so fast! What on earth? Who is this?
5 blind will be starting right before lunch, so
Mm-hmm.
I believe it starts at 12:30, ends about 2 o'clock. If I want to say, I unfortunately did not
We have
qualify for 5 blind, but I see that.
Oh,
no.
we have Kimberly on the blue stage.
Kimberly
I like
Calderon.
the overalls with the striped shirt. Very nice fit. Okay, Dana being faster than someone rare. Okay, first of all, this is 2x2. I don't particularly practice. I also didn't bring about.
That was
didn't
Curtis
bring a
Chai,
2x2.
to answer your question before.
I see, I see.
Yep.
Curtis Chai. Oh my goodness. Is he? I assume he's a West Coast cuber because I've never heard of him and he seems pretty fast, at least from that one.
What time is it here? It is 10:30.
Not 4 feet tall. I'm 5 feet tall. Thank you very much, chat. Yeah, I said 5 feet rounded up. If we're technical here, it's like 4'11" and like 7/8. So I'm gonna count that as 5. All right.
Will 5 blind be streamed? I don't believe we're streaming 5 blind because it will be taking place in the side room. However, I believe we are streaming 4 blind, which will be tomorrow.
Curtis is East Coast.
Oh, here we go. Will Callan.
Interesting.
We have Will Callan on stream here.
Did he win the last Nationals? Was that Will, or he podiumed?
I think Will podiumed. Yeah,
Okay.
it was a close call. 229 for Will. Looks like he had a 3.
No.
On the first up, or 1.
Oh, okay. I see.
If my eyes are not deceiving me.
It's interesting because Will graduated, I think, but he's still a pretty high-level cuber, especially for 2x2.
We have Curtis Chai again.
Yeah. Who I recently learned is from the East Coast.
I'm looking. This looks like a 2-move EG1, but he's not going to be. Oh, he does do yellow.
My goodness,
Okay.
he just doesn't stop
170.
turning.
So he's got a 160 and a 170.
He doesn't seem happy with that.
Yeah.
That's astounding.
So I believe he was doing EG1 on with the yellow first layer. Maybe he thought he could execute that a little bit faster. I wish I knew enough EG1 to know which cases were good or bad. Unfortunately, I only know CLO. So
I don't
if they make that first layer, I can.
Brendan, do you have a driver's license?
I do have a driver's license.
I've never seen you drive a car before.
For good reason. Okay.
Okay, I'm never gonna get in a car with Brendan. I'm usually the one
260
driving us around.
2x2.
Someone says my son is shorter than you too. Thank you very much. Although probably in like 3 months he'll be taller.
I'm taking a peek at the scorecard. This looks like a mid to
2
average. For
3, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so something like a 2 average.
Christopher Chi, also from the Northeast region. She went to college here in Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon University. So this is his home turf.
Oh, Curtis is mostly a 2x2 specialist, which is probably why I don't see him in a lot of my comps.
Okay.
Or because I don't usually hold 2x2 in my comps. So very interesting.
One
we have
second
Christopher
flat
Chi,
for Christopher
1-0
Chi.
flat. I think I missed. I don't have my driver's license with me, but even if I was 3 feet tall, even if I were 3 feet tall, you can write whatever you want on your driver's license. You can put that. I could put that I'm 7 feet tall, and they would just be like, okay, next. Well, okay, then maybe they would question that, but. Huh? Okay. Kimberly with a 2-6. Kimberlyn is from the Northeast, so I see her at a lot of my comps. My goodness, I can't see Samir's eyes.
Samir throwing out his hair here.
Yeah.
190 for Samir.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, his hair covered the whole camera.
I can't get a glimpse of his average here, but.
I think we were talking yesterday. Were you the one saying that a lot of guys are growing out their hair as cubers, or is that? I don't know.
It's a trend I'm knowing. I think it may be, since COVID, haircuts are expensive, and
everything is
you have to
expensive.
go to the barbershop and do that. Looking
All
at this
right,
green
Will
layer here.
is-
So this green layer has a block.
Yeah.
Could be an
I
easy
can't tell if
EG.
he's deciding what to do, like which block to do,
He
or
does
the
the
best
green.
thing to do. Okay.
He does the green here. Okay, 176 for Will. I don't think he had his first 2 times didn't look too stellar. So he might not be looking to go for top 3 here, but I Again, round 2 and the subsequent rounds will hopefully he'll be able to redeem himself there.
This is the same scramble that Will just had. Let's see if he does the same green bar. Ooh, that's pretty good execution.
Seems like most people are going for green over here.
Yeah, 1-9. Did someone just on stream get a 1-9? Who is that? I kind of wish the scorecard was a little bit lighter so I could see the time from the top-down view.
Write the scorecard in Sharpies.
Yeah, we could do that too. But I think the scorecards are probably the color of the stage that they're on, which makes the most organizational sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
So when it's like blood red, you can't really see pen right on top of it. All right, Curtis Chai with his third solve. We saw a 1-7 and a 1-6. Sorry, 1-6 and then a 1-7.
Yep, that's right. His pure average is 163.
Oh.
He did one look that wrong. It looks like he had to do that diag swap.
I love when you force a diag.
That's got to be a very unfortunate thing.
Yeah, the red scorecards are like, they're like blood red.
Yep. I believe we're calling Group 9 as well as the last few 2x2 solves are going to be finishing up here.
So this is Will's fourth solve, I believe, if we didn't miss any. I see a red line. I couldn't tell if that was a bar. Okay, another 1-9. I think I've seen 3 1-9s on stream in the past like 5 or 6 solves.
This is his last solve. This is his last solve, actually.
Okay.
So I think Will, judging from what I'm looking at, might be looking at a high, looking at high 1 as well. Definitely not going to be a contender with Luke Garrett's earlier average of 132. Chris G locks up for a +2.
I think that's a 360 camera. There's like a lens on the back. Anyway.
Yep.
Next group is Group 9, so not the final group. Zane is in Group 10 to refresh for chat. If anyone is curious.
We'll probably be seeing Brian Johnson.
Chat's back. Okay, we currently have 477 people in the stream, so hello everyone. To anyone that is new, this is CubingUSA Nationals 2023. My name's Brandon. No, it's not. My name's Dana. Sorry. I auto-completed the sentence in my head, and then I just went to you. My name is Dana. I'm with Brandon.
Hello, everyone.
And we are currently about to start Group 9 of 2x2. There are 10 groups. If you're curious, Zane is in the last group, Group 10. So that should be very interesting to watch. I'm sure we'll see from this top-down view that the seats get filled once people realize that Zane is competing. Yeah, my name is not Brandon. I just complete brain fart.
Yep. Brendan Dunigan will be in Group 9. So this upcoming group will be able to see Brendan Dunigan. Very talented all-rounder cuber. And as we
so this is the current rankings. We have Brendan Lin in first with a 167.
Actually, this is not really up to date. I think we saw Luke Garrett with a very impressive 1.3 average here.
Yeah,
so these are not the most up to date rankings here.
This comp is a very large competition with lots of competitors, so data entry is not going to be immediate. We have a huge team of staff, and a couple people are dedicated to data. And unfortunately, it's not instantaneous. It is a manual process, so we do have to wait. Zane has not competed already.
Don't worry, guys. We will not miss Zane.
The other Kanani has competed, though. He got a 2.34 average and is currently sitting in 16th. Although I imagine that after these next two groups, he'll be bumped down a few spots.
So we'll have 2 more groups of 2x2. Ryan Johnson will be in the second seed for 2x2. Brian Johnson will be in this group, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said the other Kanani. There are 3. Hassan is currently sitting in 16th with a 2.34.
Oh, +2 for Samir.
It's a pretty solid +2 there. No delegate needed. That's like that's not a great solve, but it's a.
Oh, here we go.
Basically, the +2 ruins that solve.
Here we got Brendan with some fashionable glasses, sunglasses.
Is he going to solve with them? Okay.
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh boy.
Okay. Also, his camera looks like the Windows blue screen.
8 seconds.
Can he see the cube colors?
I want to know how this. 249. Okay.
Pretty happy
He's
with
too
that.
good, so the sunglasses need to nerf him a
Yeah.
little bit.
Zayn and Hassan are brothers. They also have another brother, Ibrahim. They are from the Northeast, so I see them at a lot of my comps.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. Oh, the COL. The COL.
He's taking his time
All
there.
right, all right.
Benway with a 6-second average. Benway actually podiuming in 7x7.
Knocking Kevin Hayes off the podium, right?
Yeah, congratulations to Ben.
Yeah. Was it a 210 beat, if I'm not mistaken?
210, yes.
Yeah.
210
And
for...
fourth was a 212, which was Mr. Hayes himself. Can we get to 500 people in stream? Let's see if by the next group we can see 500 people watching Zayn.
2x2 scrambles haven't been
The best?
bad. I actually got some
Yeah.
pretty nice scrambles in my group. I was in group 3.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't the best, but they were like not bad either. But it's going to be highly variable. It's going to definitely play a role in what kind of averages we see.
I guess the main thing to keep in mind is that once you get to finals, everybody will be having the same scrambles. So regardless of if they're good or bad, everyone will have the same. Whereas in this, there are fast people in each group, and they're all seeing different scrambles.
Yep.
We got a
260
260 on the blue stage.
I don't think it'll be a big shock if Brandy wins square one. I think he turns really fast, but he doesn't.
Max Shaw is here though.
Yep. He doesn't use OBO or PBO. He just turns really fast and gets really fast times. So I don't think. Wait, this is wrong actually. It's NAR, not world record. But sure, I'll take the credit.
Okay. So there it is.
There we go. Thank you, producers.
We have Brendan Lynn, 0.9 Magic NAR average from Princeton Fall 2012. I think that was my third competition.
That was my.
You're 2011, right? What was your
Yeah,
first competition?
this is my fourth competition, I believe. This is the
Okay.
first competition where I did square one.
Yes, I'm not the shortest.
Yep. We are. If you're just tuning in, welcome to CubingUSA Nationals. We are in Group 9 of 2x2. We are waiting for another
This is
competitor.
the penultimate group. So next group should be very interesting to watch.
You got it.
Chad is saying you should try to beat Max Shao at square one, Brendan.
They must not.
That's I mean, Max Shaw knows full OBO and PBO. I
Yeah.
still am stuck in my old ways.
Brendan is also trying to lay off the square one because of the wrist.
Yeah, I got a wrist injury lately, so
Yeah.
throwing's a little bit hard for me to turn nowadays. You got Brendan Dunigan. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't know he has a
another-
415 3x3 single.
Yeah, he just recently got that.
Okay.
It was really nice for him.
He decided to nerf himself for 2x2 with. Oh,
Oh,
my
no!
goodness! What?
DNF.
Yeah, DNF.
Oh, no. DNF.
You want to solve that real quick?
I mean, I
I
guess
feel like I've seen those sunglasses on TikTok.
it looks like you got a 240 and a 180 as his
Okay.
previous two times.
Okay. So those are at least counting.
I guess the nerf kind of worked.
Mhm.
Unfortunately for him, but we'll see if he competes with the sunglasses in the next two.
For a
solves
split
he
second, I
does.
was like, oh, maybe they're like colorblind glasses, because I know some people do compete with those, but those are just regular glasses,
Yep.
sunglasses.
Here we've got Brian Johnson, second seed for 2x2, with a PR single of 0.69, a PR average of 118. Brian Johnson, really prolific all-rounder. The 142. Oh,
Is that a corner twist?
Is that DNF? Yeah, that's a
Oh.
DNF. That's a shame. Oh no.
Okay, not a corner twist, just the wrong one though.
Here we have Varun Mohan Raj.
8 seconds.
I've been told that Varun kneels on the chair because
Yes.
he used to be short and would have to stand, and now it's evolved to a kneel. Maybe when he grows taller, it'll transition to a sit.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think it's also it's the iconic Varun standing position, which
It's
it
really,
makes sense.
It's interesting to see the course of each competitor. You'll be able to recognize a competitor without looking at their face, but just looking at the way they turn, the way they sit, the way they set up their camera. You know, everyone is a little bit different.
What do I think about actual score on record for 91? I mean, impressive. I don't think there's anything for me to say there. It's crazy that we're now in sub-5 territory. Looking pretty nice on orange. I think we have a diag swap on orange that can be done.
Ooh,
139.
139.
Nice job.
I like the low-key reactions because that was a good solve, but probably not an out of this world solve. So it was like a little, that was nice.
I believe we are still seeing some outdated rankings here. If you want the most up-to-date rankings for 2x2, make sure to go to WCA Live at live.worldcubeassociation.org for the most up-to-date 2x2 results. Just a reminder, Luke Garrett did get a 132 average in the earlier group. Sorry.
All right.
As Brendan gets a 1.91.
Brendan took off the glasses. He was a little bit humbled by that DNF, I suppose. Icarus flew too close to the sun. I did want to mention that we had 500 people in stream, and then 5 people dropped out. Hopefully they come back for Zane.
We're getting there. We're getting there. So if we're looking at the top 4 seeds, so Brian Johnson's going to be starting with that DNF single, unless we haven't seen one earlier from him. But
my goodness, so much hair.
He's gonna have to deal with that. I think this is the earlier diag swap we saw on orange here.
8 seconds.
The one that Brendan had? Yep. Oh no!
Since you remember that CLO? 417.
His last solve was a 139, correct?
Yeah. Yes. 160.
Ooh,
nice
counting
job.
1-6.
That's gonna be if that stays consistent, that's gonna be a real contender.
Yeah.
For the top.
Yeah, at least last we saw, Brandon Lin was in first with a 167 average, so possible to overtake the current rankings.
Yes, we are in Group 9. Zane Kanani will be going in the next group, Group 10.
Tell me when you're ready.
All right, we're on Brendan's last solve here. So
Glasses off.
He has a DNF, a 1.623, and a 1.9, I want to say. 1.47. I think this is going to be the best solve of the average.
He probably has a little bit of relief after that. I
Yeah.
think the DNF probably did put him on edge a little bit.
Yep. So I think for Brendan Dunigan, we are looking at counting solve are 1.6, 1.23, and 1.9.
So that's about a 1.9 average.
Yeah, about a 1.9 average. Yeah.
We're probably going to be transitioning to Group 10 soon. I think we're seeing some people finish up here.
Varun's going to be.
We have Varun with the Neil. It's also the Neil is probably very effective at this venue because it has been mentioned several times, but the chairs are really low from the table, so I have to I sit on one leg and straighten my back as much as I can. But some people just take the cube down and solve the back, but that's not really optimal for small events like 2x2, where it's not fast at all to bring the cube down and then back in 1 second. We're back at 500 viewers. Welcome, welcome.
170 for Varun.
170. He's not standing. He's doing like a half kneel, and I mentioned earlier, but it used to be because he was short, so he used to stand to solve, and now it has transitioned into a kneel.
Varun's pure average here is 1.62, so 170 is not going to be a bad solve for him. It's actually going to be easy for him.
Not a great solve here.
I don't think he
489.
looked into that one look right, unfortunately.
I'm also curious to see how many people are going to be watching 3x3 finals because that final is going to be absolutely crazy. I personally will be watching. I would love to be on stream for that. We'll see what happens. I'm actually not sure if 3x3 finals is top 20. I believe
it's top 16.
Okay, yeah. 3x3 is going to stay consistent with most competitions for top 16. But other events are top 20 because you can basically just run them all at once.
Yep, everything else will be top 20. As Varun, I believe, will be going to his final solve.
Oh no!
Oh, does the bottom layer incorrectly. 340. Sorry, 347 for Varun.
Wasn't that the
Not a pretty great average for Varun. I can't read
Yeah.
the scorecard here, but we'll put him in that second round where he'll have more chances to go for the better average. So I believe we are transitioning to Group 10 right now.
As a reminder, this is the last group of 2x2, which means that Zain Kanani is in this group, the current world record holder, and perhaps favorite to win 2x2.
Definitely top contender.
Yeah, it is tight though. You have to be at the top of your game basically the entire time because 2x2 is such a small margin for error event.
I'm ready.
We have a sticker 2x2 here.
Oh wow, haven't seen a sticker cube in a while. Oh no.
That's the wrong.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
What is happening on
clapping.
the? Yeah.
Love to see that.
Is that what we call polite applause?
Don't touch it.
Yep.
Don't touch it.
If I touch it, will it be a +2?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he's colorblind. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I
don't know
see.
if it's a DNF. I'm not quite sure actually.
Brendan. So many variations of
Okay, cool.
Brendan, Braden, Brandon.
It's just the best name ever. What can I
Brendan.
say?
I should have realized.
Polite clapping. Yeah, I refer to it as polite applause.
8 seconds.
Oh,
168.
168.
Nice.
No reaction, so probably a little bit of a smirk.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm curious to see how Zain is doing. He probably, also being in the last group, you have to wait for every other group in front of you to solve, so it's a little bit nerve-wracking.
You got time to practice though. So
Yeah.
There's that. Oh, here we got Zain.
Here we have Zain.
The
on
moment
the
you've all
blue
been waiting
stage.
for.
All right, everybody, let's see how this goes.
Tell me when you're ready.
Zain.
It's also interesting to see what competitors bring to their stations.
Mhm.
Zain always has a towel. Some people have hand warmers. Some people don't bring anything. So
Zain always has a pretty long
extensive
warm-up.
warm-up process to get his fingers physically in the right place, to get his brain mentally in the right headspace. But he's no newbie to high-pressure situations. So, a little corner twist on his practice cube there. This is Group 10, the final group of 2x2. On stream currently, on the top-down view, we have Zain Kanani, the current 2x2 world record holder. Also, I've noticed the top-down view on the blue stage is a little bit clearer than on the red stage. I'm not really sure why. Maybe this is why we have Zain on the blue stage. Yeah, the top-down angle is really good. Yeah, the red one is a little bit foggy. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a little bit humid over here. Well, maybe we can get someone to take a look later. Regardless, Zain is inspecting. Nice white-red bar there. He does shake a lot from nerves, but he handles it very well.
Okay, 205.
Maybe not on that solve.
Yeah, a little bit nervous there.
Yeah.
Zain does do a lot in inspection.
Yeah.
If you ever seen him reconstruct his world record 2x2 average, he does check all 6 sides, or close to that.
I think, I don't remember if I was talking to him, I heard someone else talking about it, but whereas most people spend your entire inspection picking out like the best thing to do, Zain will run through 6 or 7 possible things to do and then pick the best one out of those.
Yep.
So I cannot tell if Zain has a crowd. It would be, can we see the overhead view? It seems like a few people are gathering.
Zain had a
4?
205, 204.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that'll be his worst time.
Yeah. He's
for
getting
this
into
average.
things. He's getting into things.
Aiden just had a 1.58 plus 2.
Yeah. Someone says he had 1 hour prep for a bad solve. That could, I think, warming up, but not being too warm is a vital part of being a cuber. Because you can mentally run over yourself. You can physically tire out your fingers. Okay, let's see what happens
Here we have
1, 2, 4.
Luke
Very
Van
nice, very
Lanningham,
nice.
1.24.
Oh, that's Luke? He's changed so much.
Yeah, Luke Van Lanningham has
Luke.
a 136 PR average. Shot a 1.24, so pretty good for him.
I think stream audio is fine. Perhaps check your headphones. Zane has one of the earmuffs off, getting ready. Our overhead view of the venue is only for the red stage, so I can't actually tell if there's a crowd for Zane.
I would be surprised if there wasn't a crowd
Yeah.
for Zane. That is a...
We can also, if he gets a decent solve,
Is that a solved orange? That's
wait,
a soft
wait,
orange
wait,
layer.
wait. Oh, no!
Wait, that was... Am I
Was
going
it a
crazy?
solved orange layer?
I thought that was I thought that was a soft orange layer.
Okay, we'll have to see what some other people do on their second solve.
147 here for Zane.
Yeah.
That was just shocking.
Wow, that was crazy. That
Yeah.
was crazy.
I'm not sure as well. I was a little worried that, oh my god, that was a solved layer.
That is a soft layer.
Oh my goodness.
That's a soft layer. Oh, he sees it. And does it get to 112?
Very
Oh,
nice,
wow.
very nice.
I couldn't catch what that
Yeah, isn't
CLO
this-
case was.
This camera
but-
looks like it's hazy.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit hazy, but
Yeah.
hopefully we'll have to make do with that.
Yeah,
Yes, that was a
it was
soft
just a
layer.
CLO.
What I'm trying to get the exact CLO case, but yes, it was a soft layer. Fortunately, Zane
Wow.
did get a 147 on it, not the best time for him.
Definitely not what he's looking for. Although maybe the pressure's off now because he always wants to get a world record average, but it's basically impossible at this point.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, but
very
very
highly
hard.
improbable.
Yep.
Okay, we have Luke on red with a
177.
not happy with the 177.
Again, soft layer doesn't necessarily mean the solution is going to be the best.
It will mean that most people will one look
You
it.
can
though.
one look it,
Yeah.
definitely, but it's not gonna, obviously it's not going to be a four mover. and
Exactly.
get you the best efficient times.
Yeah, he basically needs like 2.7 times to be
Yep.
average. So I hope he's not too worried.
I don't think he's
He has
worried about making
100
round two.
sub 1 solves
Yeah,
officially.
Zane is crazy.
Yeah. Also, that we are in 2x2 and wrapping up 2x2, I want to shout out the production team for having all these camera angles and camera switches. It's a lot, especially for a quick event like 2x2. So props to them for running the stream so smoothly. I haven't seen basically any hiccups. All right, so let's see what Zane could pull out for his third solve. I don't see anything that particularly stands out here, so he's, you know, running through all the possible solutions as he does. Oh,
122.
okay. Better, but probably not what he's looking for.
Slightly redeem himself from those first two solves.
Yeah.
Whether he can beat Luke's average of 1.3 is a question. We'll have to see after the fourth solve.
So for the person in chat saying that stream should be delayed so competitors can peek at scrambles like this, there is a sign posted in the scrambler areas when you drop off your cubes. You are not allowed to watch stream when you're in the waiting area to obviously dissuade looking at solves. Of course, I suppose technically you could look at what people are doing, but that's highly against the regulations, and if we catch somebody doing that, that could lead to disqualification or DNF.
Here with Ryan Pilot, current square on world record single holder.
Oh,
of
I didn't-
3.7.
that's really recent, right?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
pretty recent. I believe 3.73.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
Ryan, I'm trying to look up his PR average. His PR average is 1.71.
Oh, not
Gonna
happy with
pause
that. I
here.
think the wrong one look.
Yeah, and
Cool,
a little
cool.
fumble. A little fumble there.
Starting with a 464. Ryan, is it Pilot?
Ryan Pilot.
Pilot.
Right. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but
Pilot.
Pilot is what I'm
Like
going
like
for here.
shortened for Pilates? Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure.
Aiden
Pilot. Pilot.
Pilot? Yes. Aiden Bartlett, fellow caster, doesn't like the scramble. So
Oh.
gonna
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
All right, looks like we got Zane's fourth solve here.
Yeah.
Looking at
His turning is just It's so fast.
Yes, turning is legendary.
Yeah.
So Zane needs I mean, he needs a decent solve here to get ahead of Luke here.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I thought I saw a bar. He also did rotate.
There's a bar, but I don't think
okay, it's
I don't
not.
think those bars are going to mean a whole lot for optimal solutions.
Ooh.
Nice, 113.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that was more what he was hoping for as an average. Unfortunately, he will not be able to get it with these solves. But yeah, his best possible average is a 127. Worst possible is 158. So that will squarely put him in front of Brendan. Who was in first?
Luke Garrett had a 1.3.
Okay, yes.
Those
it wasn't
are the
entered.
outdated
Yeah, it
rankings
wasn't
we
entered.
saw. Yep. So, I mean, worst case, he'll lock in his worst possible average of 1.58.
Yeah.
1.27, his best possible average, could still be achievable and beat Luke if he gets that sub 113.
Is that a bar or just two yellows next to each other? All right, Luke with a 179. I believe his solves have been really consistent, which is quite impressive.
Looks like looks like a decent blue layer here.
12 seconds.
Ryan's gonna go for the.
Was that Ortega?
Ryan went for the Ortega solution here.
I know those albs. I was like, oh, I could have done that. No, I could not have. 1.8 is really good. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Shaking a little bit. I believe he has one pretty good solve with the orange layer one. I don't remember what it was. Was it 1-2 or 1-4? He likes to look up at the camera right before he starts. Oh,
that's a
corner twist.
Thank you.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're ready.
Wait, that's
Darren
not
Saito?
a DNF. He fixed it before he stopped the timer.
Yep.
Yes.
That was a lot of moves for.
A lot of fumbles in this round.
Yep.
I don't know if it's morning jitters or what.
It is 2x2 and nerve, so that combination is just gonna be rough for, and your nationals.
Exactly. And also, I think the stream setup is a little bit intimidating because of the front view and the top view that we just saw got bumped into. It looks like the angle changed a little bit. We'll see if it's okay for the next solver.
Hopefully we're going to get Zane's final solve in very soon.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna fix the camera a little bit before it goes up, I think.
Because it was bumped. I think the red one was bumped, and also maybe like some oil or something got on it. Looks a little blurry.
Yep.
I think maybe they're calling up.
I believe they're calling pyramids, so I think I might actually just switch it off here.
Asked to not come here, I guess, to the station. Couldn't tell you that.
We have some instant replays. Oh, this I remember this.
Yeah.
This was Ryan 7 when he went chasing after the cube.
Yep.
Yep. This is Luke's .9. Yeah, that was a really nice solve. This is Kimberlin's. Oh, fumble on the 3-4.
All right, so Dane and I are going to switch off for our next two casters. Okay. Yes. So I believe we're transitioning to Pyraminx right now, and yeah, we'll have our next two casters sub in, and yeah, hopefully you guys have a good rest of the day.
Honestly, that's not a good color for him, in my opinion. It's a little too, like, rosy red.
Okay.
I think he could think a little better
Yeah.
of that if he wants one. Very deep.
I don't think many people are here to watch me right now.
Yes, they are. Everyone.
Everyone.
Bruh, a kid looked like he intentionally did a wrist stop in front of the WDC member.
Oh no.
No worries. So I just basically was like, please give him to me or kid.
Right.
And I need to figure out his name again because I want to watch it.
Right.
Or tell anyone who
Right.
I think he was too scared to do it around here again.
Those need to come down here.
Hello? Okay, this is working. All right. We're now done with 2x2, moving on to Pyraminx Group 1. I am Aiden Bartlett, joined with Michael Chai, subbing in for Chris Nathwani, who will be here shortly.
Hello, hello. All right. So yeah, we wrapped up 2x2 going into Pyraminx. Aiden, we saw you competing in 2x2 not that long ago. And
Right, I got a 2.5 average, I think.
Yeah,
Not
bad.
fantastic. I plus 2'd my first solve, and then now that the round's over, I talk about it. There was a solved lair scramble with an 8-move CLL.
Right, right.
That I somehow just completely messed up and did the wrong CLL algorithm.
On the,
I had to do a J perm.
red, right?
Yeah, it was on red.
Yeah.
Had to do a J perm to finish it off and got a 192, what should have been probably my third official sub one, but these things happen.
These things happen. And yeah, we're getting started with Pyraminx. Now something, if you've been watching this stream up to this point, 2x2 and Pyraminx are extremely fast-paced in comparison
Yes.
to anything we've watched before.
The groups move really, really quickly.
Yeah, so if you're actually trying to pay attention, don't look away.
Really?
Looks like we're getting Noah Swore going up. Oh, Chris is already here.
All right, hey everybody, I made it.
Just in time.
Did it just start?
It did just start. We have Noah Swore going up for his first solve.
Well, that's a tough little solution
337.
there. Marcus came
Marcus
in
came
on
in.
the blue stage. Is this Group 1?
This is Group 1, yes.
Group 1 just started.
It did.
Oh, that's awesome. Marcus did a similar solution to Noah, I believe. But better turning there. Marcus has a sub 2 official average.
Does. Is it 1.9 or 1.8?
I believe 1.9.
Okay.
I see Curtis Chai out of the corner of my eye. Oh, that rhymes. Wow.
Where's Daniel Partridge? Probably in the UK.
Does anyone know how Zane did in 2x2? I haven't checked.
144 average, I think I saw.
Oh, that's not great for him.
I had a scramble that was a solved lair with an 8-move CLO. I did the wrong out. I did the wrong out.
Weren't you in Zane's group?
I think I was. So Zane likely got that same scramble.
Maybe that was the 113.
That would have been the second solve.
147 on an 8-mover.
Yeah,
that is not
9 moves.
at all.
9 moves. Must have been a pretty bad lockup.
Alex Moss.
I didn't see anybody get sub 1 on that scramble.
Yeah. 326 for Alex Moss. What CLL was it?
It was inverse lefty sexy sledge.
Really?
Yeah.
That was
U2
the scramble?
AUF. U2 AUF. I for some reason
that's
did.
Tough.
I don't know why. I just like saw the opposite corners here, and I was just like, oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
I do it from this angle. No.
I would AUF before.
I AUF'd after, but I also had to do J perm.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, and Brian Johnson DNF'd 2x2.
That is crazy stuff.
One of the favorites to podium was second on the psych sheet. Is no longer going to be moving on.
Which is very unfortunate.
Brian was second at North American Champs last year.
He was?
I believe so.
Oh, wonderful.
So it looks like so far we have Luke Garrett in first place with a 132 average. That'll actually put him in first for the entire seed. As Zane got a 144.
Zane 144.
Samir Agarwal second place so far. Brendan Lynn third. Will Callan falling behind, and then Michael Nielsen to round out the top 5.
I wish we went a little lower. I would have been right there.
I got a 2.5 average, so I'll, comfortably in second place.
Oh, that's so close.
That's really close. We can't quite see because Noah's hair is blocking, but I think that's good.
I think it's good.
Yeah, you can hear the judge say they think it's good.
Yeah.
I think you should get a delegate.
They are calling over delegate. Marcus Kamen will now be going.
Oh, we just the
Ooh.
wrong L4E.
Wrong L4E.
So for those of you who aren't super up to date with Pyramix methods, Noah getting
Really
his
contemplating.
hand protractor out.
Yeah.
But for those of you who aren't familiar with Pyramix methods, there are two main methods people use, top first and V first. Although V first is really... is
nobody uses top first anymore.
Yeah. There was a big debate back in the day.
Yeah.
Like right when I started maining Pyramix, it was like...
I think it's +2.
I learned V first, but because it was just easier to learn. But at the
Yeah.
time, Drew Brads was at the top, and he was using top first. Top first is where you solve... I typically use a method called one flip, where you solve 2 edges around the center and put an edge in flipped next to the center. You do an algorithm to solve all the centers, and then you do an L3E algorithm to solve the last 3 edges, which in theory is good, although it's hard to get a good top sometimes.
Yeah.
V first, you solve an entire layer minus an edge, and then you do an algorithm, I think...
Or 2 steps.
Or 2 steps.
Yeah.
To solve the entire cube. The entire puzzle, sorry.
The entire tetrahedron.
Alex Moss with a 383. Yeah, I mean, to a degree now, it's completely algorithmic for me.
Yeah.
And like for most like good solvers. I'm not going to say top solvers because I'm not there anymore. But yeah, I have a 2.4 average. That's out of the top 100 now.
Wow.
Yeah. That was sub the world record when I first started cubing.
That's insane.
And now I think I'm in like the 120s.
I believe this is the main reason that people switched over from top first. Top first used to be kind of like the main strategy for top solvers. The reason, to my understanding, that it's now kind of shifted is because Pyramix hardware, as it's gotten better, it's easier to do the flick moves required to do fast L3 algorithms.
Top first was, at least the way Drew saw, was very wrist turn reliant.
Yes.
If you watch some old Drew Brad's Pyramix solves, those are absolutely insane.
All of Timo Koloshinsky's Pyramix world records work with top first as well.
Yes. Although I believe Timo uses both now.
Yeah, now uses both.
Although he's not super focused on Pyramix. He was the
Still
2019 world champion.
Yeah, still gets sub 2 averages.
Nice. 205 for Marcus. Marcus, if you can see, he's not super... he doesn't use the new age turning, really. He's the last of the old batch of Pyramix.
That looks like if you sped up my turning.
Yes. Or mine.
You have to speed up mine much more, I'm sure. I have like a 4.4 official average.
Noah 3-3. Tough. Noah has a 256 official average, I believe.
Not on pace to break that.
No, not at all.
Barring like 2.8s.
Yeah.
Which then we'd be talking about more than just an average, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the top Pyramixers these days, they flick the puzzle on the U-face from the front of the puzzle rather than the back, which is not how you turn a 3x3 or a 2x2 or any n/n. The people who were good at Pyramix back in the day, like myself and Marcus and like Daniel Goodman, people like that, flick from the back of the puzzle most of the time.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Yeah, I can't.
That just makes more intuitive sense to most
exactly.
people.
I can flick from the front of the puzzle on the U-face, or on like doing U moves in my right hand. I can't do it with my left hand.
Yeah. It's tough.
It's really hard. I tried.
Pyramix is a very hard event to finger trick properly.
I've given up being a Pyramix main. It's just too hard now.
Yeah.
People are so good. The favorites at this competition are
Ezra Shear,
Michael Nielsen, Harsha Paladugu. Am I missing people?
Yeah, you've got some other people.
Simon Kellum, Dylan Cosson.
Cosson?
Yeah, Cosson. Kerry Creech.
Kerry Creech. But I think that Ezra is almost definitely the favorite to win it. Has, I believe, all of the world records for averages even larger than 5.
I think so, yeah. Noah with a 470. That's going to be counting, I think. Marcus starting his 4th solve. Oh, he did the wrong alg there again. That's a counting 3 for Marcus Kamen. Very tough for him.
Not a huge deal. This is round 1. There's going to be...
It's true. There's 2 more rounds after this. What do you think is going to make the final?
You know, I don't really know what this actually looks like for Pyramix.
I think I'm either just outside the top 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm just outside the top 20 with a 2-4.
So we'll say I would say then maybe somewhere in the 2.5 range.
That would be crazy. I'd say like 2.7, 2.8.
Chris, have you podiumed at Nationals before Pyramix?
No, I have not.
No.
The best I've done is 5th.
Okay.
In 2016.
I for some reason had a memory of you being second place. One
No,
year.
I went into the 2016 final third.
Gotcha.
And I
Okay.
had sat next to Drew Brads, who had just destroyed the world record
Yeah.
average in the previous round, if you remember that.
I do remember that.
Yeah, so everyone was like watching us.
That is a lot of pressure to deal with.
Curtis Chai, 302. Yeah, it was my first nationals too.
Yeah.
It was very nerve-wracking because all eyes were on us, and Drew and I were alternating solves too.
Mhm.
So like, if Drew
It
wasn't
almost felt
solving,
head-to-head.
everyone was watching.
Yeah.
188. Okay. But yeah, I think it was 5th in 2016, and since then I haven't been close. I didn't even make finals in 2019.
Wow.
I think the goal is to sneak my way into the final. this
Gotcha.
weekend.
Yeah.
I think it's doable, barring a 3 average, which is very possible.
Someone says that watching Ezra on Twitch, his average of 100 is consistently around 1.7 or less.
Which is ridiculous. I can't believe Pyramix is this fast too. I say this about a lot of events. 168. Okay, so I think this last scramble is pretty easy. Let's see what Marcus can pull out here.
You know who could be a dark horse in Pyramix is Brian Johnson as well.
Yes, this is true. Oh, this last scramble does look easy. I think this is a 2-move V into an easy L4E. Yep. Yep. Okay, yeah, Marcus is not going to be happy with that, but I think it was 3 moves to L3E or something like that.
Yeah.
It looks pretty easy. Or sorry, 4 moves. Probably like RL, UR, UR, UR.
I trust you indefinitely.
I missed one
Let's
look
go.
and had to do like 2 L4Es again. But
So Marcus with a mid-2 average, I think.
thanks.
Yeah,
Very
somewhere around
solid.
there, I think. Already basically through Group 1.
Pyramid Group 2. I'm
Yeah,
here,
Group 2 is getting called up as we speak.
I'm here through Group 3, I believe.
Group 3? I think it should be Group 2.
No, but I'll be here through Group 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think I compete Group 5.
I thought we were both here through Group 4.
Oh, maybe you're right. I think you might be right, actually.
I can't quite tell.
Hold on. Let's see. Curtis Chai going into his last solve. Oh, 212.
You can see some of those front face flicks.
Yes, Curtis Chai is he's definitely on the come up. Someone to watch out for. Only 10 years old.
Looks it.
He's got a 1.5 official 2x2 average, or 1.6, something like that. He's from Connecticut. I hear a lot of talk from his friends telling me he's going to beat my state records.
All right.
I fully expect it.
Well, when you're a 10-year-old keeper and you're already getting close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm on my way out. He's on his way in. So I'm excited to see what he can do. I told him to at least leave me FMC.
Yeah.
And I'd be okay.
All right. But 10-year-olds, they don't do FMC.
Exactly.
Actually, so there was an FMC comp in Singapore.
Yes, Jay
today.
McNeil tied the world record mean, 21 flat.
4th place at that competition was a 10-year-old.
What?
Yeah, you got a 31 mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jay, apparently the second 2 scrambles were just not good at all.
Wow.
He got a 19 on the first, or I believe, sorry, 19 on the second one. The other 2 scrambles were not great. I know other top FMCers were there, but especially the last one was not good at all. And Jay somehow pulled out a 23. And I think the next best result on the scramble was over 25.
Sorry, somebody asked when Ezra is going to be on stream. He'll be competing in Group 9.
Okay. And I checked, we are both only here until after Group 3.
Okay.
So we've got 2 more groups. Who do we have coming up next?
So this was actually Group 2. I guess I didn't realize that Group 1 finished with Noah Swore. Group 3, we have Chris Vanderbrink, Kerry Creech, Livia Kleiner, Tommy Cherry, Titus Sutterfield, James Elliott, Alec Bohawk, and Varun Mohanraj.
Yes, and in Group 2, we've got Luke Garrett, Daniel Porter, Braden Roten, Nathan Ron, Dylan Costin, Zach Oakes, Joey Saya. Yeah. So I think people look out for.
Oh wait,
in
okay.
Group
This
2.
was Group 1. Never mind.
Yeah, people look out for in Group 2. Luke Garrett, Dylan Costin, and Zach Oakes for sure. Zach Oakes' PR average, I believe, has like 2 counting 1s and a counting 3.
That's rough.
Which is tough. I don't think he practices much anymore, but he's definitely capable of pulling off something good. Dylan is very, very good. I think he's a dark horse for podium.
Luke Garrett, of course, has like a 212 average or something officially.
He's just good at every. Like he'll put his mind to like getting good at an event, and he'll just be good at it.
It's like 1 month later, he's like, okay, yeah, top 20 in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Why
I think
not?
the craziest thing is him getting good at blind.
Yeah, he's. like a low 30 with
Yeah, just
M2
randomly.
OP.
Yeah, because his CPS is so good. All right, Dylan onto his first solve. Phone almost falling over there. Real ones know the phone struggle.
I just don't even bother filming my solves anymore.
Yeah, I film 2-3 Pira, and that's about it.
I hope that if my dad is in this crowd, that he'll film me.
All right. First scramble. I see a block on blue. Oh, 154
That
for
didn't
Dylan.
even look that good. So.
It was great turning from Dylan.
This is heartwarming.
Yes.
You got it, bud. Come on.
Oh.
There he goes. There he goes. He knows the L4E.
He knows the L4E? Wow. Wow. I wonder if this is his first nationals.
I would have to say, I would assume.
Yeah. It's really wholesome to see people going to their first nationals. It's such a. I remember being so like overwhelmed, but
I
so
know.
excited.
I was
at my
also
first.
2016 was also my first nationals.
It was a weird venue.
I was very dark. It was very dark at 2016 Nats.
All right, Luke Garrett onto his first solve.
Oh yeah.
It was in Portland, Oregon that year.
Chirping it up with the judge. Yeah, Portland, Oregon. It was rainy, but
close
the food was great.
Yeah, close to my home state of Washington.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, this is a nice scramble. It's a 3-move V.
Luke sticking his tongue out. That's how you know he's thinking.
It's true. He's got his thinking
really,
cap
he's
on.
really leaving it out there.
237.
237.
That was a good solution. Luke to the face.
Do the
okay,
face.
Zach Oakes.
He's got to do it.
With his first solve.
I gave a wink to the camera yesterday. He's got to do the face.
304 for Zach. He's not happy with that.
Zach always does the same look after every solve.
I
feel
know,
like.
it's
he always,
so funny.
He always like straightens his posture and then looks up, like around.
See if anyone's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zach Oakes is also a delegate.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
He did not bring a warm-up cube with him.
Don't need it.
Do you bring warm-up cubes with you?
Sometimes. Well, usually for like events I care about.
Okay, yeah.
2x2 I did not bring a warm-up cube. I had my backpack with me because I knew I'd be coming back over to stream in a sec. But I did not use any of the cubes from my backpack to warm up.
I like to bring both usually, or I like to bring a warm-up cube for every event, just because like I just like to turn my cubes when I'm just chilling in the waiting area. Aiden Bartlett, yes, the 2019 Square One World Champion.
Currently the Square One World Champion.
Still the World Champion.
There was no Worlds in 2021.
For the next 4 weeks or 2 weeks?
Yes, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Who is going up here?
Barring some unfortunate event happening, causing the results to get DNF'd.
Yes, that would be unfortunate.
That would be so unfortunate for those who competed at the 2023 World Championships.
I don't think that'll happen though.
I don't think so either.
All right.
Not going to get a great view.
I don't know. It's kind of cool to watch it through the phone. This reminds me of like some cool shot someone would do in 2016 in like a comp video.
I remember this. The Chris Olsen classic.
Yes. Yeah, you younger keepers don't know Chris Olsen, man. Go look up Cyo the King, CYO the King on YouTube.
CYO the King. Some excellent
videos. My favorite cubing videos like ever.
The 2017 Worlds video still gets me going.
I love that video. I showed them to my girlfriend actually because she wanted to like see cubing videos.
Yeah,
and I was like, here you go.
That's like
the
one you want to show.
Yeah, she was like, why am I so invested in this?
Yeah.
I showed her the speed cubers the other week. She really liked it. I think she almost cried.
I showed my girlfriend the speed cubers just so that she could see that yes, I was in it. For
oh
a brief moment.
I was not in it.
Very briefly.
I think I forgot to sign the release form. Is what happened. AJ is in that. Is in that though.
Yeah, he's interviewed.
Yeah.
I'm only in it as like, oh yeah, I podiumed.
Oh yeah.
So they have me up there at the end. I think that's how old I am. I am 19 years old.
Okay, solid 320. Luke on to solve 2, getting a 2-3 on his first one. The 2022 Great Lakes champion. He also got 3rd place in 3x3 at North American Champs last year. Definitely one of the favorites to maybe win this competition.
Absolutely.
I think 3x3 is going to be closer than people think. I'm not going to lie.
Really leaving these tips a little bit askew.
Yeah. 359 for Luke. He's not happy with that. Yeah, I think, honestly, people think Max Park is going to run away with 3x3. I don't even think that's close to the case. Well, I think Max is going to have to put in some serious work to win this comp.
Maddie last year 559 average, I believe, in NAC finals.
And a PR average, or a PR single as well.
Yeah. Brendan Lynn could even. He won Canadian champs versus Maddie.
Yeah. Brendan Lynn, Max, Luke Garrett, Maddie. Who else? Luke Greiser.
Luke Greiser could.
Max
Samir
Shao.
Agarwal.
Yeah, so many good people at this
Asher.
comp. Asher, yeah.
Lots of sub-sixers.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see.
Maddie 562 in NAC finals. Okay, I was close. 0.03 off.
Yeah. Chad, I don't think Ezra's running away with Pierre for sure. I think one, nerves are very real, and
Ezra has never been to a national
final.
championship
Yeah,
before. Yeah.
he will have. This will be his first nationals final, barring an unfortunate DNF average or bad average. So, I think it's important to realize how real big finals nerves are. Aiden, you could also relate to this. It's just, it's the most nerves I've ever experienced during big comp finals.
It's really tough to, especially when it's your first one.
Yeah. I remember my first nationals final, one of the solves, my hands were shaking so hard, I tried to turn the cube and I locked up so bad I popped.
Yeah. Because I think the thing is, a lot of people think they know how it's going to feel, and then they get up there, no.
You look into the crowd, and there's just a sea of people watching you, especially if you're a top seed.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I almost think that the strategy is to try and, underperform slightly in semifinals so that you get a lower seed.
Oh, was Ezra in NAC finals?
Ezra, okay. So Ezra...
Still, but he didn't podium there.
He's never been to a nationals.
Yeah.
I don't think Ezra was cubing in 2019 when our last national championships was held.
All right, where is Dylan Costin? I want to see what he's got after that 1-5.
Yeah, we saw one solve.
Yeah, I'm trying to look over behind us to see where he's at.
Yep, I think so.
Was he red or blue? I don't remember.
Yeah, he's blue.
Blue.
All right, Luke Garrett getting started with his third solve. He's got a 2-3 and a 3-5.
Is that Dylan going right now?
Yeah.
Dylan out of stream, shaking his head. We do not know what
I saw
he
the
got.
L4E though. It looked very fast. It looked like a low 2.
Luke is not turning his tips all the way.
Luke 285. He says, my bad. Hey, but that's counting. Luke Garrett on pace for, I think, a sub-3 average.
Ezra got 172 in NAC finals?
Ezra did not get 172 in NAC finals.
That would have won, right?
Yeah, Michael Nielsen was the North American champion, followed by Harsha Paladugu, followed by Kerry Creech.
Yeah. Who's the number 2 seed for Pierre? Is that Michael Nielsen?
Currently, yeah, Michael
Nielsen is number 2 seed.
Yeah, Michael. Oh my God. Yeah, how did I forget about Michael? Yeah, Michael could so easily podium.
Former world record holder.
Yeah, former world record holder. Former NAR holder.
Average?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ezra does have the WR average, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to perform the best.
No.
However,
sure.
I would love for him to put on a show in Pyrenees finals. I just think it's going to be a lot closer than people think.
There's always two schools of thought. Either you want to root for the underdog, or you want to root for the person who's just so far ahead that you just can't help but root for them.
Yeah, and Ezra's such a nice kid. He's so likable.
I've never met.
I want the best for him. Yeah. No, I've been to a few Michigan comps here and there just because I'll be visiting Owen and stuff. And yeah, I mean, he's just a nice kid. He's very funny.
I would say that most kids in cubing are nice kids.
Oh, Michael's WR average was 164.
164. Okay.
All right, Zach Oaks coming on the stream. We only saw his first solve, which was a 304.
I'd like to see. No, his scorecard is out of view.
All right. This does not look like a great scramble for Zach Oaks. Unfortunate. 253. Okay, found something. It's a solid solve for him. His PR average is 241.
Not bad.
I think that's just good enough for top 20 on the site
How old
sheet.
is Michael Nielsen? I believe he's
18.
18, yeah.
I don't know what his plans are for after high school, but I guess we'll see. I think we got Dylan coming up to the stream now. I wonder
Looks
what his
like
other solves are, yeah. 232 over on the red stage. Very good turning.
We switched over to the blue to see
Dylan
here.
All right. Let's see what he can pull out on this one. His hands are shaking a lot.
I wonder if he has some good times, please. Ah. Messes up the L3. Almost grabs his cube right after, which would have been a +2, likely.
I wonder how many solves he's done. All right. That was his fourth. He's got a 1-5, a 2-7, and a 3 and a 3, I think.
So not great.
Yeah. So it kind of all went downhill after the first one.
Yeah.
However, you can still pull out like a mid-2 average if he gets
It's
best of
gonna
last.
it's gonna make second round.
Oh
no matter
yeah,
what.
he's already guaranteed
Yeah.
like a low 3 average. He's not going to be happy with that. All right, Zach Oakes coming up on the blue stage, and I hear Luke Garrett being called to the red stage. So let's see what these two can put down. We've seen a 3-0 and a 2-5 from Zach.
You got it.
We got it on this one for sure.
All right, well, Zach about to
We'll
solve.
flip back and forth.
Oh. That probably could have been like
A
a
1.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a little confused there. But Zach with 2 2s and a low 3. Very solid from Zach Oakes. Luke Garrett. 337. He is not happy
Smacks
with
the
that.
table,
He's been practicing Pira.
which is crazy to think about.
3-2-ish.
He said we can hear him say a 3-2 average. All right, that's my goal. I want to beat that.
Somebody in chat said that Ezra used to make fun of cubers before he got into cubing.
That makes sense. That checks out, actually.
See, I didn't know that cubers existed before I started cubing, so.
No, the first cuber I saw was at my middle school, and he solved in like a minute and a half, and I was like, all right, I want to beat that one day. And then I did. All right, this is Dylan Cosson here. About to start his last solve. Scramble doesn't look amazing. No blocks. All right, let's see what he can throw down here. He's got a 1-5, a 2-7, and I think 2 3s. Oh, 279 +2.
Not happy with that.
All right, let's see what that third solve was.
Where's Nationals at? We are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Maybe that was a 2-3. Maybe it was a
It's 279.
yeah 2-7. What was that third solve though?
Oh, 2.58.
258.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he's +2'd out of like a mid-2 average. It's not anything special from Dylan. He's got it's sub 2, right?
He has. Yeah, I think he has a 1.8 average officially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.8 or 1.9. Yeah, who do we have coming up in Group 3?
I
That's
remember
the
checking.
question.
I look like there's some good names. We have Kerry Creech,
Oh,
Bro,
yay.
that's good for
Tommy
That's my
Cherry,
boy.
Chris Vanderbrink,
Olivia Kleiner.
Olivia Kleiner.
I mean, it's
Kevin
not good, no, it's
Min.
not good for
Oh,
me.
he's in
It's
Group 4,
average,
sorry.
it's good, But like, it's not like I average like low sub 10. Like,
Yeah, I think
I'm
I'm in
like around,
Pyramid's
like,
Group
8,
5
9,
just
like-
to double, triple check.
Who's on comms?
Pyramid Group 5.
Aiden Bartlett and Chris Shaw Nathwani.
What's up, everybody? All right, yeah.
yeah, I do layer by layer.
We'll see Carey
So it's like I do a
solve
layer
here.
and then
The
an out.
third place at North American Champs 2022. He has a
I've,
1.8
like, learned
official
L3.
average.
My recognition is just still so trash that I'm slower at it. Well, I learned like the intermediate.
There's
L3 where,
Noah's
like, you
almost. There's
insert
Noah's
a back
barely
edge,
+2.
So like,
They get +2?
we'll have to
Yeah.
put it back in.
Okay.
So, like,
Oh
if I
wow,
have
that's a nice
like,
scramble. I think that was 2
nothing
moves to a 6-move L4E. Oh, I
Seems
need
going
to.
up now.
You know, now that I've beaten my blind mean, I need to start beating my really old PRs. So I think Pyramid single is next. That's about 5 years old. 158
So,
on a
like, you
6-mover.
insert, like, an edge to something.
Me and Livia both got the scramble. The runner sent the cubes out at the same time, so we wouldn't know that the scramble was good. And she got a 1-3, I got a 1-5. I didn't one look it.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is Chris Vanderbrink.
I
I do not know what.
386 +2, so 586 for Chris Vanderbrink.
Don't know what his PR is.
Has to be somewhat decent if he's on the stream.
Yeah.
He is one of the featured competitors for the red stage. Yeah, Pyraminx is a very easy event to +2. Very, very easy. And Another aerial shot of the venue. Today is most likely going to be the busiest day of U.S. Nationals.
Likely.
This day will have the most competitors for sure. It's just a matter of who sticks around for tomorrow if they don't make second rounds.
Yeah, there are 12 groups of 3x3.
There are. It's a lot of groups.
More groups than have ever been grouped.
I think there's been more.
Maybe, yeah.
But
these are 100 people roughly per group.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
We
Tommy
have
Cherry
5 stations.
getting started with his first solve. I believe Tommy has a 2.2 average. I think it was a sub 2 fail as well.
Maybe. Doesn't matter what event Tommy's doing. If he's doing it, we're gonna be watching him.
Yeah.
Must be very comfortable under these stream conditions by now.
360 plus 2.
2 is a 360.
I won't. I was wondering if the mic was on.
Yes, I was told it was.
Hey, Chris, do you know what time Daniel goes up approx? Oh, that's Mark Goodman, Daniel Goodman's dad. Hey.
We can
hey,
look
Mr.
for
Goodman.
you.
It's good to see you.
Looks like.
Olivia Kleiner getting started with her first solve. We're looking for you, Mr. Goodman.
He's been going up around 1240.
Olivia with a 323. She's not happy with that. 1240, okay.
Yeah, he's same time as Ezra Shear, so group 9.
Oh, wow. Are they on different stages? The same
They're
stage?
on the same stage. They'll probably alternate between showing them.
3x3 is supposed to start after lunch. So once we finish Pier Minx, we'll have about, what, a 45-minute lunch break?
Somewhere in that range.
Somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
And then 3x3 will start, and it's 3x3, and then we've got a square one round 2, and 2x2 round 2, and then FMC, and we're done.
I believe 4x4 round 2 is also today,
Oh,
right?
sorry. I didn't make 4x4 round 2.
Oh, okay.
So I forgot.
I didn't either.
I got a 39 average.
I was off by 2 spots.
No,
yeah.
That's so tough. Kerry Creech starting his first solve. Kerry, known for his incredible TPS. This is his first comp in a while not using the Mr. M. I think he's been using that since the end of the pandemic.
Wow.
Yeah, you see those B moves there. 279.
Interesting looking solution.
Yeah, Kerry. I do a lot of racing. Well, racing. He's a lot better than me with Kerry. A lot of Let's Cube with Kerry, and he'll pull out crazy times. You'll see like a 3-move V, and I'll be like, "Yo, you 3-move V?" He's like, "Oh no, I did like a 6-move V to insert." Like he just randomly pulls those kinds of solutions out.
He just knows.
But he doesn't see the easier V.
Okay.
It's really funny. Tommy Cherry, the best all-rounder in America.
12.
Second best all-rounder in the world behind Martin Egdahl, I believe.
The summer ranks page on WCA has not been updated for a while.
Has it? Has it not?
Yeah, so we don't know, I guess. At least I don't know how many points behind Tommy is.
I'm excited for that to get updated. Is it updated on Cubing China?
I don't think so.
Or sorry, Cubing.com is what it is now. I'm excited for those annual summaries.
Yeah.
Those are always fun to look at. Although I think I've literally broken like 8 PRs this entire year in like 10 comps.
I cannot count how many I've broken.
I counted the other day.
I've gotten 3x3 average a couple times. Broke sub 8 for the first time. Then I got 750.
Let's go.
Then I got 753 a couple months later.
All right, Kerry Creech, starting his solve. What did yeah. All right.
8 seconds.
Yeah, this is not a good scramble again for Kerry. Kerry.
Whoa. And
401.
messes up the L for E.
Former 462 NAR clock average, yeah. That was broken right after competitions returned, before they stopped happening again. For those of you who don't remember or weren't cubing at the time, cubing competitions were canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and then they came back for about 2 weeks.
Yep.
In summer 2021. Then COVID rates spiked again, and they got canceled until the fall or the winter, and then they've been back ever since. So Kerry, in those 2 weeks of comps being back, got a 462 clock NAR average, which is very exciting. Varun Mohanraj sitting on his legs.
Not as tall as he may appear.
Tommy Cherry starting his second solve. He's got he's got a high 5 and a high 3.
Yeah.
328. That's about what he averages from what I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, Tommy not only is very, very good at all-rounding, he's very good at competing.
Yeah.
A lot of his PRs are really, really good for him.
Competes a lot.
He does.
Yeah, when you are having competitions very frequently, it does get a lot more comfortable
It's true.
to compete.
Olivia Kleiner, we saw her first solve. I don't know if she's done any more since, but her first solve was a 3.2. We didn't see the second, but it looks like a 2.7 or a 2.4. I can't read that close. All right, Scramble 3. I think this is the first person we've seen do Scramble 3, looking a lot better than the other
Does
two.
look pretty blocky.
That's a 3-move V. Yeah, 177.
177.
Very solid for Olivia.
This is Chris Vanderbrink.
That's my goal too.
Does not start the timer.
You can hear Olivia say she's happy to not embarrass herself on the stream. She said we put her on for 2x2. I was in that group, and she did one solve, and it was like a 6.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, Chris Vanderbrink doesn't start the timer. That's a DNF. I used to have a lot of trouble starting timers.
Me too.
Way
Yeah,
back in the day,
my first Nationals finals in 2018 for Square One, I did not start the timer on one of my solves, and that really threw me off the rest of the average.
At Nats 2017 in semifinals, on my 4th solve, I believe, I didn't start the timer on like a low 2, which would have guaranteed me a 2.8 average, which would have been 11th in the world at the time.
Wow. Crazy to think that how far Pyramid has
Yeah, I
come
know. 2.8 is like, I don't even think top 200 anymore.
12.
Tommy on to solve 4. Oh, 326. That's not very good execution from Tommy. It feels like every time Tommy's on the stream, we can put up a different statistic for him just because he's that damn good.
Yeah.
3-blind world record average in single, clock world record average in single.
Second in the world, summer ranks.
Clock national champion now.
Yeah. Got it at the same time. Always fun to see a world record in the final round.
Yes. Do you remember in Nats 2018 when Max Hilliard set a world record in the final, I think?
2019. Yeah, he got a 15.5 free blind.
That was 2019?
Yeah,
okay.
Which at the time was a second faster than the previous world record.
Yes. I remember seeing that and freaking out. There's no tips? They call that beef soup.
Beef soup.
8 seconds.
The term popularized by Zach and AJ. Zach Oaks and AJ Campbell, that is. 282. That looked like a very, very nice scramble. Blocks and no tips.
Having trouble turning those tips. It's a 568.
All right, who do we have coming up next? All right, we've got someone coming up to the red stage. Let's see who it is. You know, now that I think about it, they might be calling groups early because it takes people a while to get over.
Sometimes it does, yeah.
Tommy Cherry on the red stage. Last solve. He's got 2 low 3s, a high 3, and a high 5.
High 5.
Can he secure his best possible average? Yes, high 5. Oh. That's a high 3 average for Tommy Cherry. Not going to be happy with that, but that is going to get him safely into the next round.
Likely. How many make it?
100. And there's no way that a sub 4 average doesn't make the next round. That would be insane. The last Nationals, a 3.3 average made the final.
Okay.
Although that was 4
That
years
was 4 years ago, though. As hardware and methods improve.
It's true.
And cubing becomes more and more popular.
In 2018, a mid-3 average got you 5th seed in the final.
8 seconds.
Which was pretty funny. This competitor going on to a 2-flip, 303. Very nervous, it seems. I wonder how Carey's average is going.
Yeah, we haven't got to see him much, but...
Yeah, unfortunate.
I believe they're making some important announcements, but...
We can't hear him.
I cannot hear him.
We've got headsets on.
Hopefully it's something I should be aware of.
We can just go and ask after we're done.
Yeah.
Right, who do we have coming up next? It's a replay of Tommy Cherry solve.
Well, we are going to be getting off the stream soon.
Yeah, once the next group of pyramids is called.
Our replacements arrive.
All right. That 282 from this competitor, very inefficient. That L4 can be solved in, I believe, 6 or 8 moves, depending on which case it was. But he solved it in
where you
10 plus.
Like L prime, U prime, L, canceling the sledge or hedge?
No, it's like the L prime UL RUR prime.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I think that's Pyramix Group 5, or Group 4.
Which.
So I think that calls it for us. Take a look out for, I think Kevin Min was going to be on the stream soon. He's a 2-1 official average. So definitely keep a lookout for him. All right, guys. It's been a pleasure. We will see you. Aiden and I will see you at some point after lunch.
3x3 Group 1, I think.
Yeah, I'll see you guys for
right
3x3
away, yep.
Group 11 and 12. So I'll see you guys way later in the day.
No, I think you're also going to be in Group 1 and 2 with me. Looks like.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong schedule. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Peace.
No, I can judge it. You can. Yep. Hey, Evan, is this called up and like going? Is this called up and going? Okay.
I think no.
Are you ready?
And we are coming back with Pyraminx Group 4. I am Nick Silvestri, joined by...
Hey, it's Michael Chai back again. And we're doing Pyraminx Group 4, it seems like, right?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. As we're getting started here, I don't know if we've been able to keep track of any notable results. But something to keep in mind is that Pyraminx, a lot of stuff has been happening. As this competitor...
This is, I believe, Samuel Fang.
Oh, +2 there.
Samuel Fang is a known square one solver.
Correct. And then just Pyraminx, the world record average was broken really recently with, I believe, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but Ezra Sher?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, is that approximately correct there? With a 151 Pyraminx average. Absolutely bonkers. And not too long ago, Elijah Brown breaking the Pyraminx single record.
That single record had previously stood for a very, very long time.
It's got to be one of the oldest records that did exist, right? If not the oldest?
Yes, at the time, but now it stands at a 0.75, an extraordinarily fast record. I don't know if anybody has even gotten close to that.
Yeah, probably not, honestly. It is really hard to get Pyraminx that. And Harsha, wow, flashing the absolutely gigantic tripod.
Gigantic tripod, very, very patriotic hat.
Yeah. As we all know, Michael Nielsen and Harsha sharing the hat, or having 1 and 1, not as sure. 219. Not bad for Harsha. I don't know if that's exactly what he's going for. I don't think so. But
Harsha currently has a 1.80 average of 5 and a 0.98, I believe 2 0.98 single solves, actually.
yeah.
Recently, just at, I believe, Michigan 2023, Harsha put down another 0.98, tying his personal record. But
oh, cool.
I was going to say, unlike 2x2, Pyraminx is another fast event, but sub-1 solves are quite a bit rarer. In fact, many of the people at the very top of our psych sheet, including the world record holder, Ezra Shear, does not have a sub-1 single. Neither does Michael Nielsen, another former world record holder, set just this year.
Yeah.
So if we can see some sub-1 second solves, I think we would be a very lucky people.
Yeah. Just in terms of probability, I think Pyraminx, just the nature, I don't know this to be true, but having to consider orienting the tips of the puzzle definitely makes it to where sub-1 tends to be rather difficult. But also something to keep in mind, a name that you brought up, Michael Nielsen, was actually, I don't know if people even remember, so I love to bring this up, but he's actually a North American champion for Pyraminx.
Yes, this is correct.
Yeah.
Last year at North American Championships in 2022 in Toronto, Michael Nielsen won the whole thing.
Yeah, and that was an extremely hype final, so shout out to Michael Nielsen for being able to pull that one off. And he looks to go back to U.S. Nationals and bring in the heat again, pretty much.
Yes, he has been having some very strong performances. Just this year, back in January, he set an NAR, and then I believe in March or April it was, he broke the world record with a 1.65, I believe. Now that world record is down to a 1.51 average.
And I will say the Pyraminx event might be one of the most wide open events that we have in terms of being able to podium here. Because going all the way down to maybe someone such as maybe even Luke Van Lanningham, you could really see a lot of variance here.
Yes, that is definitely true. You miss one of those flicks on those Pyraminx tips, and it could really put your average just over enough. We have Daniel Karnock. So doing the tips right up front. Seems to have made a mistake. A little bit confused.
Oh, dang. That's a bit rough.
7.50.
If you're unfamiliar with Pyraminx, there's a few methods that a lot of the top solvers use. Just, method neutrality there. One popular one is V first. Of course, there's a layer-by-layer method as well with Pyraminx. And there's probably a couple other more as well.
And if you're watching at home and you're not very familiar with how a Pyraminx turns, it's similar to a 3x3. You have those 3 layers there and they turn. And you might notice that it seems like those tips are very, very easy to solve. And that is correct.
Yes.
It is very easy to solve those, but in speed cubing, it's not about the difficulty of the puzzle to solve. And those tips can be an ergonomic nightmare.
Yeah, and you'll see some of the highest level solving. They will turn 2 or even up to 3 tips all at the same time. You'll see them manipulating their hands in a specific way. So that is part of what makes what we call these scramble-dependent events in 2x2 Skib and Pyrrha. They're not so much scramble-dependent as they are actually ergonomic dependent almost in a way.
Yes.
Because you can't be at the highest level of 2x2 without knowing how to turn the puzzle. And not everyone can do that, including myself.
So we can see Samuel Fang has a 2-tip scramble here. So the V put down a 3.21.
Not bad.
Many of these top solvers can look at the scramble and plan out every one of their moves in advance.
Right. Oh, is that a...
It's a little blocked by the tripod, but I believe that is a +2 in the back.
That's unfortunate. Harsha maybe not getting... Honestly, this is not a great start for him. But, just got to calm your nerves. Make sure you don't do anything like too crazy. Like a DNF is not impossible. So making sure that doesn't happen is really important. And then obviously he'll get 5 more solves in the next round, given that he just has his normal performance.
Andrew Mao up.
Okay. All right, and let's see what he sees here.
8 seconds.
Planning out something.
So using
2.11.
Using that big green block, I'm not exactly sure which scramble that is, but just something to keep in mind. Pretty fast solve for him.
This Andrew Mao has a 2.42 average and a 1.97 single personal record. So that 2.11 is, I believe, definitely on the stronger side.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Daniel Karnock again, and we can see that big green block there.
Yeah.
Definitely going to try and take advantage of that. With these big green blocks, you can, in a way, skip a step, and depending on exactly how you can take advantage of that.
And you do see, I mean, obviously that first solve was not his best showing, but significantly better here. And he also used that green block. So as we can start to identify the scrambles, you'll see a lot of similar solutions coming. That might be the second scramble here. But Samuel Fang obviously already got quite a few solves in, so he already passed that scramble for sure.
8 seconds.
Wow.
It's way
You know, something that, Nick, I'm not appreciating enough, and I'd like to highlight on stream, and we talked about the tips, but Sam, he's actually manipulating the top tip as he picked up the puzzle. So instead of like flicking it, he just kind of like, brushes by it, and it seems to turn. And then he picks it up.
There's a little bit of dead time there while they're picking up the puzzle where they can freely move around some of these pieces. And if you can do more things at the same time, then you tend to spend less time doing other things.
Yeah, so you
and that
combine the
results in an
pickup.
overall shorter solve time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because the other ones weigh like 3 pounds
So this is our first group of, or excuse me, our first round of Pyraminx. And so right now, I believe the pressure is probably fairly low. Most of the competitors are mostly looking at making it into the next round.
Right, right.
So there will definitely be some nerves, but I think we'll definitely see this increase in the subsequent rounds as the advancements get more and more competitive.
All right, a 4-1-4 for this competitor. Not too happy with the results. But here's the thing with like these events, and just events in general at US Nationals. If you're someone that's looking to, if you're looking to break your PR, and that PR happens to be, you're looking to break them in rounds 1 and rounds 2, because in the final round you're just looking to have a steady performance, because you really can't expect to do something that crazy, which sort of highlights. And Harsha, timer did not stop, just to clarify, and then he did fix the puzzle before stopping the timer. But yeah, man, Harsha having a rough round, guys.
This is true. The top 100 will be advancing, and currently, based on the previous results of competitors, the 100th result is around 3.64 seconds. So, given a little bit of unluck, I believe most competitors probably are looking to get a sub-4 average of 5. Throwing out the fastest and the slowest solve, a sub-4 hopefully will land them safely into the next round. Andrew Mao again with a 2.02.
Wow, impressive, yeah.
Yeah, so we have a 2.11 and a 2.11?
Yeah, I think so.
There's a lot of numbers on screen. They can. This is the third day.
Yeah.
Some of these numbers are starting to get jumbled around in my head.
And Samuel Fang, I believe this should be solve number 5 for him.
I'm answering a question in the chat. We have people watching the waiting area, making sure they're not on the stream.
Correct. So essentially, let's go ahead and just double check Samuel Fang's solve real quick. Don't want to miss anything. I don't see anything for this scramble, truthfully. A lot of checkerboard on this solve.
Yes, all 4 of those tips were twisted, and so about a fraction of a second, but given how short these overall Pyraminx solves are, those fractions of a second from all 4 tips can begin to add up.
But in terms of managing and the responsibility of the competitor waiting areas, our competitors are split up into 5 separate stages. So we have 5 separate competitor waiting areas. And each of these stages has 2 stage leads, where these stage leads are some of the most experienced, and they know exactly what to do in terms of making sure that people are not doing anything completely wild in the competitor waiting area, even as far as telling people to sit down. If you've been to any competition, you'll see people like to stand. So this is pretty much, even there's no concrete method to making sure that people can't be on their phones. We have people responsible in the right places making sure. that they're not sniping the stream. Having 2 stage leads of some of the most prominent delegates in America will get you pretty far.
Is it possible to see like a streamer schedule?
Andrew get up again.
I want to talk to Nick Silverstein about
Currently with a 2.42 personal record.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the 2 salts that we've seen on stream so far are putting him on pace for a potential new PR average.
Schedule that's not released to the public. I don't know about one that is public. Give me a sec here.
Oh, 360. That last scramble is tough.
Yes, we've seen some people definitely trip up their fingers on it.
It just doesn't look easy. Like, it requires a lot of moves. Got to be really fast. And yeah, CubingUSA Nationals, about 1,200 competitors so far. Probably roughly around showing up, 1,100 people showed up probably by the end of 3x3. So if we have 5 stages, essentially each stage is about a 200 to 250 person competition, which really divides up the workload. And when you really get to the higher level competition, this is what you start to see here. And of course, we got all the extra stuff, the booths, the registration desk, all that stuff goes into play. So huge respect to the staff.
We have a staff team of, I believe, over 120 people.
Is it 150 by chance? Over 120 for sure. It is a lot.
It's up there.
Yeah, and they're doing tremendous work. So shout out to those individuals. Also, Walker Welch's birthday was yesterday.
Congratulations to Walker Welch. Walker Welch is a deputy of CubingUSA who is putting on this competition. Has had a integral part of making this competition happen, as well as many other competitions all over the United States.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Walker.
Correct. Congratulations to Walker. And right now we're pretty much wrapping up Group 4. And to answer your questions, we will be moving on to Group 5 very, very shortly.
Yes, we have some names to look out for in Group 5. Those include Brendan Dunnigan, Krish Nathwani. You know Krish from the announcer booth up here. We also have Elijah Rain Phelps and Peter Hibble. Also in Group 5 on the blue stage, we have Elijah Brown, the current world record single holder for Pyraminx, Carter Kukala, Evan Wright, and Ash Black. And here we can see Krish.
Oh, wow.
3.42. Clearly wishing he could have done a little bit better on this solve. But again, being an average of 5, the best and worst solves get thrown out. So this 3.42 hopefully will be one of his worst solves, and he can discard it. Krish currently has a 2.48 average at a competition and a 1.58 second single. So Krish is looking at getting around 2.5 seconds. Obviously, starting off with a rough solve is not exactly what you want to see, because it immediately removes the margin of error that you have. It just kind of gets you started off on the wrong foot there. So the mental game is going to be harder fought for Krish.
Let's see. Krish, not too great for his performance here. I know Pyraminx has got to be his main event, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so not getting what he's looking for. Ranked 31 on the psych sheet so far.
Actually, Krish has quite a strong performance in fewest move solving, as well as Skewb. We do tend to notice that the people who are good at Pyraminx also tend to be good at another relatively short event like Skewb.
Right. All right, and this competitor,
hands are shaking.
Oh man, this is
very nervous apparently.
Holy heck! It's okay.
Quite nervous. Missed that last turn, getting a +2. So that still will count as a completed solve, but it will result in a +2 second penalty added on to the final time.
And we've heard quite a few competitors let us know that it is extremely nervous to be put on the stage like that. So it is definitely an entirely different environment for sure. especially if you've never really gone through it before. But a lot of our experienced competitors, it's not their first rodeo. But yeah, you could clearly see, man, that was rough. That was rough.
Seeing Krish come back to the stage, had a 3.5 second stall, 3.42 in the first attempt.
Right.
Probably looking at getting under 2.5. However, I do believe anything less than a 4 should be relatively safe to move on into the next round.
Yeah.
So
Krish having a slight pause on the top tip right there. I'm not sure if he thought that it would have been solved or just wasn't able to see what the AUF would be for that. Solving with green on the bottom, 381.
Another misalignment when finishing the solve. However, it does look to be under the threshold for being considered a +2 penalty.
Correct.
When it is more than halfway to the next state of the puzzle, that is when it counts as a penalty. Elijah Rain Phelps up. Very quick flicks on the inspection.
Yeah. So this competitor choosing green on the bottom.
Unfortunately, it looks like had an edge flip there, and when you have a flipped edge, they tend to take a little bit longer to fix.
Right. All right, Elijah, 288. And this is just a... Yeah, this is the tale of what it means to be competing at U.S. Nationals. But, you know, speaking with Elijah Brown just a little bit earlier, he said he was beginning to feel nauseous and was, like, feeling physically ill because of the nerves that he was developing. So he needed to step out of the venue for a bit. And that's just, you know, when you have expectations, and that's why we had a seminar such as Pressure is Privilege the other night, where a lot of competitors have to figure out a way to just understand that it's okay and just work through it.
Evan right up. A lockup on that very first turn, it looks like.
322. Brennan Dunnigan getting a 319 clock single last night to secure third place on the clock podium. Absolutely wild.
It was a tie as well. The single was the differentiating factor.
Yeah, wild. Brennan also going green on the bottom here, and 311.
And Carter Gukala, current skew world record average holder.
Yeah. Oh. 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 That was triple whammy, Nick.
That looked like a series of unfortunate events. Didn't get off to quite the start.
Right.
That
so
I'm sure they wanted.
If I recall, trying to stop the timer, noticing the +2, fixing the Pyraminx, going to stop the timer again, and then fumbling the Pyraminx. So 3 in a row incidents in that short 5-second solve.
Elijah Rain Phelps determining the best continuation for this scramble.
Oh, okay. So
A little
309.
bit of a recognition pause, but still a respectable 3.09.
As you'll see with that scramble, there is a large red line, but people not using that large red line because Pyraminx, when you see a line, deceptively not useful. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Evan Wright, another pause on that last few edges there for the Pyraminx and finishing off with another +2 second penalty.
And our judge, Alex Cohen, doing what he has to do and assigning the +2. Let's see what Brendan decides to do here. Wow,
Very
so
quick.
smooth.
2.21, hardly a pause there.
Also, am I tripping? Does Brendan have a red phone, red shirt, and he's on red stage?
And the red side of the Pyraminx is facing towards us.
Oh, okay. Wow. I wonder what his favorite color is.
This is Ash Black. hit a little bit of a lockup there on a tip, but still managed to finish off with a 2.85. Among one of the stronger solves we've seen. We haven't seen any particularly...
8 seconds?
Well, let me rephrase that. We have not been seeing much world record potential, perhaps.
I think the best way to put it is we haven't seen too many ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was what I was looking for.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many ones. It's really hard to get a 1 even at the highest level. I think a lot of people have been fumbling, like we mentioned earlier, the tips. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. Pairmix has a extra dexterous component to it.
So everybody in this group has exactly the same scrambles, and that fact that we have not seen many ones is probably due to the fact that these scrambles may just be particularly difficult and not very conducive towards getting quick solves.
Right, and look at that, another +2 penalty. And see, this solve was nearly sub 1, but not even going to come close on WC Alive because of the +2. I've seen significantly more +2s here than in Scube the other day.
Sorry about that.
And the judge doing what he has to do. Ash Black also getting a 312 in Scube round 1 to secure 8th place for the next round of Scube.
8 seconds.
And Brendan, going backwards here. 304.
Those head movements are very, how should I put it? The signature move, I believe, of Brendan.
Yeah. Oh, and we got the Pairmix single world record holder right now, Elijah. Should be his second solve, but we might have missed a couple. Oh, 215 there. And you might see that Scube and 2x2 tend to be pretty one-lookable in terms of like at the very, very peak, where Pairmix, you do see a lot more steps to recognition in comparison to those events. It's a little bit harder to forecast at the moment.
Occasionally you do see these one-look solves.
Right, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Heater with a 609. Wow. Wow, that was extremely nerve-wracking.
I like Scube.
But something to keep in mind is, as we talk about being able to have 2 or 3 stages of recognition for Pairmix, Ezra Scher actually one-looks all of his solves, which definitely explains how he was able to secure a world record average. So it is possible, just doesn't exist super prominently in the event.
Not yet, that is. Give it another year, and I believe we will probably be seeing much more of that one-looking.
Correct. And this competition has been brought to you by CubingUSA, also brought to you by thecubicle.com and Happy Feet Productions.
We just heard the call for Pairmix.
Oh, and we missed Elijah's 176. That would have been great to catch on stream, Nick. How unfortunate.
Truly sad.
Does he have a Wang Chongwen Cube logo?
I believe so.
If you guys don't know the Chongwen Cube logo, just search. You'll find it. You'll know what I'm talking about. All right, and we're pretty much calling up everyone for Pairmix Group 6 right now.
A few names to look out for in this next group are Dylan Chan, Zeke Mackey, Seth Talbot, and Jonathan Tillahan. They will all be on the red stage, currently on screen. You can see by the red tablecloth there. And on the blue stage, you will be seeing Simon Callum, Samir Agarwal, Charles Jerome, and Zain Kanani.
Oh, wow. Don't have to look for a lot of names there.
It looks like we're just finishing up the tail end of 5x5. We call up 6x6 just before they're done in order to minimize the downtime between some of our groups coming to compete. Very checkerboard looking. You can see all 4 tips. Looks like missed a couple of those swipes.
Unfortunate for Elijah there. And shout out to Zeke Mackey, recently appointed delegate, if I'm not mistaken, and also part of some WCA staff, I believe the competition announcement team.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
WCA is a previously purely, but now mostly volunteer-run organization.
Yeah. I love to see these high-level competitors looking to want to do more in the WCA because this is definitely a thankless role. So shout out to Zeke for being on WCA staff. And Krish, oh, decent solve,
no.
but the tip.
Missed that turn.
That is brutal. And I wonder if like there was something in the front that he was looking at, but all I could see was that he was about to stop the timer with a unsolved tip in the back. Krish.
I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk to Krish about that performance later on in the stream.
You know, most competitors in this round of PR so far have not gotten anything that they're looking for. But, you know, at least at this level, they're trying to make the next round. And Peter, let's see if, because a couple of, you know, not great solves, if maybe the shaky hands will minimize a bit with the release pressure. Wow. Oh, not bad.
Much better than the previous two solves we saw. We saw, I believe, a 5 and a 6.
Yeah, and the competitor's smiling right before he panned away. At least he's feeling a little bit better about it.
Charles Jerome from Virginia. Faster at many of the shorter events.
Yeah.
2x2 Scube and Pyramids, I believe, in particular. 4.29. Obviously not ecstatic about that, but it's the first solve.
Yeah.
It's also not too bad.
Not bad at all. And see, Alex Cohen being an absolutely elite judge, conversing with the competitor after each solve, making sure that they don't feel the pressure, making sure that they feel comfortable in the space. Not every judge makes you feel that way.
Do you see that phone stand? Is that
I do.
Pringles can?
Yeah, it's a Pringles can. That is a absolutely wild phone stand.
The 2.47, so a respectable time to show for it. So, Real Russo, a delegate from New York, I believe. Real Russo.
I think so. All right, I have swapped out. I'm no longer Michael Chai. Well, I was never Michael Chai, but I'm on.
We all wish we could be Michael Chai.
I know, right? Well, earlier I did say I was Brandon, so I don't know. Maybe I'm a little tired today. But I'm Dana. I'm back on stream, and we are in the last three groups of pairings.
I believe Group 6 just called up, and I think we may have
2 more.
We have 9.
Oh my goodness!
So
all right. I'll be here for a bit then. I'm going to be honest, I don't know the state of Pyrminx. Also, that cube cover was a little crooked. You could see the bottom piece, at least from the back view. That's a little concerning.
These cube covers, we just got them and
Yeah.
built them a couple days ago, so they're still a little bit stiff. When we get them, they are unfolded and they ship flat. So when we put them together, they kind of still have that memory from when they were folded, and they lean a little bit.
I can't really commentate on the scrambles themselves, but looks decent, I guess.
We can look for the blocks of colors. I think notable is that there was one tip there.
Yeah.
And Simon Kellum with a 1.68, one of the fastest solves that I believe we've seen today.
Yeah.
Not too many ones so far.
A
little bit
I think
of
this may have
hesitation
been
on
the
the two
same.
tips.
Yeah. No, not different scramble. Let's see.
I believe this one was different. I think I saw 3 tips on this.
Daniel is in group 9. Are they talking about Daniel Goodman?
Yeah. Congrats, though.
I don't know. Also, hi in the chat. Yeah, and if you have been noticing, a lot of the cubes on stream have little stickers on the cube cover. That's just so that the runners can visually quickly differentiate who they should be putting on stream. Of course, we want to have the best, well, not necessarily best, but cubers that can give us some interesting solves on stream.
We have relatively evenly distributed the fastest solvers among all groups.
Which is good. I did see some people earlier asking, are all the fastest people in the last group? And no, the reason we did that is because we want for each group to have somebody, or at least a couple people, really fast, so stream stays interesting.
But generally speaking, if we do have some world record holders,
they will be in the last.
They will be in the last group.
So if you're top 1, 2, 3 in the world, you're probably going to be last group. But if you're, I suppose, world class, you might be in any of the groups. For example, they put me in group 1 of 3x3, and I'm not like world class, but I don't think I'm slow.
Simon Kellum, previously the 1.68, keeping it up with a 1.86.
1.86. Counting. Very nice.
2 ones in a row. This is the first time in the last couple of groups that I have seen 2 ones in a single average. Off to a very strong start here.
How the other groups been looking?
The previous group that came up, there was not a single one.
Okay. Lacking. No, it's just maybe the scrambles are bad.
Perhaps the scrambles were not particularly good. So these scrambles are all the same for every competitor in a single group. However, we do change them up between the groups. So they are not getting the same scrambles that they got previously. This is a scramble security policy, just to make sure that competitors are not talking about the scrambles after their group.
We've got Samir. I don't know how good he is at Pyraminx. I believe he is an all-rounder, but obviously known for Square One. Seems like some colors line up. I don't know. Not the greatest execution and a solid +2. Good call, good call.
So apparently from the last group, Harsha Paladugu did have a 1.78. I believe we missed that
average?
On the stream, though.
Or
excuse me, that was a single.
Okay.
So there were a couple of ones in the last group.
Oh.
Zeke Mackey looks like they accidentally may have made a wrong move and they had to undo it there in the middle. But still a 3.62. The current top 100 from this group will move on to the next round. So the pressure is not off, but it's certainly not as high as we will be seeing in some of the later rounds. We have 3 groups of Pyraminx, and the top 100 will move on into the second round. From the second round into the final, I believe it is the top 16. And then
I think top 20 for
top
finals?
20?
Except
that
for
makes
3x3
sense.
finals,
That
which
makes
is going
much
to
more
be
sense.
top
We have
16.
10 stations per red and blue stage, so top 20 makes a lot more sense here. And Charles Jerome up again.
Does he specialize in Pyraminx? I don't remember what
I believe he specializes in the fast events, or the short events, so to speak.
Okay, well, if you're good, all of them are fast.
This is true.
Yeah.
But Pyraminx Cube and 2x2, I believe, in particular, he is known for. And the 3.32 seemed to be a run-of-the-mill solve for him based on the reaction.
Samir does look quite different. I at least picked, in my head, he's like a little kid. So when someone was like, oh, that's Samir, I was like, oh, it's a different Samir. And yes, I did forget my shirt. I woke up in a flurry and ran to the venue, so... in my defense, Brendan also forgot his shirt. It just is more obvious when Nick is casting with me with his shirt. Like a
I'm
good
sorry
caster.
to do you this way, Dana.
It's okay. I am human. Okay.
Simon Kellum with a 1.68 and a 1.86 so far that we have seen.
Yeah. Very calm. No handshaking.
2.17.
2.17 counting.
I believe Simon has some of the most consistently fast solves out of everybody that we've seen so far. The results are currently going into WCA Live at live.worldcubeassociation.org. We have the results from previous groups being inserted as the data team gets them. Zeke Mackey with a 2.32.
In terms of the schedule, after Pyraminx, I believe we have 2 more groups after this one, is lunch. And after lunch is the coveted 3x3 event, which I think is scheduled to take 3 hours.
We have a
There
lot
are
of people
a
here.
lot of people at this competition, and some people are here just for 3x3 or just for 3x3 in another event. So basically everyone here will be competing in 3x3. And you can tell this because there are absolutely no tables and seats for anybody to sit at. They're all full. Bit of a struggle getting in this morning, but does not look happy with this scramble. 3 tips at least. Okay.
Clearly a misleading expression.
Yes,
a
although I believe
2.16.
his 2 previous solves were both 3s, and he looked unhappy about that. So we've got Samir. 4 tips, I believe. Not particularly happy with that. I also think someone else left their earmuffs. Those do not look like his. That was the final solve. And group 7, just called up?
The next group.
The next group was called up. I can't hear through these headphones. I only hear myself and Nick just bouncing around in my head. But we're transitioning to the next group.
We will finish up what is left of this group. We have currently Simon Kellum on deck.
They do look like Zane's earmuffs, actually.
And Simon with a 1.68, 1.86, and then a 2.1. I thought it was 1.2, but I might be
something
misremembering.
Like that. I always toss the third digit in there just for, ooh.
1.91.
Counting 1.86 and 1.91.
Simon
if that was his last solve, I don't remember what his 3 counting ones are.
Simon is well on his way to getting the highest or the fastest result average for this first round. But the only final average that matters for the national title is the one in the final round.
And despite that being true, a lot of the top solvers are still obviously upset at doing poorly in previous rounds. Just because it's not vying for national title doesn't mean you don't want a good result. We saw this with Zane as well. He got a, objectively speaking, not terrible 2x2 average, but definitely not what he was hoping. And a lot of people were almost always expect him to break the world record. And that's a really high bar, you know, to always be the best in the world.
There's quite a lot of pressure on some of these world record holders as they solve. Everybody is always expecting something great out of them.
Yeah.
And especially in some of these shorter events like 2x2. It depends so heavily upon the scrambles, and they can only do the best they can with what is given to them.
Exactly. And the first round for events like 2x2 is a little bit challenging because every group has different scrambles. So if you have 2 really good people in different groups like we do have, it can be very scramble dependent. Although for finals, at the very least, everyone will have the same scramble. Starting the next group off, here is Daniel Gutierrez on the red stage with a 408. No reaction. I know Daniel, at least for a while, was specializing in 3x3, doing a lot of 3x3, so I'm not sure how his other events are. And now that we are on the next group of Pyraminx, I have a, not newcaster, somebody new joining me.
We're in the 7th group of Pyraminx, Dana.
I said the next group.
How y'all doing?
Keaton's so loud. Okay, sorry.
My bad.
If you're just joining, this is CubingUSA Nationals 2023, as the name of the stream says. I'm Dana, and I'm with Keaton.
I'm Keaton, and I'm with Dana.
Yep, and we are on Group 7 of Pyraminx out of 9?
Out of 9
Out of 9 groups of Pyraminx. After which we will be breaking for lunch. That will be very exciting for stream. And coming back for the perhaps most coveted event, 3x3.
We are also, for those of you who are going to be, who are watching live from the venue or adjacent, we're going to be doing a DC, Maryland, and Virginia photograph. So if you're in any of those communities and you're here at the venue, we're going to be doing a photograph right after the last group of Pyraminx. There will be some other regions that are doing photos as well, and as we get that information, I'm going to disseminate that to you guys too. I also seem to have lost
not
my
happy with
water
555.
I also seem to have lost my water bottle. I will go retrieve it very quickly, and I'll return.
Oops. I'm not kidding.
Let's see. Ooh, 217 on the red stage. Who do we have here? I always try to figure out who's competing before they sit down and their face comes into frame.
Yeah, you're trying to guess just based on what?
Body language, clothing, hands.
Hair?
No. If you can see their hair, you can see their face.
No.
Well, that's true from this angle.
So who do we have in these two groups, Dana?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to wait for you to tell me. In this group, Group 7 of Pyraminx. On the blue stage, we have Kyle Mead, Heath Flick, Stanley Chappell, which we just saw earlier with a 5.55 that he was not too happy with, and Boris McCoy. On the red stage, this is Brian Johnson, who is not happy with the 235. We also have Cameron Miller, Hassan Kanani, and Daniel Gutierrez, which I think was the first solve of this group on the red stage that we had seen.
You should stay tuned, by the way. Next group, we're going to have Steven Winteringham on red. We're going to have Michael Nielsen, former world record holder, on blue. And in Group 9, we've got Luke Van Lanningham on red and current world record holder Ezra Shear on blue. So we've got lots of very exciting Pyraminx. Got a nice little aerial shot right here. You can see that the venue is a little bit more empty than it was earlier. Some people are breaking for lunch as they finish up Pyraminx. But of course, we will be at full capacity for a 3x3 in about 2 hours.
Here's Hassan. Earlier, we saw his brother Zane on stream for 2x2. Not the best average that he's ever gotten.
No, he actually didn't even win the round, if I remember correctly.
He started off with a 2 something, so I think that probably got to him a little bit.
Yeah.
Hassan is also a very well-rounded cuber. I think he's pretty good at Pyraminx, although seemed a little nervous on that one.
Square one is where he's got his only world record.
Yeah. Don't say only like it's not an achievement.
Well, yes, this is true. World records are very difficult to get.
Very, very difficult.
Hassan is part of a string of 19 consecutive unique square one world record single holders.
That's incredible.
Which is just a mind-blowing stat.
Yeah.
But otherwise, in 2x2, Luke Garrett got a nice 132 average, so I'm not going to, Zane did a very nice, very respectable 137.
Yeah, so. Obviously not a bad average, but not world record breaking.
Which is what people hope for.
Yeah. I think also just adjusting to the nerves of a big competition, and maybe since it's the event you care most about. Oh my God, the sign has a mind of its own. Look at that. Competing in the first round of the event you perhaps most care about can be extremely nerve-wracking, regardless of how many times you've competed on a large stage. Again, with the overhead shot, you do see some people piling out for lunch. It is around lunchtime. A lot of people have finished up Pyraminx. Maybe they're going to practice 3x3. I personally wish there was a shot of all the tables, because they're like no seats. The tables outside the venue also no seats. They're all taken. And I had some friends earlier that were just sitting under the stairs because there were no seats.
They were Mr. Potters. Stanley with a 249 on blue.
Off can.
Brian Johnson
with a 307, not really happy with that one, so the 2-3 is going to be counting.
Did you compete in Pyraminx, Dana?
I did. I got 2 4s, but I don't do this event at all, so I'm happy with that.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I originally was going to skip it, but then I was literally here just sitting outside practicing, so I was like, eh.
What were the rest of the times?
Like bad. You might have to go for a while.
I unfortunately, Pyraminx was never my strong suit to begin with. We are witnessing a very quick decline of my prowess of Rubik's Triangle, or triangles in general.
Yes, Keaton did make a Harry Potter reference. Very nice one.
Yes, someone got it.
Hassan on red. Not particularly happy with this one, I would think. Honestly, I'd be happy with that time, but,
So, Dana.
Different calibers of Pyraminx solvers. What's up?
What method do you use for Pyraminx?
Layer by layer. The same method that I learned 13 years ago.
So, when I was a new competitor, top first was the method of choice.
Really?
So
I did not know that.
I recently learned, 6 years ago,
Mhm.
I learned top first because that's what I was told to do.
Mhm.
And then you could get down to, 4 or 5 seconds with that. And
Mhm.
that was good enough. That was good enough for me.
Yeah.
And I switched from layer by layer to top first.
Mhm.
And nowadays, the method of choice for world record holders is a layer by layer method. It's V
Ah,
first in particular.
yeah.
So you solve
Three.
3 centers
Yeah.
and then 2
Two
edges in the back.
And then the rest.
And then you just solve the rest all at once.
503. Not particularly happy or upset with that one. So. Oh, that's a terrible solve to +2. That's such a good solve.
Doubling the time.
Yeah. You know, sometimes if you get a really, really bad solve and it's a +2, you're just like, whatever. But if you get a half decent solve with a +2, it just ruins your day.
Yeah, the way I like to think about it is if there is a budget of luck that I have to expend on on my 5 solves, I'm going to spend all of the luck on 4 of those solves.
Yes.
And then throw all of the bad luck on the 1.
Exactly.
If I could choose.
Yep. Brian Johnson with a 312, so the 307 is counting. I don't know how he feels about that. I don't know what he averages, I'm going to be honest. 701. Oh my god, I got 2 solves faster than that.
Congratulations. In chat, we are currently stuck in the elevator outside of the competition. Oh no.
I did hear that some people got yelled at by the security guards for trying to take the elevator.
And then the following day they were not.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what happened there.
It's a little bit of confusion regarding the elevator situation.
All right, we've got Hassan on the red stage here. It looks like he's using the first layer by layer. I'm learning quickly.
There you go.
Yeah.
What cubers are at the comp? So I've run into so far Soup Timmy. I've run into. I've seen Z3. I can't tell if that's a +2 from this angle. From the overhead angle, we also can't see. We just see the back of the head.
Yeah. I think it.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
2 +2s.
2 +2s.
2 +2s on 2 2s.
Oh.
That's gotta hurt. JR Cuber's also here.
Yes. Although last time I chatted with him, he said he's more recognized as the guy from the Cubicle YouTube channel rather than.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Rather than JR Cuber.
Yeah.
Which, oh no, a lock
Oh
up on
no. Aw. Oh well. It's okay. That's all the bad luck thrown on a 1 solve, as Keaton was saying.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
I've seen Brody. Brody's been on stream, actually competing in one-handed earlier. He got an 11.9 average. We've seen
Daniel Karnock is here. Derpy Cuber. Daniel Goodman is here.
Daniel Goodman is here.
DG Cubes. Avocado is here. #Cuber. Although they don't really upload as much anymore, and I guess technically we're both YouTubers, but
yeah, I post.
I posted.
Have you posted this year?
I haven't posted in the past 2 years, I think.
I
need to.
I posted in April, thank you very much.
Okay.
I got a 558 single in
Alright,
competition.
Okay, maybe I will post. I have been taking clips for my vlog in air quotes. We'll see if it gets edited.
Dana, I believe in you. I want you to
okay.
commit on stream right now that you're going to do this vlog.
I might edit my vlog. I promise you, maybe.
Thank you, Dana. We're finishing up Pyramid's group 7
So
right
we have
now.
2 more groups
Two
after
more groups.
this.
2 more groups of Pyraminx. They're slightly behind schedule, but not by that much. The next group of Pyraminx is going to feature Michael Nielsen, a local Virginia cuber from the Virginia Beach area, who is 2 world records removed, right?
Something
no,
like that?
3 at this point. There was Jasper Murray, there was Ezra Scher, and then Ezra Scher broke it again, right? 155, 155, and then 151, if I remember correctly. So he's going to be on blue, and we should have Steve Wintringham of Steve's Pyraminx fame on the blue stage, on the red stage, sorry.
Pretty interesting. And then again, after this is group 9, and then after group 9 is lunch, and after lunch is 3 hours of 3x3. So that should be a very interesting stream. Every group should have some interesting people. For example, I am in group 1. What group are you in, Keaton?
For 3x3?
Yeah.
I'm in one of the last groups, if I remember correctly.
It's because they know you're fast.
That's because they know I'm old and I need to take my afternoon nap.
Well, then why did they put you in group 1 so you can nap earlier?
I'm in group 8. I compete at 3:20 p.m. And actually, I'll be casting a bunch of 3x3 before I compete. So I think I cast groups 3 through 6.
Very nice. Some announcements are coming on.
I don't think I heard the first announcement very well, but we are calling Pyraminx Group 8.
The penultimate group.
We will be. There we go.
I will be going to Worlds. Unfortunately, Keaton will not be joining me this time.
That is unfortunate.
Yes.
But let's take a look at our 2x2 results here very quickly. 2x2 is a very high variance and very scramble-dependent event. Most of these competitors are not in the same group early on in the competition. We're spreading out groups so that each one takes approximately the same amount of time.
And that each group will have sufficiently fast people for stream.
Correct. So some of these results are not on the same scramble. You should take a lot of this with a grain of salt. However, right now we did see, as we mentioned earlier, Luke Garrett with the best average, just barely beating out Zane Kanani. Luke with a sub-1 second solve. There was a decent amount of applause for when that came through, and a large rush towards the blue stage. Many other competitors doing fairly well and being fairly consistent as well. Will Callan, delegate from the Maryland area, with a 177 average. Brennan Lynn from Canada with a 167. We should see a lot of these competitors in the same 2x2 group in round 3, which is going to be coming tomorrow afternoon. That's when you're going to figure out sort of the first really good idea of how good these guys are on the same set of scrambles.
If so, hi chat.
2x2 is also one of those events where there are so many people at the top level, and it is so scramble dependent that basically anybody in the top 50 really can make finals.
Yes, you just need a good run and you need a little bit of luck with scrambles.
Yeah. So here we have Steven on the red stage to start off group 8, the second to last group. Steven Winstringham, if I pronounced that correctly.
I didn't generate these though, so.
Not too happy with this. Not happy at all with this. It's okay. First solve, you know. Could be good, could be bad. Sometimes you just want to expend all your bad luck on one solve.
Don't let anyone in these days.
So, there's Pierce Tickle, Michael's local delegate.
So maybe the comforting nature of
it's
the
nice
familiarity.
it's nice to have a friend there. It's nice to have a friend.
Just like
Michael,
Taylor Swift says, it's nice to have a friend.
8 seconds.
Is this a new song?
No, it's from Lover, which is 2016.
It's a new song.
It's not a new song.
Michael, by the way, very well known for taking a very long inspection period. So we're going to take a look at Ryan Wu.
Oh no, not the DNF.
We're going to take a look at Ryan Wu.
It's okay. The time was like bad enough that it probably didn't really upset him.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But Michael takes a long time in order to inspect. He gets
Zane
ready.
also takes a long time to prep, breathe, dry his hands, get ready.
Yep. It helps Michael get in the zone, and if that's what he needs to perform well, he does that.
Cubing is such a mental game at the highest level because everybody knows the AUGs. Everybody can turn fast. Oh, starting with the +2. Same.
Yeah, that's how I feel, Michael.
And then like one bad solve can throw you like out of the zone. And then if you know you need to get a good solve, the nerves just really, really hurt. We've got Steven back on red for his second solve, I believe. His first solve was not happy. It was a 4.3?
4.56.
5.6? It was a low mid-4, so. Yeah, I'm in my Taylor Swift phase now, so I like to make references.
Did you go see her on tour?
I did. I saw her in Philly, night 3. My surprise songs were The Best Day Ever and Hey Steven. And
Hey, Steven.
yeah, just like this, except Steven with the P. 3, not particularly happy with that. 3-3. 1.20 PR single at Michigan 2023.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Jack Pfeiffer here.
I've also been looking at the name tag on the top-down view. Hey, I don't know everybody's names. You can't know everyone.
8 seconds.
I also did mention earlier, but have you noticed that the blue top-down view is a lot clearer than the red one?
I guess we're fortunate on blue.
Yeah. Jack with a 4 on 5.
So, 8 puzzle. I also have a national record for the U.S. Very difficult to get nowadays, but back in the day, Canada had Antoine Quentin, who, I mean, they still have him, right?
He's not dead.
No, he lives in China now.
Yeah.
But, he had a decent number of continental records, in particular 3x3 one-handed. So I think he actually had world record at the time.
He did.
Yeah.
It was like 10.8. Was that the one I'm thinking
Well,
of?
when I was, it was a 12.35,
Oh, okay.
I believe.
I was thinking of a different one.
But he had the world record, and so you could only get national record or world record. It was impossible to get a continental record. So
I wasn't particularly concerned with that at all, so I did not know what the time was.
I think Antoine's actually going to Worlds.
He might be. He's close to Worlds, approximately speaking.
That's a nice solve from Steven. He's got flipped edges in the back, though.
Yeah.
Seems like he's contesting that.
He thinks it was the same scramble.
Okay.
Ooh.
Quite lucky on
with
the
a 313.
Yeah.
Angstrom logo on green.
Okay, let's see if anything interesting in chat. There is a prize pool of $35,000 for the winners. It's broken down based on event, based on place. There's also an extra bonus for U.S. First place. So that should be really interesting to see. Make sure to stay tuned tomorrow and today. Don't miss us today. We're still here. Tomorrow for all the finals. It should be some pretty crazy solves.
It does look like he's going to get an extra on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there are a couple, I guess literally 2 things you can do if you get an extra scramble, the same scramble. You can solve it or not solve it. And I don't know, it depends. Sometimes I'm not sure if it's the same scramble, so I will solve it. But if I am sure, I'll call a delegate over just so they can make sure to give me the correct scramble.
I think one really nice thing as well that Steve has there is he has a camera.
Yes.
If you're able to film your solves, I think that's a really nice thing to do in general because you get footage in case you get a record or in case you get a really good time for yourself. You can look back on it and celebrate. But also it's a good way to protect yourself as a competitor in case anything goes wrong. You have video proof as to whether or not it is a duplicate scramble, and then at that point, if you have video proof, you can go ahead and solve it. If it is a duplicate, then you have the footage. And if it's not a duplicate, then you have your time. So that's sort of the best of both worlds you can get. I highly recommend people taking video of themselves as they solve.
Let me know when you're ready.
It's kind of like a dash cam when you're driving.
Yes, no, dash cams are incredibly important.
I see a lot of those videos on TikTok of just people either in the dash cam being stupid or people around them doing silly things.
Yeah, I purchased a dash. My wife purchased me a dash cam for my car recently. So
417. This is the first solve we've seen from this person. I'm going to be honest, I don't know his name. We do have Max Xiao on the blue stage. That's not green. I'm not colorblind.
Oh, that's a pop.
Oh,
no, it's a cap.
An interesting pop. His camera matches the stage color.
I don't think we've seen another solve from Michael Nielsen yet. Or at the very least, we haven't seen one on stream.
Got Ryan on the red stage. Okay. All right, 236. I think he had some earlier solves that he did not particularly enjoy. So
He started with the DNF, so.
Yeah, that's not particularly a good solve.
So this is Michael's third solve. It looks like we missed one of them off stream. I'm trying to read the
from the
scorecard. I'm having a little difficulty making it out. I think it's something along the lines of a 248. Although I might.
His finger tricks on Pure Minx are so smooth.
The U's?
Yeah, they're so weird.
Yeah, so Henry Savage, one of the old Maryland Pure Mixers from way back when. Shout out Henry if you're watching this. He had these crazy funky U moves that he would do, which more or less looked like a U in 3x3. And it seems to be taking off as V-first and layer-by-layer methods are the new norm for top-level Pure Mix solvers.
Because I think most people, when they turn Pure Minx, they grab the edge of the edge piece and turn it. But Michael looked like he was pushing the edge, more like a regular 3x3. Let's see.
8 seconds.
Ooh, only 2 tips. Oh, okay. 177. No reaction.
Well, his world record is faster than that.
I'm aware.
Michael's parents and grandmother, by the way, are at this competition. Shout out to them. They are incredibly supportive of Michael, and it's really good to see that.
12 seconds.
We've got Ryan again. He does have a DNF, so he needs to be a little bit careful. But he needs to do well enough to make second round, and just cannot DNF.
So there are only 3 rounds of Pure Minx at this competition, and so you're going to need top 100 to make round 2. For Pure Minx, top 100 at this competition is going to be a 364. Now, obviously, these are people's best averages. It's going to be inflated relative to the actual times. And there are a couple people I know who are faster at Pure Minx that aren't here, such as Siraj Grover. Shout out Siraj.
So shall I just cross this out?
Cross it out and make sure to write the
So it will definitely be slower for sure.
Got it. Let me know when you're ready.
We've got Steven on the red stage. Getting some prep in, staying hydrated. Always good to do.
We've also got 2x2 results sort of all entered right now. We have a 4.67 average is what you needed in order to make the second round. And 2 people got 467 PR averages in order to make it.
Well, you said they're all in now?
They should be all in,
okay.
Yes.
8 seconds.
886 people competed in 2x2.
Wow. That's 4,000 something 2x2 solves. Wow.
I think it was already good.
I think it was, I don't want to risk it, I guess.
Fair.
Jack Pfeiffer has a sub-hour Super Mario Odyssey any percent speedrun. Those are a lot of words that together I don't really know what they mean. I know speedrunning is a...
Super Mario Odyssey is the newest Mario game.
Oh, okay.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
So Jack Pfeiffer...
What t-shirt is that?
Cementing himself as an all-rounder. That's Team Colorado.
Oh. I was going to say, that's the Nationals words, but it's the different color than all the other shirts I've seen. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought it was Team Chicago Cubs at first.
It does look like the Cubs logo. We've got Ryan
Pilat.
8 seconds.
Still not seeing a lot of Michael solves on stream. Michael's competing right now off on station 5 on the blue stage. It looked like a low 1. We're hearing claps from the background. No reaction from Michael, so it must not be his PR single of 118.
Chat says it's pronounced pilot. I will take chat's word for it.
Pilot. Pilot.
What time zone is this event in? This CubingUSA Nationals 2023 is taking place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So we are on Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Where it is currently 12:55 p.m.
I don't see it. If we find it, we'll try to figure out a way to get it back to you.
Or Eastern Daylight Time. I always never remember which one we're in.
Eastern Time.
Eastern Time. East Coast.
Eastern Time.
East Coast.
So how you doing, Steve?
Right, Keaton?
I mean, this average is not good.
East Coast.
Overall, how you doing?
East Coast.
Doing okay. Hopefully I'll get more sleep tonight.
Yep.
Sure.
Keaton's silently agreeing with me.
I hope so, too.
Dang, my Pura's not even in yet.
It's funny that the mics will just pick up right above the competitors.
Yeah, I
pretty
love
clearly.
it.
Yeah.
There are a couple of judges talking on the blue stage.
Yeah. It I'm like I'm a nosy person, so it feels like I'm eavesdropping.
So I'm not that worried about like.
Do you ever
It, but just like still kind of curious what it was.
turn it up?
As soon as I turn it up, the conversation stops.
They
All right,
can
I'll turn it
sense
back
you.
down.
Enough of that. Enough of me complaining about Houston humidity.
A little bit of banter from our judges.
Yeah.
I bet chat's like, get to the
different
solver.
station for this. So far, no one's come over. And I'm like,
Chat, can we get a 1 if you want to continue hearing what the judges are saying? Can we
Yeah.
get a 2 if you do not want to hear what the judges are
like
saying?
until someone boots me, I'm staying here.
Steven with the 3-4 does not seem happy with that. All right, seen a lot of ones. Okay, we'll tune it in and out based on how interested we are also in the conversation.
So at Pierce Tickle, whenever you go watch this stream later, your commentary and your chat is appreciated by by Twitch.
What are all the ones? So we do have mics right above the camera stations. If you can actually see them in frame, they're pretty nice shotgun mics that do pick up what the competitors and judges are talking about. And Keaton said if you do want to continue hearing it, put a 1 in chat.
So we
We have Michael Nielsen.
We're going to stay quiet for a second while this solve goes. You can hear exactly what Michael is doing.
I'm scared that I'm going to unplug some of these cables.
That pyramid sounds like creamy.
Chad to go insane with audio.
All right, let's see this solve. Oh.
Hi there, what are you doing there?
Eight seconds.
Michael with the 203. Keaton tried to give that the cinematic experience and turned off our mics and tried to pick up his.
I tried our best, but you know, Michael's not the most vocal of competitors.
Yeah.
He's very much in the zone and very much focused.
What's with the cushion? Oh. Oh, so you're like Kevin Hayes.
So it looks like Michael got a sub 2 second average right there. It looks like he was probably counting 1.7. I think the second saw was also 1.7 and then the 2.0. So like a nice 1.8 average right there.
Yep.
That'll obviously make the next round.
Imagine if that didn't make second round. What kind of world would we be in?
A faster world than we are right now.
Yeah. What's with the cushion? These chairs are really low relative to the table, so some people have been standing, kneeling. Kevin Hayes brought a couch cushion, I believe, from the hotel to sit on for big cubes. I personally just sit on my leg and straighten my back, so that I can see the table.
I just sit in the chairs. I think they're actually quite comfortable.
We have Sean Mack. So this is going to be the last group of Pyraminx then. This is
Sean Mack should be in Pyraminx group.
I wanted people to know.
Yes, he is in Pyraminx group 9. So we've got Luke Van Lanningham, Sean Mack, Trip Peters, AJ Camel on the red stage, Ezra Scher, Daniel Goodman, shout out DG, Naren Ramesh, and Braden Richards on the blue stage.
And someone
speaking
brought
of
a soda can? Did you see that?
Huh?
He brought like a 6-pack of soda to sit on.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you see it?
Which stage?
That him. He's
This-
sitting on like soda.
I didn't see that.
Oh. Or my eyes are deceiving me. I want to see when he gets up. I really don't know what I just saw.
It's got to
So
be a pillow.
this is Ezra Shear.
164.
His timer stop is so different.
It looks like a cardboard box.
Okay, I did see that then. did look like a soda container or something. It does. What is that?
It looks like a card. I think it's just a cardboard box.
There's nothing in it to support it?
I don't know.
Huh. I'm curious. Anyway, good start for Ezra with the 1-6. Not happy with the 2-5. Perhaps the execution was less than...
I mean, that's Luke Van Lanningham.
Yeah.
So.
He looks so different in my head, I didn't realize that was Luke.
People are getting old, Dana.
Yeah.
Luke Van Lanningham with a 188 official average. Ezra Shearer, obviously, with the world record of 1.51. This is Braden Richards using a mirror blocks as a phone stand. It's an excellent, excellent choice.
The green matches his green shirt.
I actually quite like the green.
Yeah, I do like the green.
Chad is saying it is a hand warmer box. That would not surprise me.
Yeah. Does that become a butt warmer box then?
All right, we've got Sean Mack here doing Pyramix on the red stage.
Sean is from the Northeast region, so I see him a lot at my competitions. Very fast at a lot of events, actually, particularly 3x3.
And one-handed.
And one-handed. Very good at one-handed. He likes to hold the... It looks like he holds the cube pretty high up, so when he stops, he has to go really close to the table. Some people solve really close to the timer, which is probably optimal, but also you could accidentally bump the timer while you're solving.
We've got Daniel Goodman on stream at
time.
DG, the artist, on Spotify, Apple Music, and wherever else you get your songs.
Yeah.
Put out a brand new song, $5,000 boat. That's a really cheap boat.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, boats are probably expensive. Oh, that looks like a +2 from this angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a +2. And it's counting. Wait, it's... oh, no, we didn't see what his first solve was.
Uh-oh. It looks like a DNF.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So he's got to crawl back in order to make it into the next round.
Second round. It's probably going to be a 3-8, I feel like. 3-8 to 4 for second round.
I think it'll be around a 4-second average.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit slower than that.
We've got Sean back again. Chat says that he might be top 1,000 in everything except for blind things and FMC, which wouldn't surprise me. He's very good at a lot of events. Being so good at so many events and at a fairly world-class level is really, really impressive.
This is true of the events that he's competed in. However, he has not done any of the big blinds or multi-blind.
Yes.
So
that's
there's a little
quite
bit there.
An achievement.
His multi-blinds, one time he's done it was a DNF.
Nice. Here we have Ezra with the solid +2. So a 4-1-2.
4-1-6.
Sorry, I can't read. 4-1-6.
Yeah, it's a +2.
For those still hoping for a world record in chat, it's
what's his average world record right now again?
Dude, he had 2 good solves on it, though.
the world record average is 1.51. So it's still very possible. You just need to make sure that the 4.16 doesn't count. Luke with a 157. It's a nice improvement right there.
Green mirror box. Green shirt.
The shirt advertises mirror blocks as well. Board of colors.
That's so interesting.
That is an interesting interesting niche he's got right there.
Yeah.
Braden Richards, Ohio delegate, of course. He's been featured many times on Cubing at Home.
Whoa,
Nice 236.
Solid 236.
Chat, who is your local delegate? Can you give them a shout out down in chat? Can we get a recognition for all the local delegates out there? Sean with the 291. I believe that is counting. That's quite nice.
I don't remember his other times, but it looks like he was calculating an average, or I'm not sure if that was his final solve. We have
my brother's
Ezra.
in chat. Hi, Nathan.
Solid support there. So this average can go well. It could go well, counting 1-8. I don't think world record level. or.
But it'll be a great average.
Yeah, could be.
Too nervous.
It'll be a great average.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Patrick Ponce is a junior delegate?
Yeah.
I didn't know when did he get promoted?
I don't remember.
must been recently. Last time I
Yeah.
looked at his profile, he was still a trainee. Well, shout out Patrick Ponce. Congratulations on the junior. He can now hold competitions by himself.
Wow.
I think that puts it off of
Oh no.
Oh.
I think that puts it off of world record pace, but I don't know.
Actually, I'm no longer my brother's local delegate. I've just moved to California. I'm just thinking about this.
Solid +2 there.
But I love to see all of the recognition for delegates out in chat. A lot of them are here. A lot of them are not here. We've got Evan, Michael Young, Katie Shields, Dan Smith, Sarah Strong, Krzysztof. I guess his name would be Polish, right? So it would be Krzysztof Bober, Braden Richards, Zach Garber. I love all these. Oliver Wheat, shout out all of these guys. Sam Spendla, not Splenda. Fletcher, Chris, Vincent, Matt, Ulrich Bredland, Ron Van Bochum. I love these. I love these.
Keaton not living in Maryland is like the sun rising in the wrong direction. It is weird.
Oh man, it'll be different. But we will all be okay.
The world will continue spinning in the same direction.
Luke with a
230.
nice 230 to finish off his average.
Did Luke used to have long hair? He was just younger.
I actually don't know. Oh, that's not Luke. That's why.
Okay, I was gonna say that doesn't look like Luke.
I know. CC.
This is Trip.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's the one carrying around the cushion today.
I wonder if chat's getting tired of hearing people complain about my threes.
Did you do a British accent?
It said, can Dana do a better British accent?
Better than whom?
I don't know.
Somehow they look like sevens.
That's Rob Yao, by the way. Shout out Rob Yao.
Somehow my threes look like sevens.
I don't want to embarrass myself. Oh, is Patrick not a junior?
I write the 7 with the line in the middle, and like.
As you're on, I believe his last solve here, 1-6.
No, 2 more.
No curves. I don't know why.
What the heck?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Oh. Okay. So the 1-6 is counting.
And so is a 1-8. That's his last solve. So it's a good
We're
average.
missing 1 solve. We're not sure what the 4th time was.
But I don't. I'm not looking at stream.
So, not world record, but still a very, very solid.
I think it's going to end up being like a 1.8 or low, or a high 1.7 or low 1.8 average if I read that last time correctly.
That was a really solid execution.
Pretty
My
clean right
goodness,
there.
Yeah.
That is going to be PR for Ezra, by the way. He does have a 114 officially. That's going to bring him from 23rd in the world down to 17th.
Very nice.
So he skips over Ryan Pilot, who's here, and then Alvin Rolls, Peter Olszewski, Yulun Wu, Riley Dexter, and Zaid Chowdhury. DG on what is probably going to be his last solve here.
Ending with a solid 2-3. I think he started with a +2.
Oh, no, he has one more solve after this.
Oh, okay. Because I remember he started with a DNF and then a +2. So he just needs to reel it in just so he can make it to next round.
One more solve for him.
Yeah. And he is the former Pyramix national champion.
Yeah, he beat Drew Brad's 1 year.
Yeah. Which year was that? I don't remember.
I do not remember either. I thought it was 2016 was Livia Kleiner, and then 2017.
2017?
I believe 2017 was Drew.
Okay.
DG won in 2018.
In Utah, right? That was a solid. That was the replay of the 109 earlier, and you can see the box of hand warmers rising up as he gets up. Kind of funny. It looks like this group is finishing up.
Yes, DG should have one last solve, so we should have at least one more solve on stream.
Yes.
But otherwise, we are more or less starting to break for lunch. So many people are starting to depart. We do have, I'm taking a look out for whether or not we're going to get one last solve by DG on stream right here. Yes, we do have him coming. We do have the judge bringing it over to station 1 on the blue stage. So we will have one more time. I just heard a loud shout or a cheer of some sort, but it does not appear to be related to solves at hand.
Yes. Let's see if we can get eyes on Daniel here. Warming up with the 3x3, interesting choice.
It is the next event.
That's true.
Bit of a strange look on his face. There are
No tips.
There are no tips.
That's why the execution on the 109 was so good. Oh.
DG bringing his average back, counting 2, counting 3, counting 5 to wrap things up. And I believe that is also going to wrap things up for us here prior to lunch. So at this point, what we are going to do is cut the stream for lunch. And after that, we will be back with 3x3, the main event of this competition, starting. We are actually slightly behind schedule, so I'm not exactly sure when we're going to be starting. We're scheduled to start at 1:50. Oh, and Dana's actually going to be highlighted on the red stage for the first group.
Oh, no.
So at that point, we'll be back. We should expect to be back by 1:50 or just after that. So thank you guys for listening for this morning and early afternoon. We will catch you guys on the flip side of lunch. We're getting an announcement right now about it.
Alrighty. Thanks, everyone.
Wait, what's that color scheme?
It's my own.
Oh, that's your color scheme?
Behind it right there. I've had the same color scheme for the last 27 years.
Oh yeah, because the older Rubik's brands were different color scheme, right?
I like to joke that it was before it was standardized. I don't know if that's true or false. So how does this work? So that has an overhead, but this is also on screen?
Kind of. I don't know. I think it's because since it's this table that everyone's going to watch this table. So if someone like really fast is like in the audience, they can easily see that while they try and watch this guy too.
Alright. There's a new break. You delegate?
No, not yet.
You organize?
Yeah.
Where?
New Hampshire.
Oh. First person from there, I bet.
What's that?
First cuber from there, I bet.
Not a lot of us.
Hello. Oh, that's loud.
That is very loud. All right, welcome back everyone to Cubing USA Nationals 2023. We are here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am Michael Chai.
I'm Aiden Bartlett.
And we're starting 3x3 Group 1 now. Of course, this stream and broadcast brought to you by Happy Feet Productions. Lucas Kukchai up in the stream stage.
Canadian national record holder for Megaminx.
Correct.
Goes over the 748.
Not bad. Starting in white cross, ending with a very smooth A perm. It always is important for a round, for that first solve. It can really dictate how your round goes.
It can, yeah.
Yeah.
Just eat while you sit there. I don't know.
If you're looking to figure out who we are going to be seeing in this group of 3x3, we have quite a few notable competitors. Another one on the red stage will be Dana Yee, one of our casters. Of course, on blue stage, we'll see Brian Johnson, AJ Camel, who is competing right now.
Unfortunately, the cover is in the way, so we cannot see what Brian is doing, but we will be able to see the time at least. Oh, we can cover the overhead cam.
There we go. Starting on yellow cross here. Ooh, one of the worst Olo that you can get on a 3x3. But Aiden,
727 when you see it.
Yeah, 727. And then he did, instead of executing that Olo, because it's such a bad case, he actually solved a ZB version for it.
Yeah, he did two look. He did a, it looked like it was the
MRU.
Yeah,
the MRU insert, yeah.
RUR prime, U prime, M prime, that OL.
All right, and correct in chat, Max Park is in group 12. He will be in the final group. All right, and this competitor starting on yellow cross. Oh, with a H Olo into a U perm, not bad.
Oh, plus twos.
That will be
971.
Unfortunate, but a very fast competitor here.
Yeah, I don't know who this is, but they had some pretty good turning.
Yeah, that was some smooth turning with the very, very unfortunate finish there. Some other notable competitors, this might be Caleb Chen, but we also have Zane Kanani and Will Kalin that are supposed to be on the stage very soon. That U-perm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just locks up on that.
And I anticipate we'll be talking about this a lot throughout. So just an update. In terms of, like, you know, you get a +2 on 3x3. At the very, very highest level of 3x3 solving, when people receive PLL skips, they completely recognize it. And they have zero pause between seeing the solved cube and stopping the timer.
Yeah. Michael Nielsen coming up also has a, I believe, a mid-6 average, 6.4.
Yeah, very fast competitor here. Just competed in Pyraminx not that long ago, actually.
How did Michael do in Pyraminx?
He got a 185 average.
185 average, just behind Ezra Shear with a 165 average in the Pyraminx round 1.
Not bad.
Seems like most competitors are opting for yellow cross on this solve.
Yeah.
8. Ready.
Oh, that cross took a while.
A little bit of lockups there.
Oh, a B Olal, and not a bad solve, but a little bit slow.
A little bit. Got bailed out a bit by some nicer last layer cases there.
Yeah. White cross for Zane here.
ZBLL. Yeah.
Wow.
Zane is one of the keepers who knows full ZBLL.
Really? He knows
Yes.
full ZB?
Yeah.
Interesting.
As far as I know.
I wonder if that was a pie case. It was a little bit hard to. Oh, it was? Yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to see right here. Oh, no.
That was a U case.
It was a U case.
Okay.
Gotcha, gotcha. Gotta love the full fidelity of the instant replay cameras here. In which groups are Max Park, Luke, Garrett, and Matty Hiroto Inaba? So I do know that Matty Hiroto Inaba will be in group 10, so he will also be in a later group as well. If you are curious where Luke Garrett will be competing, I believe Luke Garrett will also be in group 11. So 10, 11, and 12. Oh.
Ooh, our competitor here does not. Must have made a little bit of a mistake there and did not know what happened.
Oh, man.
8 seconds.
It was just a poor start. It seems like this competitor knows what they're doing for sure.
Yeah. 12. Deep to finish it off.
All right.
Oh, has an M2 to M2 cross.
Whoa.
H-perm cross, actually.
Wow. If this is his first 2 solves, this competitor has had a rough first 2 solves. 'Cause it looks like he's able to get some solid mid-sevens at least. Unfortunately.
8-12 with an H-perm cross. You don't see that too often.
Yeah. Oh.
Very smooth RUS U-perm.
Yeah.
Not an alg you see too often. When it's done correctly, it's very fast, but oftentimes you do get some lockups. AJ Camel here coming up.
All right. AJ repping the Carnegie Mellon University shirt.
AJ's another solver that you'd expect probably mid-sevens from.
Solving on a white cross here. Oh.
Little bit lock in the last layer.
Oh.
Messes up the PLL. 1242.
That last layer was rough. Also a dot case all. I think it's fat, sexy F, fat prime, and then F, sexy F prime.
Yeah, there is a better algorithm that.
Yeah, I heard that was
there.
better, yeah.
But some people are sticking to the old classics. Michael Nielsen done with F12 at sub 5, but locks up a good amount, gets an 853.
Yeah, not bad. The solutions seem good, just pretty locky throughout the whole solve.
Yeah, oh, look at.
Wow.
Just locks up on almost every turn of the R-perm there.
Yeah. Shout out to Doom Cuber. I'm in the middle of my own bachelor party, but don't want to miss those cubers.
Congratulations.
We're glad that this is this important to you. 'Cause it's definitely this important to us.
Will Collin coming up.
Wow.
Must be his second or third solve.
Yeah.
This looks like a pretty decent scramble.
Solving on white cross.
Pretty smooth so far.
Oh, nice, nice.
OL, PLL, this should be a 6 out. Bit of a
G-perm.
pause before the G-perm gets a 755. Caleb Chen has a 609 official average. All right. So Caleb definitely not happy with what he's been getting.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate here. He definitely, he looks like he knows what he's doing. He's just struggling off the gate. What's the best time so far? I think everyone's mostly gotten, 7. Didn't Michael Nielsen get a 6?
Michael Nielsen.
No, he got a 7.
He's only gotten 7. So this is Caleb Chen.
All right.
The commentators right now are Aiden Bartlett and Michael Chai.
8 seconds.
I'm Aiden Bartlett.
And I am Chai. And let's see if he can redeem himself here on his third solve that we see on stream. Oh, wow.
Very fast.
Oh, my goodness.
Does 2 look OLL, though, unfortunately. That looks like one of the cases where you would do.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian Jones about to get a 539.
Ooh, good job. We just missed out on Brian's full solve.
Fastest solve of the competition so far.
As soon as someone asks, right? Wow. Did he get a 539 full step?
Yep.
Yeah, that was impressive.
With a G-perm.
What's interesting is to mention full step, too, is because Brian's one of those cubers, he actually does do a significant amount of ZB.
Good amount, yeah.
Yeah, so just the fact that he did OLL, PLL to get that 539 is very impressive. Zane got a 6. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
There was a 6 earlier, for sure.
Yep, because he did that ZB. I remember.
I was just going to point out, Will Killen looking completely grown up there with the stash.
Yeah.
You know, it is, CubingUSA Nationals approved. And as you can see with our sky cam, how large the venue truly is.
And it is still packed in here today.
So packed. Will Kalen, this is the second solve that we've seen from him.
Likely the third or fourth, though.
Probably. And it looks like he's opting for, yeah.
White cross. Bit of a pause there.
Oh.
Lots of pausing here, actually.
Oh.
Ends up with a 9.7.
That just seemed pretty difficult from beginning to end for his solutions.
Yep.
8 seconds.
Here's Michael Nielsen. Bit of an awkward-looking cross solution. Not great F12.
Oh, not a great
Lots of
OLL
lockups.
either.
His cube is looking very unstable to me.
Yeah.
Some people can manage that, but I personally would tighten that cube.
Yeah, that cube looks like it's just flexing.
Just me, though.
From the West Coast to the East Coast. Jeez. And let's see what Brian Johnson can get here.
Oh, bit of a pause in the middle of cross.
Oh, great solution
Good.
here.
Oh,
is that a
goodness.
ZB suit?
That was Niklas.
That was Niklas?
Yeah. 9-move last layer, it looked like. Had a pretty big pause. We got completely bailed out by one of the easiest last staircase. That's Brian's last solve, it looks like, so we do not know what Brian got for his average.
Brian absolutely killing it.
We've seen 2 solves from Brian, both of which were low 5s.
Wow. How old is Caleb?
We do not know.
I am unsure. But at this stage, age is irrelevant. Dilly Millie correct. Niklas Poggies. All right. Let's see how Caleb does here.
Luckily, Caleb's last solve here. Very smooth F12 into OLL. Cancels into the PLL, gets a 583.
Wow. What was that PLL? Was that a
The
G-perm?
G-perm, yep.
Dang. That's
it was the 2 flipped edge OLL case, canceled into the G-perm.
Dang.
Oh, I guess it wasn't quite canceled into, but could have been.
What a continuation. That's just, it's always crazy to appreciate that skill level. Lord have mercy.
Double cube phone stand to film the solves.
That's a pro setup, for sure.
This is Cayman Vita? Not a name I'm familiar with, but we'll see how they do.
Oh, wow. Nice little, nice solve there. Wow. Oh, Michael Nielsen here. Great all.
PLL at sub 5.
That PLL execution was a little bit rough.
7.2.
Yeah, Michael Nielsen also just questioning himself.
Let's see. We cannot see what is on his scorecard. Looks like he has another solve still.
Yeah. All right. And also, as we look forward to the next group of 3x3 as our competitors wrap it up, there are some more notable people. Ryan Pilot, the Southern champion.
Square 1 world record single holder
Square
as well.
1 world record single holder. Asher Kim Majeric, Nicholas Sanchez, and the
Asher
Southeast.
is, by the way, I believe, 4th person to have multiple sub-4 singles on 3x3.
Oh, yeah, because he actually got one on cam now.
Yep.
Yeah. Asher is definitely one of the top players for this competition. As we just saw with Brian Johnson, it's that class of 3x3 competition. We also have Livia Kleiner coming up in Group 2 pretty soon. Waden Cho, Joey Saya, and Arheen Serene. So we'll be excited to see those competitors begin their solves as well. Of course, if you're looking for our top, basically top 3 out of the 4 U.S. competitors, Madi Hiroto will be in Group 10, Luke Garrett will be in Group 11, and Max Park will round out the competition as in the final group of 3x3, which will be Group 12. So right now, Max Park, the current world record holder for single with 3.13, broken very recently in Southern California.
We'll check out Michael Nielsen's last solve here, though. This will likely wrap up Group 1 of 3x3.
I don't see anything in particular here.
There's a few pieces on white that are already done.
Yeah.
Very smooth so far. Does a Y2.
Oh.
SR S prime.
I wonder what happened there. 649. Not a bad way. That might be his last solve there.
I believe so. Can't tell who this competitor is. Their name tag is just out of view.
And a lot of rotation in the solve, which is not going to get the job done, unfortunately, but...
Does the wide T-perm, A-perm.
Yeah, that was an A-perm, right?
Yes, it was. If you do a T-perm, but all the moves are wide R moves, then that will perform an A-perm.
I feel like that's got to be one of those cubing Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Like, you just got to find
Objectively a slower out.
Yes. And is this weighted?
I don't know. Could be.
Nice solving.
Very fast turning.
White cross. Wow. Wow.
OLL and PLL. This will be a sub 7, 697.
Great solve there.
This is Asher.
Asher donning the hat. Not
Yeah.
very recognizable in the competition.
Asher predicts PLL on every solve.
No. Wow. He predicts PLL on every solving?
Yes. Every last layer case, he can one look.
Wow, that is impressive.
He's not using one look last layer algorithms, but he can always know how to solve his last layer in one look. Bit of a lockup there, but as you can see, there was absolutely no pause going into that PLO.
Yeah. And that's the skill it's going to take to be in the very, very, top of the crop. And then we have Ryan Pilot, as we were mentioning earlier. Yeah, Asher is indeed now a spy. He definitely goes undercover. Did not help that Brendan Dunnigan was wearing
Asher's jacket, yeah.
I was completely...
That confused a few people.
Bamboozled.
Ryan has a few low 6 averages. That's the times we're kind of expecting to see.
Correct. And starting on yellow cross, a little bit different than Asher here.
This is a 5.
Oh, wow.
560. Looked like some easy F2L cases followed by a 6-move OLL into Y-perm.
Smooth. Ryan, so far being the most calm competitor from beginning to end. Also taking, I believe, up to maybe 14 seconds of inspection there.
I didn't quite check it, but...
Yeah.
Very smooth transition from OLL to PLO.
All right. Wait a second. This competitor did not spend enough time.
They did not start the timer.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to get, yeah.
There they notice it.
The judge going to have to, unfortunately, make that ruling. They're probably going to get a little referee call there, but that was clearly not enough time.
There are very fringe cases where sometimes a timer will malfunction and not start, even if the competitors held their hands on it for long enough, but that is very rare. More than likely, this competitor just did not keep their hands on it for long enough.
Yeah, calling over our referee, Evan Liu. I would not be surprised
if this is just a DNF.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid there. And the previous competitor that was solving 3x3, as you saw, had a complete pause on the first F12 pair. Did not solve that pair until about 3.7 or so. That was pretty unfortunate.
Looks like it's working, yeah.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, yeah, competitor just did not hold their hands on the timer for long enough. Ryan Pilot going up for his second solve. Started with a 560. I'm sure Ryan is looking for a sub-6 average to add to his result page.
On pace currently.
8 seconds.
You're always on pace for anything on the first solve.
Yeah.
12.
Bit shaky here.
Oh, nice
teal
teal
again. 693. Not happy with that solve.
Yeah.
Cases looked pretty easy, but there was some pretty big pauses in there.
Yeah. With better execution, probably sub-6able for Ryan. All right. So as this competitor starts. Oh, wow.
Very fast start to the solve.
Yeah, you know, very fast start.
Joey Saya, okay.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Always appreciate when the chat knows who the competitors are when we do not.
Very, very helpful there. And yeah, 10-21, not exactly the solve that you're looking for here. And yeah, Joey Saya, that +2 was a relation to when you execute that A perm, instead of the AUF being the issue for the +2, it's the, I don't know what you call it, the ALF? Anyways, it's the left face that he wasn't able to fully align.
Looks like there's some good stuff on
Oh,
yellow.
wow, that is just, I see blocks on blocks.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Okay, this looks very good. Does not opt to do yellow cross, though.
I am very curious to see this scramble on other competitors, actually. Because is that a center cap?
The center cap. Okay, that's still.
And
Asher.
Rough solve for Asher.
856.
Yeah, that's not gonna get the job done.
No, it will not. A center cap is a one-color piece, so if it falls off of the cube, it is still technically finished. If you have more than one color piece pop off the cube while you finish, that will be a DNF.
Yeah, not a problem.
Oh yeah, that's Waden's.
Ryan, so far, seems to have the fastest start we've seen in this group.
So there's a 5 and a high 6.
Yes. Here we go. This is maybe someone's going to do that yellow cross.
Yeah, like he's immediately like, okay, I'm doing yellow here.
8 seconds.
You can really see far ahead
Yeah,
here.
not only the 3 cross that he's already done, there was a pre-made 2x2x1 block.
Right?
Gonna get another.
Oh, interesting.
High 6 again.
695.
Not happy with that.
I wonder if this is one of those deceptive scrambles where there's just not good continuations.
Could be. Ryan did make an X cross on it, it looks like.
Yeah. That wasn't super great for him. All right, and his competitor's starting a white cross. Ooh, this is a bit locky. I think this competitor's quite nervous.
Appears to be, yeah.
All right, and this competitor, let's...
I believe it's Wade and Cho.
Yes.
Gets a 760. That is tough to tell.
I think that's
okay.
good, I think. This has been a rough round for some competitors today.
Wait, give this back to Wayne.
And these competitors are wrapping up pretty soon. Solves 4 and Solve 5 here. And Asher. Oh.
Looked like some good stuff there, but.
That
disappointed.
Is rough.
Counting 8, counting 7.
8 seconds.
Just gotta get the bad solves out the way. I'm sure Asher will do much better.
There's 3 more rounds to run.
Yeah. Great Olo execution, but just a bit pausey, you know. It's been a rough pickings ever since that first 5 from Ryan.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you heard on the overhead, there was a call for Group 3, so we're just pretty much wrapping up here. And we also have one of our core stage leads, organizer for CubingUSA Nationals 2023, James Hildreth. And James with a Wypern.
10.92. Oh, that might be a +2.
That looks like a +2 from this angle. I can't really say for sure. He says, I think. Oh.
That's good. That's good, I think.
I don't know.
You know, it's tough to tell, though, I guess.
It's tough to tell just because the angle is actually going to be pretty important for this.
Ryan Pilot now up for his 5th solve. No longer has any PR potential.
All right. Ryan taking a long time to warm up. He just probably definitely wants to end on a good note here.
I think so, yeah. Has definitely made it to the next round. There are, I believe, 400 competitors moving on to 3x3 round 2. And if a sub-7 average didn't make it, then
that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Great job,
Just 6'11".
Ryan. Not bad, not bad.
That'll be about a 6.6 average for Ryan, I think.
Redeeming for sure.
All right, and with that, I'm going to be heading off. In my stead, we have Keaton Ellis coming up.
All right. Thank you, Aiden. And beside me now, I have Keaton Ellis as we start 3x3, Group 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. We've seen some exciting things so far. You guys saw Michael Nielsen on stream in Group 1.
Michael Nielsen doing okay. We haven't seen anything super significant so far. But hopefully that'll change pretty soon. If there's 12 sets of 3x3 scrambles, some of them are bound to be quite impressive.
So, thanks, Michael, for that. We are reallocating some casters here. We now have with me for Ryan Wu's nice 674, Dana Yee.
Hello, hello. I'm Dana. I'm neither Keaton nor Brandon. What group is this?
We are on Group 3. Dana, how'd you do in 3x3?
I actually thought I did all right. I got a 7.4 average, which is quite close to PB. And considering that I had about 10 minutes to warm up, I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Congratulations.
Of course, by no means good enough for finals, but good enough for second round, hopefully good enough for third round, and that's honestly all I'm here for. And to enjoy the stream. As you can see, a lot of the tables in the back are filling up more. People are coming back from lunch. People are watching the very fast solvers. You will see also people are bunched up towards the right of these chairs because the stream table is on the right. Your right, stage right, their left. So people are probably very interested to see who the fast people of each group are. And in this group, who are the fast people in this group, Keaton? I think I just saw Ryan.
Yeah, we've got on 3x3 Group 3, Ryan Wu, Andy Denny, Gabriel Garber-Bird and Samir Suthuram on the red stage. And on the blue stage, we've got Ben Zhao, Daniel Gutierrez, Xavier Valadon, and Jared Stinson. We've got Ryan Wu right now here.
With the hazy red table cam. Warmed up a little bit on some 3x3.
So, here at Nationals, it's top 400 for round 2. That's a 1072 average on the psych sheet.
Yep.
In round 3 is top 100 on the psych sheet. That's 761.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 761 is for
Darn, you made me nervous for round 3.
semifinals.
I know. That's crazy.
It won't be 761.
Yeah, it'll be like an 8-4 maybe.
I think, yeah, I think that's probably reasonable.
Yeah.
Around that
A lot
ballpark.
of people are going to get nervous. A lot of people have PBs that they do once and can't really get again, especially for 3x3. Not happy with the 8-6. On the blue stage, let's see. Repping the cool cubicle hoodie.
693.
693, no reaction. Bad, shaking head.
Head shake, staring directly into the camera.
Yeah.
Expressing
A bit of a
disapproval.
fourth wall break. That was just Ben Zhao that we saw, who is 20th in the world with a 587 average.
And
incredible.
up.
That's the only 20th in the world. That's.
Oh my
When
god. I remember when 778 was 10th in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Drew Brads.
I remember when 708 was the world record single, so.
Well, I don't remember that. You're a
Yeah.
little older than I am. Tanner. At least in cubing years. Andy
We've
Denny,
got Andy Denny on the red stage.
soon to be Dr. Denny.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
no,
corner
Dr. Denny with the corner.
lockup.
Lockup? He was also confused. We were confused by that. He's practicing on his other cube.
That's exactly the average that you need to get round 2 according to the psych sheet, by the way.
He should be okay. That's not a particularly great time for him. But he's probably busy with, school and stuff, so maybe he doesn't practice a lot.
So we've got a little bit of a lull in solving here, actually. So we're going to be taking a look at us for just 1 second. What do you think is going to make 3x3 finals?
Sorry, the wrong names just distracted me. As a reminder, top 400 make round 2, and based on the psych sheet, that's 1072. However, not everyone PBs. I'd wager 11-2, 11-3.
Okay. And then how about semifinals? You said 8-4.
Right? Maybe 8-2, 8-3, which is like that's kind of rough. Although, a lot of people have not competed in a big competition in a while. So, Ryan with a 755. Not a terrible solve, but it is going to be counting, and it was quite a hiccup in the middle there. So he's probably not too happy with that. But objectively, not a terrible time.
What about 3x3 finals?
Oh, 3x3 finals? So, psych sheet says it's like 5 seconds. But I think it's going to be like a 6.5.
6.5 seconds?
Yeah. Just because a lot of people are at that level, but it is going to be very difficult to keep your cool, knowing that there are so many people at the high level.
I'm going to do a hot take.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a 7.1 average.
Ooh.
That would be 16th seed for finals.
Okay. I do remember also at North American Championships, psych sheet 16 was really fast, but finals was like 7.5 or 7.6.
Yeah. People are getting a lot luckier in 3x3 nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. Personally, I would like it to be whatever is half a second above, 100th of a second above my average, but highly unlikely. So,
Andy Denny.
7.68 from soon to be Dr. Denny.
So for those of you who are going to be being on the stream watching the entire time, some notable rounds to look out for. Group 6, we've got Luke Greiser. Group 7, we've got Dylan Miller and Varun Mohanraj. Group 8, we've got Max Shao, Sung Hyuk Nam, and me. Group 9, we've got Patrick Pons,
Mm-hmm.
Morgan Ye. And Group 10, we've got Brendan Dunigan, Matty Onaba, Tommy Cherry. Group 11 is Brendan Lin and Luke Garrett. And then Group 12 will have Max Park. Oh, Ryan Wu.
Oh, no. I didn't catch the beginning. I'm not quite sure what happened. So the 8-6 is going to be counting. Again, definitely good enough for round 2, but you always want to do your best. Here we have Xavier.
With ear muffs, not headphones.
That's new. When I hear his name, I think of the one comp that he wore the turkey hat to. So that's just all I think of when I hear his name now.
They did turkey hats, I believe, at Regions Relay in 2019.
Yes, okay.
And last year at North American Champs as well. So what happened here?
No, that was the end of the solve. I'm curious to see what happened at the beginning, but I don't know if we have that. It's all right. Ryan just needs a half-decent solve on the last solve. He'll be safe for second round, and he's probably pushing for finals.
Yes.
He's definitely one of the ones who wants to push for finals, but also sort of at the level where if he slips up a little bit, he might not make it.
Officially,
there's so many fast people here.
Officially, he's 24th on the psych sheet.
Yeah.
So he's not expected to make it if you just follow the psych sheet, although if you do some statistical modeling, I don't know, maybe it's different.
Oh, his cross execution.
You can't give up like that in the cross, though.
Yeah.
You got to keep going.
You could save it and still let up with an 8, but...
Jared Stinson here with a nice
I haven't seen him in a
6-move
while,
last
I feel
layer
like.
into a GC.
Yeah. Andy back at it again. His last solve was a 6-8, I believe.
And then it's after that. Nice little ZB coming through.
Yeah, 708. Look at that. And Andy Denny is the 3-time Megaminx national champion.
And it was as Nicholas Nang started on the scene. Andy Denny was, you know.
I do see someone in the chat. Someone is asking how many groups are competing simultaneously. Everyone you see going at the same time is in the same group, and for 3x3 there are 12 groups of 3x3.
Correct, but there are 5 stages.
Yes. So you are only seeing red and blue on stream because it would be very difficult to try and set up stations all around, and also very difficult to navigate between for our wonderful producers. So this is group.
We're in group 3 right now.
I saw 10 in the chat, and I was like, this is not group 10.
Group 10 is when Maddie competes.
Yes. I'm really curious to see Maddie solve. I love watching him solve. His turning is just absolutely wonderful. Oh no. It's going to be counting.
Yes, please make sure that cube is solved, Ryan.
Yes.
If that 17 counts.
He wouldn't make second round, most likely.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Daniel with the headphones off, not earmuffs. Not happy with this. It's okay.
9-5 will make next round.
Yeah. Again, this is group 3 of 3x3. We have 12 groups, so this should be an exciting few hours. Stay tuned with us. And yeah, it's impossible to know 100% who will win. Otherwise, I would bet a large sum of money on that person and retire tomorrow. Or I guess on Monday.
Andy Denny, solve number 4. He's got a 6-8. A 7-0 and then a 10-72. We've got Blake Thompson in the background back there running the ship. Andy's official average is a 654. Nice little skip there.
That looked like a slow start and then just wrapped up well on last layer there. We've got Xavier with the earmuffs.
Xavier recently accepted to Yale University, so he's got a big brain under those muffs.
Yeah. Very nice. A little pausey on last layer.
Lefty A-perm. Nice execution there.
Yeah.
Oh, taking a look at chat, we also have some results from the 5-blind room. Graham Siggins with a 402.05 PR 5-blind mean. And in chat, that is saying that is a complete platinum profile.
Wow.
So he's got everything that you possibly can get as a WCA. He does not have a national record, which I think is kind of silly.
Yeah.
Because he's so good that his records are all world records.
Yeah. All right, we've got Daniel on blue stage.
But he does that
Taking quite a
everything
bit
else.
to calm down here. When you hear announcements when you're about to solve, do you wait or do you just go?
I sometimes don't even pay attention to that.
I think it depends on how loud it is and what state of prep I'm in. Whoa, that was a pretty locky on the last layer in the last F12 pair, I believe.
So when I
not
get
happy with
nervous,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the 5 blind results. Graham Siggins ending up getting 2nd place overall right now. Kale Schoen 3rd, Graham Siggins 2nd, and Stanley Chappell the 2. 42 to win 5 blind at U.S. Nationals 2023. And that big thing that we're talking about, Graham Siggins with the platinum profile with that 402. Stanley Chappell, on the other hand, how many wins is this for him at this point? This is his 3rd 5 blind win.
Wow.
4 blind is, of course, tomorrow morning on the main stage. So we don't know exactly how that's going to go yet, but presumably the venue will be fairly quiet.
Yeah. Jared with the ooh.
Y-perm.
The beginning looked pretty smooth.
Yep.
I guess
and
a
then you
little
got
locky
Y-perm.
and slow.
U2 Y-perm is not an easy angle to see.
Yeah.
All the pieces look scrambled.
Yeah. Here we have some multi-blind results. In first place, perhaps not a surprise to some, we have Graham Siggins with a 54 out of 60. In 1 hour and 2 seconds, interestingly enough.
So we +2'd.
Yep. And then Stanley in second with 47 out of 51. And then Tommy Cherry in third with 36 out of 41.
He got that both attempts as well, just barely beating out Ethan Davis by a couple of points.
Ethan Davis also attempted 41 cubes, lost by 2 points.
Jahang's son on stream right now, Rue user.
Seems nervous. Maybe.
Currently doing blue-green. That is slower than 2 of his one-handed solves from,
Oh my gosh.
from a couple days ago.
Oh, wow.
Jahang at a counting 7.8 in a one-handed average. Was on the world record pace for a little bit.
I did not realize he was a Rue user. Though it makes sense he's really good at one-handed.
Incredible at one-handed. He has a sub-10 average.
Wow.
Which I suppose is becoming more common, but it's still an absolute gob-smacking thing for me to see. Just waiting on someone to get onto either of the 2 main stations right now so we can show you some solves. We've got someone prepared on green stage.
Sorry, I was just going to butt in and say, as Keaton mentioned earlier, you could just sort of preview the yellow stage in the background of that overhead shot. We do have 5 stages, but we are only streaming from red and blue because we cannot set up that many cameras.
Yes, we have yet to get to a purple stage, but we are at red, orange, yellow, blue, and green this competition. Those of you old enough to remember Biv, the I in Roy G. Biv, we're not going to have an indigo stage.
I get excited when I see competitors that are shorter than I am. This happens very rarely. Oh, was that a Y-perm?
That was a Y-perm.
Oh, very nice.
A little bit of a head nod for a 12. Very nice. Nice little overhead shot. Decent execution right there.
Yeah.
Using middle finger for the U prime. That's a nice technique. It is a little bit higher risk than just resetting your hand and doing a U prime with an index finger. But it can shave that extra second off, or extra quarter of a second that you may need in order to get to the next round. Which, if you're getting 12s, is something that is 100% on your mind.
Yeah.
That's how fast we've gotten here at U.S. Nationals.
Crazy. It's going to be even crazier for Worlds.
All 1,400 competitors. Jahang again here up on the red stage.
Very visibly nervous.
I'm going to be shaking like that.
Yeah.
Very nice. Doing blue as a first block color.
Okay,
There you go.
684.
It's a 1.7
I love watching
seconds
Rue
faster.
because nothing happens and then it just all appears.
Yes. Do we know if Heidi Chan is here?
I don't know.
She's supposed to be here up on the red stage.
Mhm.
On the red stage, you've got Heidi, Jo-Hang Sun, Jack Pfeiffer, and Toby Waters, who you may be able to see.
Mhm.
On blue, we've got Jerry Yao, Will Hamilton, Dylan Costin, and then, of course, here right now we have Carter
Kukala.
SKU world record holder with a 7:01.
Not bad, but he did not look happy with that.
Yeah, talking down in chat, 933, 788, DNF 782. That 1301, by the way, from Jo-Hang was a +2. So actually, he +2'd out of his PR average.
No.
Not to rub some salt in the missed world record
sucks.
wound.
It happens. You
Worlds
live and
is
you learn.
in Korea, for those of you in chat who are asking about that. South Korea.
Yes.
11:75 right there. That is a time that may be able to get you into finals. Ooh, is that? Into second round. I apologize. Is that Jerry Yao?
6:55, I believe so.
Yes, that is. That's how you execute a wide perm, people.
Yeah.
Oh, he does the last F prime with his thumb. All right.
I do that too.
What? What? I do it with my left index finger.
I can't.
Yeah.
What? My finger, I can't
do.
pull that way. No.
Like that.
That's wrong.
And I hold the cube like this from the bottom. It's a little bit of a weird thing.
Yeah.
Jo-Hang on solve number 3 right now. Questions in chat about me commentating Worlds. Unfortunately, I will not be this year.
Well, you won't be going.
I won't be going at all.
Yes.
I have a job conflict.
Yeah.
I start a job the day after Worlds is supposed to end.
I see no problem with that, but.
Kinda. I'd rather not show up jet lag that first day. Jo-Hang starting on solve number 3 right now. He's doing blue again. So I think, is he blue only?
Is it not? Are you supposed to be color neutral for Rue?
So I'm not personally. When I practice Rue, I'm white, yellow only.
Okay.
There are different types of color neutrality on Rue. Some people do the exact same first block every single time. Some people do sort of the exact same first block either on like white or yellow, for example. Jo-Hang did blue, yellow here. I'm going to see. Pay attention to that for the next solve.
Yeah.
Jo-Hang is green, blue, X2Y neutrality. Okay, gotcha. So that's pretty standard. That's the equivalent of being sort of white, yellow, neutral on 3x3. Jerry going right here on his next solve, doing a little bit of a keyhole insert.
A little messy with that one though.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the 883.
Good
I
thing
did
he
see
did
someone
not
else
stop the
using the
timer.
thumb for the Y perm, so I'm going to +1 for that.
I love the watch.
Yeah. Very fashionable. Robert asked, do you hold the cube with your left pinky resting on D? I think most. Well, when you ask, I can't like. I think so. Do most people not?
Yeah, I usually rest it on D.
Yeah.
I usually rest it on D. Yes.
It's for Megaminx, I do the same thing, and if I do too many Megaminx solves, it starts to hurt my
Jo-Hang is
pinky.
white, yellow, green, blue,
Oh.
according to Touch of Cuber.
Interesting. So just
we've
red,
we've just been
orange
seeing
avoidance.
blue
yeah.
this average right now.
Mhm.
I think if you're quad color neutral, those are the colors that you tend to do.
Okay.
I believe Max does primarily those colors on 3x3, although
Okay. Interesting.
he does have solves on
That's very
red
interesting.
and orange.
2/3 color neutral, better than regular color neutral.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about how many crosses you are actually going to inspect during an average, or during your 15 seconds of inspection, I don't think you have enough time to go through every single cross and pick the best one. You more or less gravitate towards 1 or 2 crosses of any color. So if you have a good cross in any color, then you just go and take that.
I do. This phone stand is very cute. Look, it's like a stuffed animal.
Is it like a Pusheen?
I can't tell what it is. We can only see the back.
You can only see the butt.
The butt.
This is Ledger Ramirez, organizer from the Virginia Beach area. It's a wide T perm for the A perm right there. Fun story about Ledger. One of Ledger's first competitions, he brought a 6x6 that didn't have any sort of corner cutting capabilities. And so when scrambling, it was super loose. When scrambling it, it exploded. Absolutely just shattered all over the table. A quarter of the cube just completely disappeared. And Jerry not quite happy with that 918. But yeah, that thing just absolutely blew up. And we needed to spend approximately 15 minutes at the scrambling table putting it back together. And as soon as I personally put it back together and tried to solve it, it again exploded on me. And at that point I said, Ledger, I need you to please assemble your 6x6 because we are failing to do so after nearly half an hour.
Yeah.
I felt very bad for him. He was able to complete his 6x6 solves with it and then promptly got a new 6x6 as soon as the competition ended.
Very nice.
Obviously, there is a regulation that says that you need to have provide a cube that can be scrambled. But that one was on the border, so we tried to make it work. Dealing with an 816. Jawing again. This time doing yellow-green.
697, that's counting right.
And that's going to easily put him into the next round.
Yeah.
So even though he's got the 8 as his worst solve right now, he's got 6, 6, 7, 8. He'll be fine. The rest is all icing on the cake.
Yep. All right, let's see if we can guess who it is before they walk in the frame. Carter.
Come on.
What?
It's easy.
Yeah, well, I beat you to it.
How many people have black collared organizer shirts here?
With long hair. That's actually what I saw
And
first.
a Gan jacket.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I saw the hair first. I was like, oh, that's Carter. This is currently group 3.
Yeah, the drip is awesome for staff. I'm loving these polos. I love the fact that the staff part.
Oh. This is the first 5 I've seen on stream. I don't know if it's the first one that has been on stream, but that's a solid one, too.
I know Caleb Chen had gotten a 583 earlier.
Okay, was that on stream?
I don't remember if he was on station 1 or station 2 on the red stage, but it's not the first 5 of the competition, obviously. Yeah, I like the fact that the staff logo, like the Nationals logo, is ironed on in a nice way. Is it? I don't know if it's sewn on or just ironed on, but it's very, very clean.
Who's commentating right now?
I'm Keaton Ellis.
And I'm Dana Yee.
And we are here at CubingUSA Nationals 2023, Day 3. We're currently doing 3x3.
Round 1.
And we are on Group 4.
4.
4.
I was wondering, when you start to see the new competitors, you're like, okay, the next group has probably started now. I've been noticing a lot more earmuffs lately, or ear.
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, ear block. What are they called?
Earmuffs.
Earmuffs. In my head, earmuffs are like fuzzy for warmth, not for sound blockage.
I bet there's a technical term that separates them from like the fuzzy earmuffs they use for the cold.
Yeah.
Sound blockers? Sure, Rob.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. Shout out Rob Yao in chat, by the way, inventor of the Yao method.
Very good 4x4 method. Sound blockers, maybe. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Hold on,
Keaton, what group of 3x3 are you in?
I am in Group 8, which means I've not competed yet.
Oh, how does it feel to watch other people compete while you're just waiting?
High-key, I get nervous.
Yeah.
My palms are sweaty.
Mom's spaghetti. Is that the line?
You know what? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was in Group 1. At first, I was a little annoyed because I didn't have much time to practice. But after that,
You did really well.
Yeah, I did really well. So, I'm pretty happy with that.
Jerry Yao going right here. ZB recognition at 4.4. ZB execution until 9.6.
Oh, if that was a skip, it would have been a 4.6. Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on Keaton's sweater already.
They're extending the lyrics of the song, Dan.
Oh, okay. And we have 625 people in on stream.
Shout out
625.
shout out Mitch Lane.
Yeah.
This train's nice. This one doesn't go all the way down.
Keaton's doing a little practice. Oh my god, nice one-handed solve. Yeah, we are on group 4. I think we're waiting for some cubes to be scrambled.
Yes,
I'm really excited to watch the rest of the groups. And I think we're in different places right now because I'm done, so I'm just enjoying the solves, and Keaton is stressing out watching people solve. So 2 sides of a coin here, I suppose.
You're adding to it.
Okay, relax. You got this. No stress.
Next up in group 5 on the blue stage, we've got Samir Agarwal, Paul Mavi, Aaron Jake Wong, Brandon Nunez, and on the red stage, Brandon Nunez is not here.
Oh, he's not.
Yes, unfortunate.
Okay, okay.
But on the red stage, we've got Dominic Radici, Jacob Noakes, Simon Kellum, and Luke Van Lanningham. Dominic Radici, I believe, with a 4.3 3x3 single that was achieved a couple of months ago.
In like elementary school, we used to
Yeah, 629 average, 4.38 single. Very, very impressive stuff.
Seems like, okay, looks like group 4 is starting up now. We have, ooh, the hand warmer. I love it, I love it. I objectively solve worse when I don't have my hand warmer.
I like the hat.
Yeah, I like the octopus, the flippy one too. I wanted to get one of
What are
those.
those called?
I don't know, but you flip them one way
know.
and they're happy, and then one way and they're sad. I ordered one for like 40 cents online, and it didn't flip. It was just a ball with like a smiley face on top and a frown on bottom.
Dana, just spend more than 40 cents.
I didn't want to spend money.
Got a solve going here.
Yeah.
Olal at 5.9. Nice finish.
Solid 7. Pretty happy with that too. See the people, wow, streaming in. Quite a lot of people are streaming in right now.
You're going to see more and more as these events go on. We do have right now Max Park scheduled to go in the last group of 3x3 at 4:10 p.m. Group number 12, along with Luke Tixon. Group 12 on the red stage is also going to feature Kyle Santucci, a very fast cuber from Canada up north. Group 11 is Luke Garrett and Brennan Lin. Group 10 is Matty Hiroto Inaba and Brendan Dunigan. Right now, we've got
Samir on blue stage.
Samir from the Pacific Northwest. He's currently 8th on the psych sheet with a 581 average. He's 16th in the world.
He's got some stiff competition at local competitions. He's with Max Shao, no?
Yeah, and Varun Mohanraj.
Yes.
And Luke Tixon.
Yes. Lots of square one competition in that area. Lots of 3x3 competition in that area.
Yeah, Samir is currently 2nd in the world for square one average.
Yeah.
And has actually beaten Max at a couple of rounds. At the competition where Max Shao got the world record average, Samir beat him in the first round to 541.
So it's really anyone's game.
Absolutely.
Is this camera? I've seen this blue, like bright blue camera from, I think that's the one Max has. Shao.
It's a cute little case.
Yeah.
I love the shirts, though.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about this earlier.
Yeah, the Almost Cubs logo.
Almost Chicago Cubs logo, but Team Colorado representing.
You say Colorado, like a
Colorado.
Colorado.
I thought it was Colorado.
It is spelled like that. I always said Colorado.
Colorado.
How do you say it?
I'm pretty sure it's Nevada.
Nevada.
Now I'm.
California's next to Nevada.
I gotta ask a Nevada. Nevada.
Nevadian. Nevadian.
What's that bunny from? Is it from Bambi?
Is it? It might be. That's quite a large item to bring around. Is that Paul's?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's cute. I like it. Colorado.
There will be no Nations Cup at Nats because this is U.S. Nationals, but there will be a crew battle tonight? Tomorrow? Tonight. I'm not sure what time. I believe it's going to be streamed. It should be a pretty interesting. Oh, Luke with the 658. Pretty happy about that one. I believe it's going to be on stream, so that should be pretty interesting to watch.
If you could be any cuber in any area, who would you be?
Myself, because I'm perfectly happy. I don't know.
See, Mitch in the chat. Shout out Mitch Lane. It's Nevada, not Nevada.
Okay, Mitch.
It's Nevada.
I believe
All right.
you, but I'm going to continue saying Nevada. I don't know. I don't know if I would want to be any other cuber. I would just want to be myself, but better. That's lame. How about you?
I'd be myself.
Yeah?
From 2023.
Ah, yes. I would be myself in 2023.
Samir with a 609.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Very nice help. I would be myself now, but 6 years earlier, so I would be fast. Considered fast.
I mean, 6 years ago, you still wouldn't be considered that fast.
10 years ago.
Okay, there you go. Now do it on a Diane Zanchi.
Exactly. What if you could travel in time and take one cube with you and just blow everybody away?
I think about that.
I do think about that regularly. Sometimes I wonder, wow, what would people have thought of this cube 10 years ago? Let's see.
Ooh,
a little fumble on
not the best
F12
rotation.
too, yeah. Oh no.
Nice recovery.
Yeah. For quite a few mess ups in that stall, that wasn't too bad.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you see Yihung Wong's.
I mean, he's just an
world record
outlier,
average.
yeah.
He got a 599 and it looks slow.
Yep. I wish I could get a 599 and look slow.
I wish I could get a 599.
Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take 5s.
Yeah.
I like 5s.
I like 5s too. Maybe one day I'll get a 4. Hi, maybe. Highly unlikely. Most likely unlikely. It could happen. You never know. Nothing's impossible.
Never say never.
Yeah.
Never say never.
That's also true. All the cubes now that most people use are stickerless, and 10 years ago you would not have been allowed to use them. I didn't even think about that. That was 2015 the regs changed, no?
Something like that.
Yeah. Another Colorado shirt.
Yep, Jacob Noakes. Noakes.
Knox? Noakes?
Noakes.
Noakes.
8 seconds.
Let's see. Pretty good with the nerves. I don't see any shaking.
Ooh, that was a huge pause.
Thought he had the ZB, didn't. And it
Nice
was the 8.
recovery.
Honestly,
Nice
not too
recovery.
bad considering, all things considered. We've got Samir here. It's interesting that he brings the cube back for such a short event. I think that's more common for big cubes. I know a lot of 6x6 and 7x7 solve behind the table. But he brings the cube back just for 3x3, which is very interesting.
You mean like down underneath the table?
Yeah.
That takes time.
Yeah,
That takes
exactly.
time.
And especially if you get a skip, then you have to like launch your cube forward and stop.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a surprise.
And then your table may not be long enough at some competitions.
Exactly.
8 seconds.
And if you miss the table, it lands in your lap, +2. You throw it off the table, it could pop and explode. You know, a range of things can happen. We've got Luke on red stage here.
That looked like 5 F2Ls.
His fingers are so long, his turning style looks completely different than like mine. It's very interesting.
I also have
Relatively short hands.
So I
Spider
have a
hands.
weird turning style. This is Isaac Myers.
Let's see. A lot of jackets. It is a bit colder today in the venue than it was yesterday.
It's a lot colder in the
Yeah,
venue than
I
it
don't
was
know.
yesterday.
I personally prefer to be warm while solving, but I hate being warm normally. So I've just been trying to wear my jacket when I'm solving.
I want to be at the exact right temperature.
Yes.
If it's too warm, your hands start getting clammy. And if it's too cold,
your hands won't move.
It's really hard to move.
Yeah.
Oh,
That looks fine from this angle. But I can't. We got the. Oh, it might be a +2.
I think it's too close. I don't have a
Yeah.
good enough view from here. You'd want to go in real close. And if it's exactly 45, tie goes to the solver. That's really close, yeah.
Yeah, someone taking a look.
believe this is Dominic with DC.
I personally lean good, but I don't. 8 seconds.
Someone in chat says, what's the best 3x3 solve so far? We did see a 565 from, who was that?
Jerry, I believe, got a
Yeah,
5.
Jerry
We've
got a
seen
565.
5s from Brian Johnson as well earlier in the stream, as mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Um,
We're still taking a look at the...
Kala with the 5.6, Caleb Chen with the
True.
5.8. I
Yeah.
apologize mixing up Jerry Yao and Carter Kala. They
Lots of 5s. Expect more, maybe some 4s later as well.
4s. There will 100% be a 4 in this round.
Yes.
I guarantee it.
All right, how much you want to bet on that? I bet you a coffee. That, well, I feel like we're in agreement, so we can't.
Hello. We're going to be moving on to the next group, I believe,
This group
momentarily.
5?
No, but we have there is Samir actually competing off stage, off the main stream right now. So we're going to miss a couple of his solves. We see Luke here.
I don't remember what his previous times were.
That's going to give him a U-turn. Yep.
Oh!
Oh, but he didn't stop the timer.
Yeah.
Good. He at least keeps the attempt.
Yeah. Which for first round is honestly more important than anything.
So for those of you asking about specific people and whether or not they're going to be on stream,
we can't guarantee, but we are trying to place the top people in each group on stream. You'll notice that some of the cube covers have little tape pieces on them. That is to visually let the runners know that, if possible, we can put these people on stream.
Nice
but there are,
job.
oh, very nice. But there are a lot of fast people in each group, so that's not always going to be possible.
you can also check who's most likely going to be on stream by going to competitiongroups.com. You can check group information, including stream participants. You can check, there's a tab for streaming itself. It just says the word stream, and you can continue to scroll down until you see the group that we're on right now. They'll always, at the end of the group, and there's a little bit of additional capacity for people on the stream, we'll put additional people on just as a nice little bonus. So, for example, once all the fast square one solvers were done, and it was just me left in my square one group, they put me on. I got a nice 30-second solve.
Very solid.
How long have we been friends for? I suppose 2016,
2015.
right? 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
8 years.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
10 years is coming up.
Yeah. Slow and steady fall 2015.
Oh
I
my
remember.
God.
Yeah. A long time ago.
I was a sophomore in college. When we first met.
Yeah.
I remember your posts about getting female world records all the time.
Yeah, and then people got fast.
And then you got competition, which I think is good.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah, 99th comp.
This is your 99th.
No. This is my 101st.
You won your 99th,
I won
correct?
my 99th
Yes.
comp, yeah. So I was really happy with that one. Keaton, how often do you find yourself cubing considering life?
Well, considering uni/life.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm out of college, and I have been for 5 years. So thank you very much. I cube fairly often, but it's not serious practice. I'm not learning a bunch of stuff.
It's more of a pastime, like hobby, not actively
Yeah,
practicing, I guess.
I would describe it more as when national season comes around, normally I will do more practice, but when we're just, in the midst of the year, I will do sessions, but nothing in terms of a schedule or a regimen.
This is group 5 out of...
We're just calling group 6 right now.
Sorry. We're calling group 6 out of 12. So about halfway. It should roughly take about the same amount of time. Maybe a little faster, we'll see.
Yeah.
In terms of world records at this competition, the only one that I'm aware of is the clock world record average from
Correct.
Tommy, 3.5.
There are multiple world record misses, though. We've got Jaheng Sun with the
One-handed.
We've got Max Park with 6x6. I believe Tommy Cherry's earlier round averages were also very close as well.
I've learned the most from him, so.
Ooh, nice little Niklaus there. That was pretty fast. He's a couple of the faster solves that we've seen so far. Jo Hung. Okay, Jo Hung. I will do my best. A lot of three-move
Jo
cases
Hung.
there. That's a corner twist or something in the bottom layer. Yep, something in the bottom layer.
Oh no. Oh. Looks like a Squanaug there.
So we've started the next group. You now see Luke Greiser. Luke has a sub-6 average and a nice
4.59 single. Primarily a white solver.
That was started well, didn't end too great there.
Bit of an odd EO for the fourth paired in order to get. Is that an AirPod in?
No, he just put it in.
Okay. Oh.
He's a older competitor.
He's
He knows.
experienced,
Yeah.
but when AirPods first came out,
Yeah.
I had to DNF a competitor who got his first sub-10 because he had an AirPod in. It was heartbreaking. Oh, I made someone cry, and that's the worst thing as a delegate. Oh, okay, so I'm glad that wasn't the case.
Yeah, no.
Is Jacob's, I presume it's one of his last solves. He's still from Group 5. We're moving on to Group 6 right now.
Jacob has a 6.96 3x3 average, sub-7, 55th in the U.S. apparently.
Which is not even top 100 in the world. Is that
Yeah.
a skip? Oh no, it's just going to be a U-perm.
That's pretty good. Oh,
I saw the
wow.
bar on that Olo, and that
Yeah.
will usually that's preserved as you go on to the next as you go into PLL. Jonah Crosby, best known for 4x4.
He did
having
really
some
well
nice pop-offs.
in 4x4. I think he said he got a PB 18.
Oh my god. He got an 18?
Yeah.
No way. Jonah with an 18? That's incredible.
It might have been a 20 year. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember.
Jonah Crosby got a 24.
24. Okay, maybe he was talking about in practice.
The only sub-20 that we've seen this competition so far was Max's 17 and a 19.
Yeah.
But that was a nice 724 there from Jonah.
Yeah. I don't think he's particularly practiced this 3x3 too much.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
Jonah's doing great. We're getting 3x3 results put in right now. Carter Kukala, that was a PR average for him. That 565 actually cemented a 675 PR average. Kevin Min, he's from the south if I remember correctly. 763. I'm trying to rack my brain whether he actually is from there.
So what does top 200 currently look like? Do we have
Top 200,
Yeah.
right? That's going to be approximately, you double that.
Yeah.
It's 23.97. There are
Okay.
only 222 people put in.
Okay, so very hard to tell. Oh, that was pretty
Dominic
good.
Radici
with
with
a
a
sub-7
633.
average, maybe.
Asking about a sub-7.
Yeah, based on what I'm hearing from the mic. Wonderful Nancy as judge.
That was a full step as well. Nice full step,
Yeah.
6.3.
Nice. Solid not +2. Chat says Kevin is from Alabama.
Yes, he is from the south.
Keaton is
Okay.
correct.
Christopher Sun going on the red stage right now.
Christopher is very fast at 3x3. He's in my area, so he shows up at my comps and beats me all the time. It's great. But he's very fast. I think he has a
6.1
yeah.
X, either 616 or 619 if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Which was top 10 in the world if I remember correctly when he got it. Chris also very good at a series of events, not just 3x3.
Yeah.
Even blindfolded. Very respectable at big blinds.
Yeah, I saw him earlier with a 6-minute 5x5 blind single.
Yes, Juliette Sebastien in chat. It was his first sub-7 average. Did I pronounce that okay, Dana?
Juliette.
And the last name?
Sebastian.
Sebastian? Okay.
I don't know if that's
the end
correct.
was not
Sorry.
best.
Hi, Juliette. Nice to see you in chat. What time is it? I guess it's like nighttime-ish there. Jonah with a 782 and
very
a
nice.
very large coffee. I'm a little jealous. Ah, we've got Kevin Costello III on the red stage. I don't know if I've seen him on stream yet.
Kevin Costello, an old-time cuber,
Is
best
he
known for
2010
his.
as well or 2013?
He's the 2012 ID. 2012 ID, yes. I believe his first competition was my second, Harvard Spring 2012. Very well known for 4x4, but also an incredibly fast 3x3 solver and quite versatile at big cubes as well.
Also, uniquely a red-orange only solver.
I believe he's a red only. Oh no, Antoine was red only. He's red orange. Yes. Kevin does red orange only.
Yeah, he used to get 5s when 5s were not common.
This is Carson Wijaya.
Also from the Northeast.
Also with the sub-7 average.
Yes. Very fast people from this area.
Doesn't look like he's really decided on a cross yet until right now.
Seems a little jittery. Makes sense. Very large
He's
competition.
doing very well
but this
so
solve
far.
Is, ooh. A little slow on the last layer. He seemed, I think that was mostly the nerves. The beginning started off okay.
Yes. Aiden Bartlett, one of our casters right now, finishing up with an R perm, 816. He's
Aiden
also
is the Square One World Champion.
He will not be defending his title. He is not going to Worlds, so we will crown a new champion in just a couple of weeks.
Luke Greiser. I also picture Luke like pre-pandemic in my head, so every time I see him, I'm like, wait, that's Luke.
So Luke Greiser has
changed a lot.
He's gotten about 6 inches taller. He's lost a good amount of weight, and he's gotten a lot faster in 3x3.
Yeah. Not on this solve in particular.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
8.4 is fine. He's going to make the next round.
Yeah, just not happy with that one, though.
He will be okay.
Chris is actually pretty good with nerves. He doesn't shake a lot, I've noticed. He also likes to hold the cue pretty high. Solid 707, both palindrome times. See if we can keep that up.
So we got a couple of things in chat that are relevant to Australia. Jaden McNeil from Queensland has tied the FMC world record average of 21, and I believe he's tied his continental record 19 single as well. So congratulations to Jay for both of those records. Jay now has records in FMC and Scoob.
Oh, what?
He had Scoob records in 2014.
Right. Oh, I thought you were going to say actively has.
Oh, no,
I was going to be like, that's not possibly true. Ooh, nice Soon A perm there. Pretty happy with that.
Kevin again with his next solve. The other question was, where can I see Australia tournament? You can go to the worldcubeassociation.org in order to find out information about competitions in Australia. You can also look up Speed Cubing Australia, one of the nonprofit regional organization in charge of cubing there. And they'll have great mailing lists and public outreach.
Kevin a little lucky on last layer there, but not a terrible A2. Waves off the camera, waves off to his fans. Got Luke back again.
I'm a big Kevin Costello fan.
Me too.
Big Kevin Costello fan.
I used to watch him do 4x4 and just be astounded by how fast it was. 30s at that time on that hardware, my goodness. And Luke does have a sub 6. Not only sub 6, sub 5.8 3x3 average. He has a 5.79 3x3 average, which is very, very fast. And I don't think that's a fluke.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, ZBE. Nice.
There you go, Luke Greiser.
Luke with a 5.11. The fastest that we've seen on stream so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very nice little ZB right there.
Yeah.
Is that just a 9 mover?
I did not see the case.
It looked very close to just a 9 mover, although I didn't get a great look at it.
About double that from Aiden. We've got Jonah back. Third solve? Fourth solve? I don't know if we missed one.
At the very least, Jonah has 2 7s.
Yes.
7s, I would think, were fairly good for Jonah, although not incredible. He'd really be chasing that sub 7 average.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Nice. 7,
solid.
9, 6. Solid, solid. Gonna be a probably sub 8 average for him then. Chris Sun back on red. Ooh. First look really smooth. I think it'll maybe.
Yeah, just a lot of moves.
Yeah, a lot of moves on the last layer. Not too bad. Yeah, that ZB on the 511 was very nice. Instant replay of the 7-9? 7-6. This is group 6.
So I will be departing after this, so I can go practice.
Also will be departing after this, so I can not practice. I'll watch Keaton practice maybe. I don't know. Pretend to judge him, give him some moral support. You know.
Carson Majaya?
Yep, with a very large water bottle. I've seen people
like. I think you need it. The water fountain is
pretty
far away.
I'm like parched because I'm a little. I need to go fill up my water. But I've seen people use those as like a dumbbell.
Oh, that's nice.
With filled up water. Ooh.
C-perm.
Pretty solid. Not happy. Decent.
I'm getting so nervous watching these.
We've got Kevin with his 4th solve. He's got some pretty good solves under his belt. Nothing out of the water, out of this world. Out of the water.
Ooh, nice little skip.
PL skip. Nice job. Very good 4th wall breaks.
That's counting.
Yes, that's counting.
And that's counting, I've heard.
Ooh.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
Shout out Kevin Costello.
The 3rd.
2014 world champion.
We've got Jonah for his solve. I don't know what number this is. 4?
It's at least 4.
Yeah.
We've only seen 7 so far on stream for him. We will not see a 7 here.
983.
But he'll be fine.
We're
Chris
seeing
Sun with another 7.
7-6 specifically.
I'm not sure if we've seen one of.
So.
I'm not sure if we've missed one of Luke Greiser's solves at all.
So it's going to be a 7-4 at worst, 7-2 at best. Pretty narrow range. That means the solves were pretty consistent. Regardless, he'll be safe for 2nd round and most likely for a 3rd round as well. Chris Sun could probably push into finals. He does have a very fast. Does he have a sub 6 or a very low 6 average?
616.
616, right. Got Kevin for his last solve, I think.
We got Tyson Mao in chat, WCA founder. Hi Tyson, I'm Keaton, and we've got Danny Yee with me on the mic.
Hi Tyson. I've got Kevin's last solve. He's counting a 6-8, 6-7 on the last solve. I don't remember what it was.
He said it was a counting 6.7.
6.7. I wasn't sure if it was 6-7 or 6-8.
Let's see what this is.
So this looks pretty good so far.
GC. That's counting as well. He had an 8.2. So.
Yeah. So he's looking to people sitting right behind the camera, so it looks like he's looking right at stream. It's very funny.
He's at the 7-3, close to PB, but not quite.
Oh.
So.
7:30, he says.
Very nice. Congratulations,
very
Kevin.
Nice, Kevin.
We are going to, at least I'm going to try and head out of here once Nick Silvestri swings by, so I can get a little bit of practice in before my solves. So I'm going to ask Dana to solo commentate.
Sounds
I'm going to go
good.
find Nick Silvestri.
Yeah. Cool. So Keaton's going to run off and practice 3x3. Maybe we'll see him on stream later. I don't think I will be commentating for his group.
Was it the timers? Did you check if it was the timers?
But let's see.
Did you check if it was the timers' fault or his fault?
Chris ending his average with a 6.85. So that is going to be his best possible average. So he's going to end with a 7.22. Not his best average, as previously mentioned. He has a 6.16 average. So very likely to make finals, but also could possibly not. Obviously, everyone technically has the ability to. And in case chat is interested, Lucas Guerin just broke the longest time to get a sub 10 average, which is 17 years. I think that's a very interesting statistic because a lot of competitors here are not even 17 years old. Okay, Keaton is off to practice, and I'm here with.
Hi, it's Nick Silvestri.
Yes. I think someone is supposed to take my spot, but I'm cool just chilling here.
Brandon Lin will be joining us shortly.
Maybe. He's probably napping. You know, his afternoon nap. His old man needs a nap.
I believe Brandon has been keeping 17 years as well.
Yeah. Looks like Tyson is going for longest time to break sub 15. Chat asked who had a 6.16. Christopher Sun, his PR. His PR average is a 6.16. And I believe he had a 7.22 average, so obviously weighs off PR, but not a terrible average. We've got Dylan Miller on the blue stage. Not really happy with that. Dylan is very fast at 3x3. Definitely one of the contenders for finals. And that being said, I'm going to pass off my mic to Brandon Lin.
Thank you, Dana. And welcome back. It is Nick here with Brandon Lin. We're going to be your host for the next 4 groups of 3x3. Brandon, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. I did not have the best 3x3 round 1 results, so a little bummed out, but Excited to see who's up. Oh, in fact, it's our favorite caster, Krish Shanathwani. The decently fast F12 stage. He looks a little bit confused or not happy about that time.
That's one of the reactions where you can't tell if it's good or if it's bad.
Oh, 694 for Brody. I'm not sure what Brody averages nowadays, but he's been improving a lot over the past few years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's like a quick GV perm there. What group is this, by the way?
This is Group 7.
Group 7, amazing.
I believe there are 12 groups in 3x3.
That was a really fast PLO.
A little bit of Luke Garrett, my
Yeah.
reaction to that information expression.
Dylan Miller up here.
Very quick on those first 4 pairs.
A little fumble on PLO. Faroon is...
Oh. An unfortunate +2. If you are just joining us and you are unfamiliar with the WCA regulations, when a cube lands in one turn away, it is still considered solved, although there is a +2 second penalty. Although it does seem to be a duplicate scramble. Kit Clement, the delegate for this stage, is handling the situation. Looks like looking at the footage. If you are a competitor at home and you think you find a duplicate scramble and you're still in inspection, it is very useful to instead stop immediately, don't solve on it, and call the delegate over immediately. This is because being able to see that the scramble is a duplicate helps us confirm that, yes, it is in fact duplicate. We don't have to go through video footage.
Yep, that's right.
Because sometimes some nefarious actors, we don't want them saying, oh, a scramble is a duplicate, when instead they just got a bad solve.
Yeah, for sure. Make sure to right away get a delegate over so we can get the situation resolved. As Krish does another solve, or at least he's beginning to do another solve.
On yellow this time, I believe Krish was doing white previously. Probably dual color neutral.
782. I can figure that he's not happy about that one either. U.S. Nationals bigger than last year's North American? Yes, this is the largest competition ever now.
But only for a couple of weeks. In 2 weeks, the World's Championship is happening in Incheon, Korea. There are 1,400 registered competitors, edging out this competition by 200.
That's right. It's crazy how much the WCA has grown for how many competitors there are. I remember many years ago, Nationals would just be a few hundred people, and now it's hit quadruple digits for competitor count.
I believe on screen now is Kimberlyn Calderon?
Yes. Used to be part of the Northeast.
little bit of a Y2 rotation. A lot of the time these cubers want to try and minimize the amount of rotations they do, because every time they have to take a cube off the puzzle, that is a hand that they're not turning with. And not turning means that you are pausing, and pausing adds to your time. And it looks like missed a turn on the front face there, slowing down that PLL execution by a couple of seconds.
That's right. Yep. Looks like she was doing a V-perm, and doing that last F move for the V-perm can be a little bit tricky, given how the finger tricks work on the V-perm.
V-perm is probably one of the least popular PLL algorithms. PLL is the last step for many cubers, where they are moving the pieces in the top layer into their final positions. And some of these, the algorithms to solve some of these patterns are quite, how should you put them? Unappreciated.
Yeah.
Frankly, wish they didn't exist.
Varun at OLO at 5.5 seconds. Not even showing the time for that. Doesn't like that solve at all.
I think we've had 3 reactions in a row like this. Clearly not an average.
Yep, for sure.
However, 400 people will be advancing to the next round here, so even though these solves aren't optimal, a few 7s in a row are probably going to be adequate to get into the next round. Krish is smiling. Someone just told him a funny joke. Little something interesting happened there with the cube cover, but nothing against the regulations. Maybe a little miscommunication.
Hopefully that didn't distract them too much. Oh, pretty lucky. And
looked like maybe he might have done the wrong OLO algorithm there. I couldn't quite tell.
Oh, Wusa here. Lucky up a little bit on that PLO as well.
I don't think I've seen a single happy response from any of these solves from any of our solvers in this group.
Yeah. I mean, you're always going to be pretty hard on yourself when you're judging, looking at your own times. But lots of G-perms. Because technically G-perms are the most common PLO that you will see, since there are 4 out of 21 of the PLOs.
And not only that, but they are not symmetrical, meaning they occur even more often than some of the other ones.
Really speedy J-perm. Really speedy J-perm.
Dylan Miller back up. It's always good to see the competitors taking out a headphone. According to the WCA regulations, a electronic headphone is not allowed to be worn during a solve. Every time we see someone coming up with a headphone, we're always secretly crossing our fingers and hoping they remember to take it out. Otherwise, the solve will be disqualified. I think I see a solved white-orange cross edge there, and maybe green is connected. Oh, yes.
Oh, this is great.
OLL at
568.
mid-4. 568.
Kimberlin with this nice 699.
If you are interested at home, the live results are going in at live.worldcubeassociation.org. They're about 1 group delayed, more or less, but you can see the results as they're going in. Currently at the top is Brian Johnson with a 6.39 average, but that is subject to change as we get more and more results put in. We're only about halfway done with the first round of 3x3. So it is quite likely that some other people start filling into these upper positions.
Brody working on his next solve. Not happy with that F2L. F2L definitely looked a little bit slow for him.
I think that was a scramble that we were looking at earlier that had some solved pieces.
Yep.
Usually when you start off in an opportune position like that, you can usually predict a little bit further into the solve, and that allows you to potentially take advantage of faster turning speed, faster time. And so getting a suboptimal result on a solve like that is always a little bit disappointing.
725.
Krish, expressive as always.
Not sure if that expression was related to the solve, but
looked like someone might have been talking to him off screen.
Yep.
And Brody once again.
Into the Y-perm. We have Sean Mack. Oh, this is really good for Sean. 590.
Great.
Nice. Once again, OLL 4.
Did I miss that OLL, or was that a last slot? Was that a skip?
Let's see the replay here. Oh. That was soon.
It was just a soon.
Yeah, soon into Y-perm. Nice last layer.
Soon is the name of one particular OLL case that I think most cubers enjoy getting. Short of a skip.
Yep.
It only requires turning 2 faces and is very easy to do very, very quickly.
Just barely sub 10 for Kimberlin. Hello, everyone.
And it seems like we're coming up at the end. Oh, my hair is sticking out of the hat. Seems like we're coming back at the end of Group 7, the tail end here. Group 8 will probably be called momentarily. You'll hear it most likely through our microphones when that happens.
Has Nam gone yet? I haven't seen Nam. Has he gone
I
yet?
do not believe so. I
Streaming
believe
here.
Nam is coming up in a later group, specifically Group 8. So that is up next. We will see Seung-Hyuk Nam.
He's in there.
Oh, this is Group 8, actually.
Ah.
We must have missed it.
We might see him eventually in this group, but depends on if they'll put him on stream.
The 8 people to look out for would be Max Shao, Andrew Moy, Keaton Ellis. You know him. You've seen him on the stream so far.
That is just sub 625.
Yes, it is. And Graham Stone. They will all be on the red stage. So when you see that red tablecloth, those are the names to look out for. Again, Max Shao, Andrew Moy, Keaton Ellis, and Graham Stone. And on the blue stage, we will see Seung-Hyuk Nam, Sean Mack, Oliver Michael Sichel, and Peter Wires or Vyers?
Peter Vyers? I think so.
Peter Vyers. Bit of an overhead view of the venue. Today we are very crowded.
Yeah.
We have the main events, perhaps the most popular events, 2x2, 3x3, and Pure Minx round 1s were all today. So we have almost everybody from the competition present at the moment. There is very little seating space at those practice tables.
Yeah, walking in 20 minutes before the competition started, I was not able to find a table anywhere. Here we got Max Shaw starting his first solve.
We will see whether he solves below the table like this or is simply inspecting down there.
Oh, Olo, really quickly, does he know the ZB? He
knows the ZBLL.
Yep.
ZBLL is a large algorithm set. When you get to your last layer and you have the 4 edge pieces all oriented the correct way, in this case all the white color was upward, there are 493 different algorithms that you can potentially execute in order to solve the rest of the cube in one go.
Looks like he also did 2GLO before, which is a subset of ZBLO that only uses the R and U faces, which is a much smaller subset. Oh, PLO skip. He seems really happy about that.
Not entirely sure who this is. Perhaps one of the last people from Group 7. Seems like there might have been a little bit of blurring here between some of these groups.
Yep. Bruin's probably finished up one of his last solves.
Yes, I believe one of the solves was a duplicate scramble, so that issue was probably corrected, and it led to a little bit of a delay here on his solves.
788. Oh, I do that OLO algorithm too.
Yes, many of these algorithms have multiple variations, and some people choose which ones they feel are the most ergonomic. Simply easier to memorize. Some people
Easy to
learn
execute as well.
Some people learn multiple of them.
Yep. Depending on what angle you get it from, maybe one algorithm will suit you better in that situation versus something else.
A lot of people have one primary hand that they use to hold the cube in place and another one to turn one of the sides. And if you want to turn one of the other sides, it requires a little bit of a regrip there that can often slow up your solve. So people tend to prefer certain algorithms from certain sides.
Andrew Moyes finishing up F2L with an A perm at the end. Shaking his head. Doesn't like that 864.
Did a little insertion there with a wide move and an in move using that center layer to insert into, I believe, the back there. But unfortunately, missed the turn coming back. That's one of the ergonomic difficulties. And the cube caught a little bit.
Wait.
And it seemed to slow down.
Is that an axolotl? Plushie?
I believe it is. A good luck charm, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this might be Oliver Sitchell. 8.03, close to a +2, but it looked fine from our angle.
Oh, the timer's not starting for this solve.
This is unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, never mind. This was not the same competitor. I thought I saw the timer going there. This unfortunately looked like the competitor forgot to start the timer. So this is a did not finish. Not a DNS. A DNS or a did not start has a specific meaning, meaning that the competitor voluntarily opted to not start. In this case, the competitor did start, but they didn't start the timer, resulting in a failure to follow the procedures and a disqualified or a did not finish time.
Sean Mack with a 929 at the end. Looks like he locked up during that G-perm. Max Shaw taking his time before the second solve.
Oh no. Looks like dropped the cube and unfortunately landed at an angle that gave a +2.
It looks like we didn't miss Sung Hak Nam. He's going to be doing 3x3 right now.
We may have missed some previous solves on stream, but we will get to see this one.
Nam was almost the 2017 world champion, but missed it because of a timer malfunction, unfortunately. Oh, it looks like it's trying to recognize the ZB.
Again, coming back to these ZB algorithms, there are 493 of them, and they fall into certain categories, but they are much harder to recognize at a glance. And so you could see the, oh.
Did he have a, no, he didn't have a corner twist. That was probably part of the algorithm that he was doing.
Interesting. But yes, there was a little bit of a delay there because it can be much harder to recognize exactly which algorithm. Saw Max Shaw's +2 there.
$727 from Andrew.
To answer a question in, oh no, Sean Mack.
Oh no. Unfortunately, Sean is going to have to count that 9 that he already had a 9 just before, and now he's got another 9, unfortunately.
Yes, looks like the question's already been answered in chat, but Nam could potentially win the competition. However, the title of U.S. National Champion will go to someone representing the United States. And here we go, Keaton Ellis. You know him, you love him, you've been listening to him all day. If you live in California, you will soon be graced with his presence at competitions over there. Keaton is a former world record holder for 3x3 single.
Well, I guess he technically he is.
Unfortunately, that record did not count because someone else broke it on the same day.
That PLO at 6 seconds with a quick A perm.
I do believe a 7.78 is relatively good for him.
That's decent for Keaton.
He's using that what is that cube called? The X cube. Uses it as a phone stand.
Yes, the X cube. Yeah. Claims it's the best phone stand he's ever used.
Are you Andrew?
Songhack Nam, another solve.
It was. Now you need a 6. Yeah.
We'll point out that Keaton did get a 5.09 at that time, which was the world record, but later did break it with a 5.08. So thankfully his profile, his legacy on his profile has been corrected.
Wow, that was a fast
F2L. Incredibly fast.
599 for Songhack Nam.
So OLL at about 4.8 there, so a 1.1 second PLL execution.
Oh, +2 for Andrew.
Looks like missed the AUF on there. AUF stands for adjust U face. At the end of the solve, after you do the last algorithm, it's possible that the top layer there is not quite aligned in the way it should be. And so it requires one more move in order to line it up. Depending on which direction it is and which algorithm you're executing, your fingers may or may not be in a good position to execute that. So there's a lot of strategy about recognizing which way it's going to turn before you have even finished the alg, and also exactly how you are going to execute that final turn when you do finish that algorithm.
Max Shaw on his third solve. Look at yellow. Yellow seems to have something that looks pretty good.
I saw a big square, but we'll see exactly what Max chooses to use, and it is yellow.
He had an incorrect cross edge, I think. If you look at the bottom, he had a orange edge piece connected to the right center. Nam going for another solve. I agree that Nam's turning is extremely satisfying. He is very fast and snappy turning, and he has incredibly fluid F2L steps. Nam locking up a little bit on the last F2L slot. Yeah. With a 741. I believe this is Morgan.
Yes, Morgan Ye. I believe from Canada.
It's been a pleasure judging.
Has a 6.03 average and a 5.18 single. So 6.37, not quite to that 6.03, but depending on what the other solves are or will be, potentially looking at breaking that PR.
Yep. Not far from that PR at all. So with a lefty J perm as well.
So we are now beginning to start Group 9. Looks like while we finished up the last solvers on Group 8. Group 9 on the red stage, we want to look out for Morgan Ye, Eli Parker, Alexei Sinyavin, and Aiden McKenzie. And on the blue stage, we want to look out for Patrick Potts, Stanley Chappell, Benjamin Pugh, and Alexander Prasad. Oh, you could tell there with the little pause between OLL and PLLL that perhaps there was some nervous execution.
For
bit
sure.
of a handshake.
For sure, definitely going to get those nerves in this competition. But 847 should be is definitely good enough to make round 2. And remember that there are 4 rounds of 3x3, so they'll have plenty of time and rounds to get some solves in.
Max Show again on stream. I believe we've seen every solve from Max so far. Oh, yes, so far. So I believe this is number 4. So this is what will lock in the best and worst possible average. Because in WCA competitions for 3x3, the best and the worst solve are thrown out, and then the middle 3 are averaged together in order to calculate the average. The 4th solve is often critical for locking in exactly what that range can be.
This is a good solve for this average, but he doesn't seem to like that solve itself.
Looks like there was at about OLL at about 4.9 seconds there. And then finishing with a high 6 means that there was a bit of a pause or a lockup transitioning into PLL, that final step. Probably was a bit disappointed with exactly how quickly that transition happened, or specifically how not quickly.
Yep. A little bit lucky there.
Keaton again.
Dude, I don't know how to feel that I'm on the live stream. I'm on the live stream.
This camera is blocking the cube a little bit.
It's okay, we just get to see it twice.
Oh, thank you. He heard us. Now we can see the cube. Oh, this looks a pretty good solve. Oh, no!
Oh, no! As Keaton Ellis is a very good one-handed solver. You can see there on the bottom. In 2015, he was a 3x3 one-handed U.S. champion. Interestingly, he has almost completely switched methods to another method called RU. In CFOP, the normal solving method for most of the solvers here at the competition, you have to do some rotations of the cube, and when you have one hand, they can often be quite difficult. RU is a bit more ergonomic for some of it, but it is a less popular technique and overall different, but it is very interesting to see such a high-level one-handed solver change techniques so late into their career.
Yeah, and he's definitely gaining speed for learning RU.
Although I was talking with Keaton earlier, and I do believe that he has switched back to using CFOP for this competition for some reason. Perhaps just a little bit out of practice with RU.
I can believe that's the reason, as Andrew Moy finishes his final solve. Nice 628.
Was that OLL at a high 4 there? Very quick solve. And so this being the fastest solve of the average, you would have seen up there that the BPA, or best possible average, was 7.99. By getting the fastest solve in the 5th attempt, he locked in that best possible average. Had it been the worst solve, it would have been the worst possible average, and had it been in between the best and the worst solve so far, it would have been somewhere between that best and worst possible average. That's what makes that fourth solve so important and why you see so much nerves going into those fourth solves. Because the fourth solve is the last one that can potentially truly improve your overall average in a round.
Morgan Ye is starting his next solve. As you see, he is the 4x4 Canadian champion this year. 727 with the +2, unfortunately. And I think that's going to be near the end of this next group. Coming up next, we'll have Group 9 of 3x3, where... Wait, Group 9 or...
I'm a little confused by these groups.
Because it looks like we just did Group Group 8, but Morgan Ye was supposed to be in Group 9. That they seem to be blending together. I believe here we have Eli Parker. Eli Parker is really good at one-handed solving. 76.
Seems to be doing... Oh, holding it up to the camera, I believe. That's what that was.
Unfortunately, we did not get the overhead cam for that, so sorry, Eli. Oh, we might get it now.
I'm
there we go.
Not sure which character that is.
I don't know who that is. 38. $838 and $839 followed to the next solve.
That is an interesting statistic that I saw recently. There are some people who have long streaks of consecutive solves in their profile for a particular event.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I do believe Carter Kukala has almost 2, maybe 3 full seconds of solves that are consecutive down to the centisecond.
That's amazing. It's an interesting statistic to optimize for.
8 seconds.
Last pair really quick. Yes! Really happy about that 586.
5.86. Very well done. It looked like that F2L was done very quickly.
Very smooth. Eli holding... I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. What character that is.
Solving with, or signing with one hand. Back to Morgan Ye. Just answering a question in chat. The cubers that can solve in the live stream solving stations. So we have 12 groups. The groups are split relatively symmetrically with some fast solvers in just about every group. And there is a special mark on the scorecard of the runners who go to the live stream stations. Those tend to be the fastest solvers in a particular group. We only have cameras on 2 stations here, but we do have 5 stages in the entire venue with 50 stations total.
We'll add 6 seconds. 24. 702.
I do not believe competitors are obligated to be on camera should they choose not to. But given that there's only a camera out there and not a person, and there's usually a big crowd there anyway.
Yep. I'm sure if they can opt to not be on the streaming stations if they wanted to.
Coming up in the next group, some notable cubers that we have not seen yet are Patrick Ponce, Stanley Chappell, Benjamin Pugh, and Alexander Persad.
You like getting that ZB? Or sometimes I'm not sure if cubers know the ZB or they do the algorithm and happen to get lucky with that PLL skip.
Well, statistically, for any particular ZB case, if you do the normal OLL algorithm, I believe it's 1 in 21 just about, maybe more.
Yep. Looked like he did do that ZB though, last solve.
Max Park is going to be in the final group. That is Group 12. We are currently around Group 9, maybe 10. I believe we're a little bit staggered between some of our stages because we had
636.
5 blind occurring at one point, and some competitors were away for that. 1 in 72. Yes, there's only 21 PLLs, but they occur with different distributions. So there is 72 different possibilities.
That's right.
So should they get the ZB correct, they probably know it.
Yeah, yes. Often there's standard algorithms for doing those specific yellow cross cases. You can do a subset called COLL, which is a subset of 42, about 42 cases, in which you can solve the corners but not necessarily edges. And when you do that, you increase your chances from getting a PLL skip from 172 to 1 in 12. So this is actually a pretty good subset to know if you want a bridge between doing just OLL and full ZBLL. And one case that comes up really nicely is in big cubes. So because big cubes, U perms and H perms are pretty nice. They come in handy there. As Patrick Ponce is beginning to make his first solve. 581. It's a really fast last layer for him.
We have spoken previously about how the first round has usually lower nerves, but these first solves, depending on how well they do on them, can change it all for a particular attempt. So even though the ultimate goal is to proceed into the next round, you can always get a good result. And if the good times start rolling in, that pressure can start building for an individual cuber, because it's often not about simply winning the competition or winning a particular event. It's about improving upon your previous times.
Patrick did have not the best F2L, but looked like he was able to come back with it with the last layer as Stanley Chappell sits down for this next solve.
Stanley Chappell, most well known for being the big blind world record holder for 4x4 single and mean, as well as 5x5 mean.
Yes.
Previously 5 blind single. However, was narrowly beaten by Hill Pong. I believe the margin there is very small. Is it 0.04?
Yeah, it was really small. Hill Pong is definitely one of the contenders for breaking Stanley's world records, but Stanley is still miles ahead of everyone else in 4 blind.
Stanley is also a very well-rounded cuber, putting down very respectable results in just about every single event. Many people have a few events that they aren't particularly good at or don't practice much, but Stanley is one of the few that does rather well on just about every single one of them. Stanley, I believe, also won 5x5 blindfolded at this comp earlier today. I believe the time there, off the top of my head, it was in the 240s. I believe the world record is in the 2 teens, I think. With 17 events and 2 world records per event, it can be sometimes hard to remember exactly what each of those world records are.
Yep. I don't think anyone's surprised that Stanley won 5x5 blindfolded, but
the only way someone was going to win that other than Stanley is if Stanley got a DNF on everything.
Yep, that is true.
So 609 for Patrick. So it looks like averaging right there around the high 5, low 6. Let's see if he can keep it up.
So Stanley with 242 for 5 blind, which solidly puts in first place. Oh, here we have Madi Hirono Inaba.
From Hawaii.
From Hawaii. Madi is last year's North American champion. Last year, Madi managed to pull off a 4-second solve in the finals, which is amazing. So Madi was really well under pressure.
And of course, at North American Championships last year, in an unofficial event, Madi did put down a 3.08 second solve. Not an official world record because it wasn't done during part of the normal official events, but many consider it to be an unofficial record because it was effectively very similar to an official competition environment.
It's crazy that it's still faster than the current world record that Max Park now has at 3:11.
I think that just goes to show exactly how primed that world record was to being broken. And indeed, just a week ago, we saw Luke Garrett beat that infamous 3.47 with a 3.44.
Yep.
Landing out the second fastest solve for 3x3 in the world.
Patrick sitting down for his third solve.
Excuse me, 3.13, not a 3.11.
.654. Shaking his head.
So currently counting at a 6.34 mean, depending on what these last two solves are. This fourth solve is very critical because, as mentioned before, this is what will determine the worst and best possible averages. So the fourth solve determines that range. The fifth solve determines where in that range that solve lands precisely.
Madi for a second solve of the day. Well, not of the day, of this round. Well, this looks
that was
really
quick.
nice.
Must have been, was it an illusion? That looked very fast.
It looked fast, and then
it looked almost like he was on PLL at 3.5, but clearly that did not seem to be the case.
What probably happened is that a lot of the edges were oriented during F2L, and so while he was doing F2L, it just looked like a lot of the pieces were solved on the top layer.
Yes, oriented edges means that you do not have to rotate the cube in order to solve these edges. There are some techniques that revolve around orienting these edges, and they give you a more ergonomic solve that you do not have to re-grip or rotate the cube in order to solve those edges. That seemed like a very unhappy OLL.
Yep.
That OLL has all of the edges misoriented. It is quite a long algorithm, although I don't personally find it that unergonomic.
Yep. Seemed fine. Stanley Chapel.
Looks like someone kicked the desk there for a little bit.
ZB. Oh, +2.
Looks like it looks like Stanley is saying it's a +4.
Yeah, he touched the cube after it was done.
Or perhaps it was the karate chop. We might have to get a slow motion replay on that, see exactly what happened. So the cube has ended with 1 turn off, meaning that is a +2 second penalty. There are additional penalties. If you briefly touch the cube but do not turn it after you have finished, or after you have turned off the timer, that is also a +2. Meanwhile, Brendan Dunnigan
doesn't look very happy about this 780. Doesn't like that very much. Brendan Dunnigan with a 415 3x3 single very recently.
Brendan is, I believe, the crowd's favorite at this competition. It is hard to see Brendan do a solve without many people applauding. Yes, going back to Stanley's solve there, depending on also how that timer was stopped, if your hands are not down with your palms, that is also potentially a +2. So depending on exactly how that was ruled, we might see that solve go all the way up to a +6 second penalty.
There's a big pause there after first slot. 6:17.
This fourth solve has locked in a mid-6, rather a tight range. Unfortunately, the best possible and worst possible averages are not currently correct on screen. But looking at the solves that are there, looks like at best the 5-8-1 will be the best counting solve, no matter what happens next. Yes, Brendan is also one of the newest competitors on the scene. I believe started cubing around the COVID era in 2020,
Yes.
entered the first competition in 2021, and is very fast in many, many events.
Oh, whoa.
Maddie
5-10
with a
for Maddie.
5.10.
He's shaking his head. Could have been, you think he's getting, does he think he could have been faster?
Maybe you'll be able to hear in the background, the crowd has gotten slightly louder after watching that. Many of these competitors are averaging much faster at home. I do believe Maddie is around the low to mid 5s. However, the competition environment, the different lighting, coming in, sitting on these chairs that may be a little too cushiony, tables a little bit too high, your solving posture can be slightly different, the lighting can be a little different than you're used to, and the nerves all usually tend to contribute to people performing at a little bit worse than their at-home average.
Remind the best possible average and the worst possible average displayed here are not correct. Looks like his best possible average is about a 6-second flat average. High 5-second average. 720. Patrick.
So that 720 was the worst solve of his average, which made that 6.59 that he got previously. Looks like he's going to be calculating his average, perhaps here on stream for us.
It's been a pleasure judging you.
Well, looks like not. I think this is Maddie. Yep, Maddie with his last solve.
Is this Maddie's fourth solve?
I think
or
this
is
is
this
the last
the
one.
fifth one?
Yep. This is his
So
last
that,
solve.
That 5.08 could potentially count depending on this solve here.
Oh, that was a 510.
510.
Yep.
Oh, you're
576. Still really good time. .609 average for Maddie. I believe Patrick would. I believe we need to get the stats on Patrick, but
Yes, these times are also going in live at live.worldcubeassociation.org. If you'd like to follow the times on your own, you can go to live.worldcubeassociation.org. They are about one group behind, so there will be a little bit of a delay. You can get those in.
we've got Ray Bai on the blue stage. Ray Bai from Virginia.
A good Megaminx and Big Cube solver. The TPS, good OLL. Unfortunately, a little bit of a pause there. That OLL, the set of moves to make it all yellow on the top, that one in particular you got is very short, only 6 moves long. So it's a good one to get when you're in the middle of a solve. Some of them get quite long, 14, 15 moves, I believe, are some of the longest ones. And for these last 2 groups, we're going to do another announcer change. So this is Nick Silvestri signing off.
This is Brandon Lynn, and we'll see you guys later.
You could put your face on this camera, but it would be confusing because no one expects to see something like solved perfection comes after normally. They expect to see a scrambled up face. And when they see yours, it's obviously just perfection. Yeah. Of course. It's not a compliment, it's the truth. Oh, don't get them like that. Like, you can't believe this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to CubingUSA Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am back, Michael Chai.
And I'm here too, Chris Shanathwani.
All right, Chris, we're wrapping up Group 10 right now, and I believe, Ray, nothing too crazy. However, if you are in the venue,
7:33, yeah.
7:33. If you're in the venue, people are getting ready to watch 2 of the favorites, Luke Garrett and Max Park.
Yes, and Matty Hiroto and Naba just went as well in Group 10, and you could not see over anybody. There was a huge mob just around him. I saw a couple 5s. It was a low 5, 5-7, a 6-0, and a 6-8 +2. So I don't know what his other solve was, but I believe his average was probably either low 6 or sub 6.
His average was about low 6 for sure. Matty did pretty well with the low 5. I think it was a 5.1, solving on the orange cross. I believe it was solved. A lot of people who are color neutral solving an orange cross.
Yes. All right, and so who is in this group? I know we've got Kerry Creech and Brendan Lynn on the red stage.
Yeah, so for Group 11, and keep in mind, we're wrapping up Group 10, but Group 11 we got on red stage Blake Thompson, Avocado, Mayerick.
That's Group 12.
Oh, sorry, that is Group 12.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Luke Garrett, Zeke Mackey, Nathaniel Sunil, and Nipun Kasari.
Oh, we've got Nipun's from Massachusetts. Oh, we've got Zeke starting his first solve. Very solid F12 from Zeke. Transitions into OLL. 7-11, 7-14 for Zeke. A bit of a locky PLL and OLL, but the solve itself was very fluid. There were not a lot of pauses. Additionally, in Group 11, we've got Brendan Lynn, Kerry Creech, Jeremy Boulambeau, and Ash Black.
All right.
I believe this must be Jeremy then.
Yeah.
The judges put the cube cover in front of the stream camera, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, but we get that little. Ooh, wow. Does he recognize the ZB here? Oh.
Wow. 7-3. That looks like a very easy solve.
Yeah.
Luke Garrett getting started with his first solve.
All
503 PR average, ranking him 4th or 5th in the world. I think it's 4th after. No, it's 5th after Yihang, Max and Timon, and Roy Hong, and then Luke. He's 5th in the world, 2nd in North America, 344 world record 2 single, or world ranking 2 single. So Luke is definitely one of the favorites to win here. He must be incredibly nervous, though.
344, only the second person in the world to break 347.
Yes, him and Max Park, who are both here.
All right, and looks like Luke is going to go for color neutral, of course, but going for white.
Cross, yeah. That was the same color. This is the same solution as Zeke.
Oh.
Exact same solution as Zeke.
You know what? A swaggy U-perm.
Yeah, 643, though. He's not going to be too pleased with that.
No.
However nice the U-perm might have been.
If we can get one of the class... Oh, as Carey Creech right now.
White cross as well.
Oh, that's a tough Ola.
He did not solve his F2L. Oh, doing the commutator.
Wow. That was, pretty clean, except for the missed edge.
Yeah. He's not going to be too pleased with that. Carey Creech's PR, I believe, is in the 6.8s, 688, I believe.
Yeah, approximately here. And Zeke Mackey back up on the stage. His hands were a little bit shaky.
Yes.
Understandably.
714 on the first solve.
Yeah.
Same solution as Luke, and losing to him by less than a second, which is either means Zeke is doing well or Luke isn't doing so great.
Yeah, correct.
All right, so I believe Zeke does white-yellow, although he could prove me wrong here. Nope, he does a yellow cross. Yeah, he's very shaky. Sexy sledge into the U-perm. That's a nice last lander, but a 775, he's not going to be too happy with that.
Yeah. But you know what? Honestly, considering how shaky he is, he's actually executing pretty okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Not anywhere near his full potential. Zeke with a 4.4 official 3x3 single that has incredible TPS.
Yeah. Currently in our pole position in WCA Live at this moment is Luke Greiser with a 635 average.
Yes. His counting times were 7-0, 5-9, and 6-0. So he's not going to be too happy with that, but he's going to be glad with his position. Brendan Lynn coming up to solve here, the Canadian national record holder, I believe, and the Canadian champion. Luke Garrett we also have on the blue stage. Hopefully we can get to see both of their solves at once. So Brendan is starting his inspection.
I don't see anything in particular for this scramble.
Me neither.
Oh, this looks like one of those. I don't see any bars anywhere.
Nope. All right, so Brennan's starting to solve now. Luke also starting to solve now. I think we're going to switch over to Luke in a sec. Brennan locking up. Yeah. Luke getting...
Brennan.
Yeah, Brennan and Luke both solving very subpar on this. It didn't look like a great scramble, though. I will say that.
Yeah, that was... honestly, that scramble looked a little bit... for lack of a better term, bogus.
Yes. At the last national championships, Luke got his first ever sub-5 official 3x3 single, 495, and you look at the mob that's gathered to watch Luke Garrett solve. It's crazy.
Look at this. And honestly, looking at this is making me appreciate Luke Garrett's composure at this point.
Yes, I agree.
Considering how up he can be when he gets a good solve, at least he's pretty even-keeled right now.
He is. Carey Creech getting started with his second solve, a 10 on the first one. Very, very displeased with that. All right. I think going for yellow cross. Yep. Inserting a free pair. Okay, a little bit of a fumble. All right, not bad for Carey. 740. Very solid PLL execution, but the fumble there might have cost him the sub-7.
Yeah.
Zeke with the 654.
Oh, much better.
Much better.
A little wink at the crowd.
So Zeke has got a counting 7-1 right now. He's going to be pretty pleased with that. Luke Garrett, I hear, just got called over to Station 1. What group is this? This is Group 11.
I do want to do a little PSA. If you are in the crowd actually watching the stream, at least if there's any significant time, do not write it in the chat. It is a spoiler. Just wanted to provide a little quick update so we don't have to worry about that a little bit later. Thank you.
This is true.
All right, Luke Garrett, I believe it's his third solve, Chris, right?
Third solve, yeah. He's got a 643, 755. So this average is already out of PR pace, barring like 2 counting mid-4s or something. But Luke is now probably just going to try and bang out a low 6 average. I think is the goal here. Maybe sub-6 if he can get some other good counting times. All right, this scramble looks a lot better.
Oh, clean. Soon and a U-perm 487. Let's go.
Is that the first sub-5 of U.S. Nationals?
Oh, that's gotta be.
Yeah, he's happy.
To Luke Garrett.
Happy. Good stuff, Luke. Love that kid.
Luke G, a true G. And Brennan followed that with a 5:13.
It looked like a pretty good scramble, yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Canadian champion, winner of Canadian championship.
Oh, wait, this was Brennan's second solve.
Oh,
so
it?
Luke sludging the pair into Soon Z-Perm. Oh, wait, no, Soon U-Perm, my fault.
Soon U-Perm. But you know what? Was there no AUF on that U-Perm?
No, there was.
Oh, there was.
It was a
AUF,
U-Perm,
okay.
yeah.
Got it.
All right, Zeke going on to solve number 4. He's got a 7-7, a 7-1, and a 6-5.
Man, keep in mind he's having to follow up a 487 here.
Yeah, and you know the entire crowd is still clamoring for that. I can hear him behind me.
Yeah.
Going for White Cross here. Looked like a lot of moves, unfortunately. Soon
Oh,
F6 Prime
clean
G-Perm.
OLL here.
Okay, 701. Zeke securing a low 7 average for himself. That's pretty good.
Nice.
Carry onto the third scramble. Yeah, it looks very easy. Very fast crossing F2L here. And a 7-10 for a carry with a big pause before his last pair.
Krish, am I tripping? Am I seeing like just a ton of U-Perms?
Yes, you are seeing a lot of U-Perms.
I'm seeing a lot of U-Perms in this set of competitors right now.
Oh, Carey takes a bow.
Oh, wow. Take a bow, Carey.
It was a good U-Perm from Carey Creech.
Yeah. My reaction to that information.
Carey Creech, the 2022 FMC North American champion as well. He got 3 podiums at North American Champs last year in Clock, Pyraminx, and FMC.
Yeah.
All 3 very different events. Luke on that last pair, and you see this. That is a Z-Perm.
Wow.
The Z-Perm. With a
So
U-Prime
clean.
AUF. Soon Z-Perm. He was probably hoping for a better EPLL there. Brennan on the solve 1. Oh, his first solve was 574. Okay, so he's kind of counting 5-7
Yeah,
here.
Brennan's got.
He's on good
he's
pace.
on pace, right?
He's on very good pace.
Is it and our pace?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, we got to fact check this real quick.
And Luke and Brennan about to solve.
Oh, God. This is getting tight.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to see both here, though. Brennan starting to solve. Yeah, we'll be able to see both, which is good.
All right, so currently his...
this isn't too good for Brennan. Oh,
no.
Oh, it's a DNF.
No.
Okay, so he's going to have to safety his last one just to make it into round 2.
Yeah.
Luke going on to his 4th solve of US Nationals.
Oh, starting on green cross, Luke. Oh, no, that's not a good F12 pair right there.
No, it's not.
Is that a Z?
769. He turned really fast. He just must have messed up somewhere in there.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but hey, his worst possible average, 722, still safely will get him into the next round.
Correct. Yeah, as we were talking about Brennan on NR pace, not quite anymore. But still, that solve was a bit tough. And see, this OLL, we've seen this OLL a handful of times. It's the C OLL, but not the good case.
Yeah, he does. What Brennan does is he orients all his edges and then solves his corners. Although there is an algorithm there that's 8 moves that can just solve your corners and OLL right there. But I don't know if he uses that one. It requires a rotation, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, Carey onto OLL. V-Perm, unfortunate. 823 for Carey Creech. That's counting. He's got a counting 7.4 and 8.2. So this average could go either way for Carey Creech. Zeke Mackey has locked in a low 7 average. Let's see if he can push that to sub 7. This also be a nice tell of what the last scramble is like.
Oh, and Noah disoriented right now.
Oh, 7-3. So that's accounting 7-1, 7-3, and 7-0. Yeah, 7-0, 7-1, 7-3. It's very solid from Zeke. 7-1 average, I believe he's locked in, which is very, very solid.
Yeah.
That's going to put him in somewhere in the top 25.
Yeah, Zeke had good last layer execution, given the cases that he was working with.
Brennan either telling himself or the crowd to calm down.
I mean, hey, yeah, this is one of those situations. And keep in mind, Brennan cannot afford to do a DNF here.
No, he cannot. But his BPA is 627, which will put him in first right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Brennan and Luke both get BPA, they'll be first and second with a .01 difference. All right.
Good Olo.
Okay, safetying into the next round. Brennan Lynn locking in a low 7, 696 average. Okay.
Luke going for red cross here. Already on Olo right now. E-Perm.
Oh,
no, it's a +2. It looks like, yeah, it's a +2 here.
Okay. So instead of low 6, we're seeing we're seeing his worst possible average. We're seeing a 722 average.
Oh.
He's not going to be pleased with that.
So they're making the call right now. They might have to call.
It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
He's still got his worst possible average. It's just for database purposes.
Just for database purposes.
Lefty F in for Sexy F prime. I believe that was an R perm.
Was that an R perm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a +2 for Luke. All right, Carry Creech onto his last solve. Oh, he split up a free pair. No. All right, Lefty Fatsoon. Oh, he does the OLCP. 868 for Carry Creech. Securing him a either low 8 or high 7 average. But very solid solving from Carry.
Yep.
But he's not going to be too happy with that. With a 6.8 official average, you want a little better than high 7, low 8.
Correct. And Krish, I believe now it's time. So our one of our core staff members and stage leads, Tim Reynolds, making the call for Group 12 featuring Max Park. This competition brought to you by CubingUSA. We're out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And as you can see, with the beautiful bird's eye camera. I'm your host, Michael Chai.
Oh, hey. That's us.
Hey, how's it going? Are you, Krish, are you ready?
I don't think I am. I haven't seen Max Park solve in person in, I think, 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
The last time I saw it was Nats 2019, where he did not do as well as we expected him to. Patrick Ponce winning the comp and Max getting third, I believe, with a 7.7 average.
Yeah, that's the thing that people don't remember is that Max didn't win U.S. Nationals 2019.
He didn't win U.S. Nationals 2019. He didn't podium at Worlds 2019. Max has actually not performed well at a big competition in quite a while.
Yeah, ever since Worlds 2017 is probably the last time, right?
Yeah, because Felix won Nats 18. Max did manage to get the national champion title. However, Felix did win the comp, and Max got third place. So I think it's going to be very telling to see how he does in this round. With all the pressure on him and not having performed well in 3x3 in like 6 years.
Yeah. And keep in mind, in terms of dealing with pressure situations, we've talked a lot about pressure, but the U.S. cubers in particular do deal with pressure pretty well with Luke Garrett. Of course, Patrick Ponce, they do very well under those circumstances.
Blake Thompson coming up on the red stage.
All right, so one of our WCA board of directors.
Oh,
Blake
and he
Thompson
is
standing?
Kneeling or something. He doesn't usually do this. I think maybe the chair height is too low, so he's going like this to get a better vantage point on the cube. I think that's exactly what he's doing. 833 for Blake Thompson.
That's new for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Especially Blake is not short by any means, I don't think.
Well, he's about our height, approximately.
Our height? Who's this we?
He's my height.
Yeah, how tall are you, Michael?
No comment.
No comment. I was going to say, I'm a nice solid 5'11", so using the royal we over here.
Man. One thing to keep in mind is Max definitely, you might see this on the stream, he definitely takes a lot of time warming up for his solves.
Yes.
I think someone else that takes a lot of time to warm up for his solves is Michael Nielsen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel Carmack as well.
Yeah, so there's a few people like
someone
that.
saying in chat, Max did come in first at UK Champs in head-to-head with Timo, which, yes, it is a high-pressure situation. However, this is US Nationals. That was not Max's championship. This is Max's championship. A national title is at stake here, and you know he wants it more than anything.
And look at this crowd. Yeah. I'm actually even surprised that they cleared out the hallway right there. That's very respectful.
Yeah.
Look at that.
No, Max wants this more than anything, and we know. Max Park is solving next.
Correct.
Or solving pretty soon, at least. Blake Thompson going up for solve 2. Where's Max Park?
Shout out to Blake Thompson's co-stage lead, Kit Clement, former senior delegate for North America.
Blake Thompson inspecting for solve 2. I'm checking to see if I can see anything good on these scrambles. We can see Max Park walking up to station 1 of the blue stage.
Yeah, Krish, I don't see anything in particular for these first 2 scrambles right now.
No, these look kind of heinous. I'm not going to lie. Oh, Blake with a corner twist.
Is that a corner twist?
$11.99 for Blake Thompson, and Max Park starting his solve. He looks pretty nervous, guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you didn't attend the Pressure is Privilege seminar, you missed how Alexei and Hiwan, they were talking about how no one gets to not experience pressure in these situations. It's how you deal with it.
Exactly. All right, Max. What can we see from you here? I think he's looking at orange cross.
Yes, keep in mind Max is color neutral. Oh.
Being on stage 1.
Nice catch, Max. Blue cross, actually. Okay, the F2L is pretty solid. Lock up there. 595. Okay. Very solid. Very solid.
Yeah.
If
We're going to have to see what happened there if we could get right before his solve.
The timer shut off, I believe.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what happened. We won't be able to get that far back.
The last layer was very fluid on this. Lefty fat anti-soon into G-perm.
Oh, we got Avocado on red stage. Something on greens. Oh.
She's a blue-green solver.
Oh.
846 for Avocado.
That dot case is actually not too bad of a dot OLL.
No, not awful, but
Yeah.
it's still a dot case, you know?
It's still a dot case.
You never want to see one of those.
Nah.
All right. Let's see when we'll get the next Max Park solve. I hear someone being called up to Station 1. I don't know if it's Max.
All right, we got
Blake Thompson solve 2 here.
Blake Thompson.
The head-to-head between Max and Blake. I think Max pretty convincingly taking it.
This is
That's so foul.
This is yeah, I don't know. If I were Blake, I'd be a little bit upset. Starting on yellow cross, not bad. Solving.
I think he's messed up.
Yeah, this is a little bit bizarre for him.
1078 for Blake Thompson. Blake getting some claps.
Getting a round of applause. And this is what it means to be recognized as a board of directors.
It does.
Everyone just.
Blake Thompson also has an official 4-second solve.
Official 4-second solve. Official sub 7 average.
Official sub 7 average. 6.5 actually. I believe.
Yeah.
Luke Tixon on the blue stage. He got a sub 10 OH average yesterday, which was pretty crazy. Or sorry, on Thursday. That's my fault. Doing some red cross. He's also color neutral. All right, Luke with an 818. Not very good for him.
Avocado up to the stage.
Blake Thompson's mean of 3, 1037.
8 seconds.
Ava taking a deep breath before starting her solve.
Great
Lefty fat
Ola.
anti-soon. U-perm.
Wow, great last layer
860.
cases.
This is just not a great turning solve from Ava. She seems pretty nervous.
The F2L was definitely a bit choppy for sure.
Max Park coming up on the blue stage.
Keep in mind, seeing Ava solve on green-blue is pretty important here because Max was primarily a blue-green starting out as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, I don't think he has a super huge preference.
No, not at this point. But
I think Max is pretty even on every single color. All right. Max Park taking a look at this second solve.
8 seconds.
What can he put down here?
8 seconds.
Getting the 8-second call. All right, doing white cross. And on to last layer.
Oh, wow.
Max Park with a 536.
And that was an impressive
very
solve here.
Solid. Very, very solid for Max Park.
Good job for Max. So 2 solves so far, 595 and 536.
He's smiling.
Yeah.
Good stuff from Max.
It's always good to see a smile. All right.
And I think we've got Kyle Santucci on the red stage. I don't know what his first 2 solves are, but I'm interested to see what he can throw down here. Kyle Santucci, known for his super high TPS, Canadian NR average and single, former. I think the single still stands. No, the single does not stand, sorry.
And Kyle Santucci also having some wild unofficial solves on YouTube.
Yes, a sub 5 average of 12. We're getting a no flash photography call from Keon Berry. All right, Kyle off to a decent start.
Great all with a Y-perm.
Yeah, 684. He's not too happy with that. He's turning a lot slower than he does at home. I wonder if that's intentional, just for look-ahead purposes.
I was just about to point that out. He does not turn this slow under normal circumstances.
Luke Tixon with an 848. Disappointed with that.
The crowd literally affecting everyone.
Yeah. Max only does red on 3.2% of solves according to SpeedCube DB, which is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Blake Thompson with the BPA of 946.
Someone in chat pointing out that Max does not solve on red-orange very often. That is very true. But
Just
he
red
can.
specifically.
Yeah, but he can.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
All right, Blake Thompson onto his final solve. Will he get the sub 10 average? He's gotten himself into round 2 pretty solidly, I think.
I think round 2.
Oh yes. Here we go, Blake.
Oh, Z-perm.
Yeah,
Oh,
sub
there
10
we go.
average for Blake Thompson.
At least he didn't DNF.
It's true. Yeah, Max's 682 OH was done on orange. Max's 29% yellow, 27% white, 18% blue, 19 on green, and red and orange about 3%. So he seems to have a strong white-yellow bias.
I see.
All right, Max
so yellow
doing
right
yellow
now.
cross. All right, G-perm, 615. A little bit of a hesitation at the end of that algorithm there. But with this mean of 3 here, we are pretty much looking at a Max Park first place average.
Mm-hmm.
But anything can happen on these next 2.
Yeah, anything can happen here. And I think some food for thought is the world record average from Ehang involved counting sub 4.
This is true.
Yeah, so in terms of like thinking about that sort of level of average, it's a little bit unstoppable, Ehang, at this moment.
I agree. Kyle Santucci starting, I don't know how many solves he's done, but the second solve we've seen on stream.
Yeah.
Kyle Santucci readying up. And coming up next, we've got 4x4 round 2, square 1 round 2, and 2x2 round 2.
That's so exciting.
Yes, very, very exciting. All right, Kyle turning a little faster here. Last layer here, and a 602 for Kyle.
All right.
Not bad at all for Kyle Santucci. Luke Tixon plus 2ing a 753. Very unfortunate.
So he's got an 8, 8, and a 9.
Yeah, Yihang has 5 official sub 5 averages, which is crazy. Max and Timon have 1 each.
Yeah, it's pretty wild for sure.
And no one else has any.
World Championships will be one heck of a time.
I agree. I can't wait to watch the stream.
Yeah, me too.
I can't wait to wreck my sleep schedule watching the stream.
I mean, it is quite a few hours of time difference, so
yes.
I'm not surprised it would wreck anyone's sleep schedule not on that side of the world.
Exactly. Avocado starting what I believe to be her 3rd or 4th solve.
Yeah, scanning, I believe. She wants to go for blue cross, maybe?
Yeah, I see a solved edge there. Worlds is in South Korea.
Oh, fumbling that second F2L pair.
Sexy Sledge, Z-Perm, 806 for Avocado.
Z-Perm is one of those PLLs that I personally hate seeing just because it's such a high risk of a DNF.
It is. Max Park on to solve 4. I see a pretty nice white cross.
Yeah. There's also an orange line. I don't know how much he can do with it, though.
Oh, pause before the second pair. Oh, no.
OLL,
all right, OLL, PLL. All right, I think Max has won the round.
Yeah.
I think he's won the round.
I'm pretty sure. I wonder what his worst possible
627. He's won the round.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, this was not a great solve for Max. Very, very nervous, it seems.
Yeah, and, you know, upon retrospect, I'm thinking about, you know, Max going up his opponent and devastating rival Blake Thompson.
Yes.
Absolutely obliterating him and just leaving him in the dust.
And sorry, I misspoke. I didn't realize Maddie had gotten 609. So Max does need, he does need a low 6 to secure the first round win, but he's secured himself a 2nd place at least.
Correct.
And guys, like I've been saying, it is looking more competitive than we thought. I think people thought Max was going to run away with 3x3. People hadn't considered all the outside factors.
And this is the thing with World Championships too. People think, you know, Ehang's going to run away with it, but we don't know.
We've never seen Ehang at a huge comp like this. We don't know how he's going to deal with World's nerves. He's only 8 years old. I couldn't imagine dealing with that level of stress at 8 years old.
I don't think I could cope with it personally.
Yeah. I can't even cope with this stress at 21.
All right, Luke Tixon here. Oh, that was swag.
722, very smooth A-perm. Kyle Santucci on the PLL, 625,
Nice.
fist pumping.
Nice little bow tie all onto a great PLL. 625.
Mitch.
Celebrating Mitchell Lane. And we're still struggling to update WCA Live for you guys. But yes, Matty Rodonabo with a great average, especially considering what we've seen thus far.
Yes. People are very, very nervous. I think, additionally, we've seen some good solving from Kyle Santucci. I know he's got that 6.25 counting. He's got a 6.0 and a 6.8. I don't know what else he has. That could have been his last solve.
Yes, and I believe this is Marek Mayerik.
Yes, it is.
Recently securing some NRs for, I believe,
Slovakia.
Yeah.
All right, Max Park on his last solve. A best possible average of 582, a worst possible of 627. Let's see what Max can do here. What do you think is going through Max's head right now?
Don't think, just solve.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's thinking. Going for white cross again.
Yeah.
Not great F2L pairs,
Oh,
but
ZBLL.
Wow.
547. Securing the first round win with the sub-6 average.
That is a solid
586.
solve there.
Very solid. I think that could have been a 4. He hesitated before going into the ZB.
See, that's the thing. What we noticed at some of his recent competitions, including CubingUSA Western Championships, was that Max was starting to do a lot of ZBLL. If it was a U, if it was a T, he just started doing them. And it was something that we were not accustomed to, and I wonder if it's going to be ready by World Championships, because he does take some time to recognize.
Max Park that's proficient in ZBLL.
That's
is scary. It's so I think that's what he needs to get himself over Timon and Yihang, because I think, in my opinion, Timon is the better overall solver than Max. However, if Max learns Algs, it's over.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then we're talking about who's better, Max or Yihang.
Yeah, and obviously he can execute the algorithms, but it's a matter of recognizing how long it takes. It took Timon years to get to his level of recognition.
True. All right, Luke Tixon, 768 on his last solve. Pretty solid average for him. I think that locks in like a low 8 average.
Probably one of the best solves, isn't it?
Yeah.
For him.
Oh, yeah, ZBs and double flicks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone in chat heard that Yihang is going to learn ZB after Worlds. Uh-oh. Because Yihang also just turns really, really fast.
Yeah. Max also doing a pseudo-sliding from Onai in chat. That is correct. In fact, if you watch the 3.13 world record single, Max doing some pseudo-sliding there.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and this is pretty much it for 3x3 round 1. Someone was asking, Krish, if this was 3x3 finals. And guess what? Not even
You
close.
still got 3 more rounds here at CubingUSA Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, man.
I am so pumped. My favorite thing about this comp is just going around and watching everybody. When I'm not here in the casting booth, when I'm not competing, I'm going around watching everybody I can. Because when do you get to be in a room full of this many fast solvers in your life? It's once a year, if that.
Correct. And also, if you're watching this broadcast right now, you actually don't want to leave, because we're about to do 4x4 round 2, if I'm not mistaken. We are always, especially when it comes to 4x4, on World Record Watch, especially with Max Park.
Especially with Max Park.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Bacon Cat 245, saying hi to me in chat. I think it's my turn to tap out. As 4x4 round 2 is starting. I'm in square 1 round 2, I believe, and 2x2, so I got to do a little bit of practicing. But I think
there we go.
This does it for me for the day.
Okay.
So it's been a real pleasure, guys.
Awesome.
I can't wait to see you all tomorrow for all the final rounds. There are no round 1s tomorrow, so I am super pumped to see the crazy fast times that we're going to see tomorrow. And I can't wait to take you all with us.
Awesome. All right. We'll be right back, guys.
We'll be right back, guys. See ya.
seconds.
And we are back. Hello, I am Nick Silvestri.
And I am Michael Chai. And Nick, what are we doing right now?
We are doing round 2 of 4x4.
Yes, yes. And looks like Max Xiao already getting started. Was that a 21 official solve for Max Xiao?
Off to a very strong start already.
So Max, 21 is going to be very high up for what he's looking for. Also securing a 25.57 average in the first round to secure the 5th seed. And Max, oh wow. This was with all parity? With the nice seal. Whoa. Man, that's tough. That's tough. Great solves. And we have one of our favorite competitors, Seong Hug Nam.
A little bit of background about this round of 4x4. This is the second round and also the penultimate round, effectively the semifinals. So each of these competitors is looking to do their best in order to get into the final round. Only the top 20 will be getting into that final round. So they're looking to bring their best, because if they can't get into the finals now, then this is where their 4x4 career will end at US Nationals.
Yep. And 4x4 post-pandemic has had an absolute explosion with registration and competing numbers. And some, I'm trying to see which centers he did, but obviously he's already working on his last 4 centers right now. And transitioning to edge pairing at 10.5.
We are doing one big group. We have 5 stages here, and we will be showing you the top competitors from the red and blue.
And Sung doing PLL parity here with the classic, what I call the Felix PLL parity, even though it's not true. And Max on the 3x3 stage here. Great U-perm. 2080.
The current world record for 4x4 is a 19.38 second average and a 16.79 second single, both by Max Park.
Correct, and it looks like Max finishing edge pairing very quickly. It looks like it barely took him like 5 seconds. And then he had an OLL skip. Max Xiao up on the plate with his classic light blue GoPro. Love to see it.
Seems like it might have gone off to a little bit of a rocky start. A couple of lockups there.
Yeah. That was, he's got his flip at 15. So this will be just a wee bit slower, unless he gets bailed out with some parity here. All right, so soon, and then a PLL with no parity, 26.79, but he knows it could have been better. We have Patrick Taunts up on the blue stage.
Interestingly, doing blue cross for Yao.
Yeah.
This color neutrality on Yao is a little bit more uncommon than color neutrality for 3x3 in particular.
Yep.
Solving that cross color on green or blue instead of yellow and white, which are by far the most popular colors.
Correct, and I believe Patrick recently getting a sub 24 by 4 single. Very, very impressive work there. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was actually in 2021, one of the few sub 20s in the WCA database.
Let me know when you're ready.
Things have come a long way since then. There are still not many sub 20s, but there are a handful now.
And all eyes are on Max Park right now.
Looks like we will be able to, well, depending on exactly when these solves end, Seung-Hyuk Nam and Max Park will both finish at almost the same time. So we'll cut over.
Correct. Oh, Max done at 8 for the edges right there.
It was very fast. His last solve was about 9.5 or 10.
3x3 stage right now, all parity, and I don't know if he's going to get PLO parity here. Yeah, he does. So double parity into a 22, Nick.
Without a parity, I believe we would have seen a sub-20 solve there.
Oh, for sure.
That is perhaps one of the, some will say, annoying as a solver, but perhaps more exciting as a spectator, things about 4x4 is that depending on the parities that you get, which are special cases that don't appear in a normal 3x3 solve, depending on what you get, it can easily add 2-3 seconds onto your solve, depending on exactly how quickly you can execute those algorithms.
And, you know, Seung-Hyuk Nam has beautiful turning, and it's just so accurate. Very, very smooth. And Patrick stepping up to the plate once again.
It is worth noting that with OLL parity, there has been a trend recently towards some people beginning to do what is called OLL parity avoidance, which requires doing some kind of tracking on the edges in inspection and then counting the amount of moves that you do while solving, while in the middle of your solve, so that you can potentially avoid that OLL case that can add a few seconds onto your time.
Correct.
Still, there are quite a number of top solvers who are not quite fully implementing it yet, but some of them are, and doing it with some good success.
Double parity 25-54. And all parity avoidance, aptly dubbed OPA, pioneered or really pushed forward by Ari Randers Pearson, who is currently seated third in 4x4 round 2 with a 25-28 average of 5. And looking at Max Xiao's overhead right now, and also got some all parity there. And this is interesting because it looks like Max has a variance in his solves of his first solve being 21 seconds and his most recent solve being 30 seconds. So that's really where parity can get you in 4x4.
Every solve will be a new one, though. I believe I see a white bar and a yellow bar. This potentially means that Max might be able to do something with those. A slightly luckier starting position, perhaps.
Nick, he already flipped at 6. We'll have to see what happens
This
here.
It could really be something.
Yeah, he's actually stumbling on the edges right now.
Oh,
parity.
no. Oh.
And PLL parity. So
This is 2 double parity solves in a row.
Yeah, and his edge pairing was not as smooth as it could normally be, unfortunately.
In a normal solve, I believe that there is a 50-50 chance for each kind of parity. And having one parity does not necessarily mean you'll have it on the other. So getting 2 parities in a row like that is basically 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2, which would be a 1 in 16 chance of getting 4 parities in a row like that.
Sung with a 3170.
These times that we're seeing might be the nerves trying to get into that semifinals.
Yeah.
Finally coming to bite. The first round, you don't see them quite as often because the advancements are much more generous. But now, with only the top 20 of the 100 competitors in this round competing, it is much, much more competitive. I think everybody is expecting to see Max and Seung-Hyuk Nam advance into the finals, but some of these seed positions for 3rd place and onward are very, very contested.
Oh, Patrick flipping to his edge pairing at 7. So very good centers for Patrick here, and already on 3x3 stage at 15.5, but he's gonna get parity. That's rough pickings, Nick.
No PLL parity, it seems, though, thankfully. I'll tell you what I want to see, Jai. I want to see one really solid solve that just doesn't have any parity.
Me too.
I want to see those stars align.
Yeah, I think the only solve that we've actually witnessed no parity on today for 4x4 round 2 is actually Max Yao's 26. Unfortunately, and we know he wanted to capitalize on it, but just wasn't possible at the moment. And it looks like Max Park stepping up to the plate on blue stage.
I believe this is solve number 5.
I think it's solve 5 for him. I think it's solve 5 for him. Oh, no, actually just his solve 3. And keep in mind the world record average actually set at Arizona Speed Cubing Spring 2023 with a 1938 second average of 5.
So this 4th solve is very important because the 4th solve will determine the range of what that final average can be.
Correct.
And the 5th solve will determine exactly where in that range it is. This is because an average is calculated by throwing out the best and the worst solve at an average. If you get lucky or unlucky, we discount that and we'll take the average of the middle 3.
Correct. Center is a bit rough for Max in this one, but his edge is flying through it, going into 3x3 stage at 15. And no OLL parity, but PLL parity existing. Was that a JA pair?
I will be honest, it went a little bit too fast for me to tell.
It was pretty fast. They don't call him Max fast for nothing. Oh, wow. Sung Nam blazing through this solve right here.
Also no OLL parity and PLL parity.
2075, almost getting sub 20, and Sung looking quite happy with that. Sometimes it's a bit awkward having people just stare at you and applaud your solves. So I know I'd be smiling.
I will point out that Sunghuk Nam just beat Max's time on that exact same scramble.
Oh, right.
It just goes to show that in the right circumstances, we can definitely see some upsets in these rounds.
Correct.
The favorites are only favorites. They're not guaranteed to win.
Looks like Patrick Ponce coming up to the plate right now. He does do green-blue for 4x4, right? I don't think he does color neutral. Oh, maybe not. I must be mistaken.
Yeah, I still see some green and blue centers flying around. Seems to be doing white and yellow this time, so
wow,
color neutral indeed.
What a knowledgeable cuber he is.
Just seem to have had a few pauses there on the edges.
2577 on this solve for Patrick Ponce.
Christopher Sun now. I always think that Christopher Sun has a very unique way of holding the cube. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it is noticeably different.
Oh, yeah.
It's like only with the fingertips there.
He's got a very, very active left hand.
Very fast TPS in that last layer.
2565.
Max is on deck again. This will be Max's 5th solve. We are looking at a best and worst possible average for Max of a 21 through a 22.25. I think that is one of Max's strengths. That range is so narrow because Max has so much consistency that you simply don't see in other competitors. Sunghuk Nam, as you can see on screen, has a 20.75 alongside a 31.7 in the same average.
Correct. I see a green bar and a blue bar to start on this scramble, and it looks like that's exactly what he chooses here. Oh.
A little bit of pause. That rotation he did, he couldn't find the pieces, so he rotated the cube towards him to see that back face.
Yeah, that was a rough transition for him.
But
PLL
still
parity. Was that an E-perm? I think that might have been an E-perm.
And going to finish off with a 21.45, landing him in between those upper and lower ranges, giving him a final average of a 21.82.
Ah, man, that was rough pickings in terms of the parity gods. And as we're wrapping up 4x4 round 2, just some future sight. I believe the next round will be a square 1 round 2, followed by 2x2 round 2.
We have lots of round 2s coming up. The only events we have finished so far are 7x7 and 6x6. as well as Clock and Megaminx. 7x7 and 6x6 was won by Max Park, of course. Clock was won by Tommy Cherry with a world record average of 3.5. And Megaminx was won by
Nicholas Naeem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe it was a very close fight between Nicholas and Alexei.
Correct.
But coming into Seung-Hyuk Nam's last solve, it can be as low as a 24 or as high as a 27. 27 is certainly not what Seung wants in this solve. There were 11 people, I believe, that beat that worst possible average in the first round.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see who will actually take over the second seeds. And Seung getting a very good solve here, 21.88. Almost beating Max again on that solve.
So you got the second best solve of the average. This one did count, but managed to lock in a time at the lower end of that range. A 24 in the first round would have been second place. So this solve was very important. You could have seen it in the nerves. I'm sure it was going through Seung-Hyuk Nam's head. But nonetheless, still managed to lock in a very solid time. We'll most certainly be seeing him in the finals.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, we are watching Seung's last solve and Max Park's last solve for 4x4. When they transitioned from the last four centers into edge pairing, they had a lot of trouble finding that first pair of edges in that edge pairing stage. And that goes to show sometimes, usually in those situations, your brain just shuts down in terms of really looking ahead. Yao is an incredibly look-ahead dependent method. So just a little bit of nerves shown here.
Yes, especially some of those edges that only show up in the back part of the cube. It can be really hard, especially if you're only looking at the left or the right. You're only seeing one color, and you may not necessarily be able to determine exactly what is on the other side of that. So if you have a peace in mind, it's all about finding those colors quickly. I think that is the biggest differentiator between big cubes and a normal puzzle like 3x3. With 3x3, with enough practice, you can pretty much always determine exactly what these back colors are with enough practice without even having to look at them. But on a big cube, there are multiple pieces that are almost look like duplicates of each other, and you're sorting through the noise of seeing so many colors. I mean, the 7x7 has 49 different colors on a single side. Multiply that by 6.
That's too many colors.
That's too many colors.
Too many colors for me.
I didn't even know they still made colors in that many.
Oh, God. Don't even talk about people with alternate color schemes.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Megaminx, let's not even. Megaminx is over. We don't have to think about that.
Yeah, we already crowned our champions. So moving on, let's talk a little bit about square one, round one, of course. In our pole position, Samir Agarwal with a 524 average of 5 with a 502 single. In second place, Brendan Dunnigan with a 607 average of 5 with a 534 single. And some notable people that you might have noticed are missing in the top of score one is Max Xiao, actually with an 870 average of 5.
This is incredible, especially coming off of the first sub-5 world record average not but a week ago.
Right. It was very, very interesting to see him show up there. But honestly, I'm pretty sure Max is going to make it up real quickly. But, I mean, square one has been a battle of Samir and Max for a very, very long time now. And, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this is going to go. Of course, Squan is arguably one of the most scramble-dependent events.
For sure. It's all about, like 4x4, Square One has its own version of parity, basically finding yourself into one half of two potential solve states. And one big component that a lot of top solvers use in order to minimize this is something called cube shape parity. So the Square One changes shape in that first scramble, and there are two different ways that you can potentially solve the cube back into a cube shape. And you can, depending on which way you do it, you can solve parity. And so some of these advanced techniques include counting edges and doing some advanced magic in order to determine exactly which way you're supposed to solve that.
Yeah, correct. And for Square One, if you're unfamiliar with the top solvers, what methods they use, they use for their second step after cube shape parity, they do some OBL, which is orientation of the both layers, and PBL, which is permutation of the both layers. So square one, really a three-look solution where you can minimize that by having some high level recognition of future steps.
And the algorithm sets become quite large at that point. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I believe it is hundreds of algorithms in both OBL and PBL combined. And the ability to look at a scramble and identify what it is and being able to execute it in a very short amount of time is really the differentiator between the highest level competitors and the ones that are even just a few seconds slower than them.
Right, and I believe Daniel Karnak was actually the first person to learn full, I want to say full PBL, but it was either full PBL or full OBL. I'm not exactly sure, but I know he spent countless hours developing and learning that set. Some other notable square one competitors, Aiden Bartlett, one of our casters, recently switching to, I believe, the Lin method. So yeah, we'll see how he does there, but of course coming in 10th place with a 762 average of 5.
Square one is one of these events that there is a very interesting geographic spread between many of the competitors. So we have talked previously about clock being particularly popular in the southeastern United States. Square one, I believe, is very famous in Washington State.
Yeah.
Many of our top competitors here are all from the Pacific Northwest region of the country, and I don't know why.
Yeah, one of the a couple of OG square one solvers. If you're listening to the broadcast today, if you're not familiar, is Calvin Nielsen, right, hailing from Utah, as well as one of our main organizers, stage lead and a regional delegate for the Western region, not Kevin Young. He is one of the people that had to deal with the true hardware struggles of square one.
Indeed. You talk to someone who is very fast at square one, and it will not be very long before they complain about some of the hardware. Square one has not too many options for potential viable hardware, but they do the best that they can. I believe many of them dye their puzzles different colors, give them different feelings, lubricate them different ways. It's almost like back in the olden days with some of the 3x3 modifications.
Yeah. And, oh, this is Kanani Hassan Kanani. I always mess up the three brothers, their names.
Yes,
Hassan doing very well.
We have a very interesting cube shape here. I believe we have Scallop. Notable for being one of the fastest cube shapes to get out of. I believe it's 2 slices.
Wow,
5.25. Off to a very fast start.
Scallop. I'm not super knowledgeable, but I do know that sounds like a very decent CSP to get, right?
Yes, I believe it is 1 slice into barrel.
Yeah.
And then another slice into kite. And then 1 more slice into cube.
So it looks like at least the first scramble is going to be quite interesting here. Of course, Hassan Kanani was seeded 3rd place with a 609 average. Also, having the best single in the first round as well with a 481, the only sub 5.
Yes, Hassan is, of course, a brother of Zain Kanani, the 2x2 world record average holder, as well as the Scube single world record average holder. It must be a very interesting rivalry in the Kanani house.
Yeah. And of course, this competition brought to you by CubingUSA and Happy Feet Productions. We are out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, hosting US Nationals. All right, and it looks like the second competitor for square one, it's a bit of a slow start to the round in general. Daniel Karnak coming on to red stage.
As we had mentioned previously, a pioneer in square one theory, learning some of these huge, daunting algorithm sets in full for the first time.
All right. Wow, it just looks easy. Like, even having no knowledge of cube shape, it just looks easy. And that's PBL right there, right? Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Looks like it must have been the wrong algorithm. I believe PBL has 967 algorithms. Don't quote me
Really?
on that. I'm not a particularly strong square one solver myself.
I mean, look, if the real number is 812, I would still be like flabbergasted.
Yes, the point is it is quite a large number of algs, and it is completely reasonable to accidentally do the wrong one. I'm sure many of these cases can look quite similar.
And it looks like this is Dylan Bombach, if I'm not mistaken, coming in 5th place for square one, round one.
Let me know when you're ready.
With a 670 average of 5. I'm not entirely sure if that was Daniel Carnock's first solve, but did that look like a different cube shape to you, Nick?
I think it was the same.
You think it was the same?
I think so. I think it was executed differently.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not particularly good at square one, so that might be untrue.
Oh, Hassan, wow.
Yeah, I
Hassan.
believe that was PBL that you could see there. There was one set of moves to make it a cube, another set to make it all black and white on each of the top and bottom.
And just missing out on Dylan Bombach's 588. Both of these solves are very, very good.
There was only one competitor below a 6 average in the previous round, and that was Samir Agarwal. So seeing some 5s right out of the gate means that we're going to have a very competitive second round here. Again, as the second round, most of these competitors are looking at making it into the finals. It will be the top 20 once again, and that will be looking like around an 8-second average, perhaps, will be the cutoff there.
This DNF makes it very daunting for Daniel, by the way, because another DNF just takes him straight out of any contention, unfortunately. So he's going to have to, I wouldn't call it safety, but I'd be very careful.
Yes, and it looks like you can tell that he was very careful to do one extra check right before he stopped the timer.
Yeah.
Daniel is one of the contenders for potentially being the U.S. national champion, and it would be truly tragic if we do not see him make it into the final round.
Correct. Oh, big pause there for OBL. And 596. Not too happy with that, Samir. Also, the world record single holder, Ryan Pilot, seeded 7th with a 704 average of 5, in case you were curious. Yeah, big pause transitioning from CSP, the cube shape step.
That is something that is definitely unique about square one, is that you have to check both the top and bottom sides before you can fully identify a case. Wow, that was some very fast sliceage there.
Yeah. Oh, sliceage. I love that term. I got to start using that more. Oh. The turning for this one was a bit rough, Nick, with a 667, third solve.
Yes, the turning for square one is very unique. There's only 3 different kinds of moves. There are moving the top and bottom faces, U and D moves, and then there's a single slice move, which moves 1/2 of the puzzle 180 degrees.
Ooh, 683 for Dylan Bombach. Not bad solves here. I'm going to be honest, these are some overall better solves than what it seems like for round one thus far.
Yes, that seems to be the trend.
With the exception, right now, Daniel Carnock is really trying to make sure that he just makes it to finals right now.
Yes, I believe Daniel is in a very dangerous position here with that DNF and then a 7. That 7 is going to count in the final average.
Yeah. This is scary because if you watch Daniel's second solve, the 7.7, he had to take an extra second just to see the AUF and the ADF for that out, and it's just super scary because he has no wiggle room here.
And again, many of you may be surprised to not see Max Shao on stream. The reason for that is that the people on the streaming positions are based on the seeds of the first round. And surprisingly, Max Shao was in, I believe, 21st position in the first round with an 8.7. If he has that performance again in this round, that will not make it into the finals.
Correct. All right, and Hassan warming up right now. Man, there is so much recognition, Nick, like you mentioned, having to recognize both the layers for orientation and permutation, that even just such a long pause time in between each step can lead to incredibly fast solutions.
Yes, Hassan with a 5.37 best possible average. Should Hassan get his best solve on this 5th and final attempt, this would be a new personal record for him. He currently has a 5.40, which is 4th in the world.
Also, this is very fast from Hassan, just in general.
Looking at the amount of 5s that we have coming in, I think it would be reasonable to assume that many of these scrambles perhaps are quite easier than they were in the first round.
Correct. Hassan actually with a 5.40 average, so not quite on PR pace. He technically can have a best possible average, but it would be pretty unlikely at this juncture. Right, Daniel Karnoff.
I believe you can really see the nerves getting to him there.
But you know what? He is executing exactly what he needs to do here because he just needs to make sure he doesn't at least have both layers misaligned, because that is something that you have to fix with almost every squad solution. Taking just an extra point, tenths of a second to make sure that that's good.
The cutoff for 20th place, which is the advancement for this round, from the previous round, was an 8.65. It seems like the times are trending a little bit faster in this round, so we're probably looking closer to an 8.
Yeah.
So perhaps Daniel's 7, 6, and 6 are so far underneath that, but with the one DNF there is very little room for error.
Right, and this solve, I don't know if Hassan even realizes that he might PR here. We'll have to see. Oh, and he's on PBL right now. And he does it! He does it!
By 0.02 seconds,
man.
Hassan with a 5.37 and a new PR.
I believe this is Hassan Kanani getting a 5.37. This is incredible for him. Is this a 3rd in the world, probably? I will have to fact check this one. So he is currently ranked 4th in the world with a 5.40. And after this upload, I don't know if it'll change.
Looking at the chat, it looks like this ties David Epstein, I believe a square one solver from Australia?
Yeah. So tied for 3rd in the world. Still an improvement.
So this is Daniel's 5th solve. It all comes down to this for him.
All right, let's see how he takes it. He could probably safety the solve.
And he does not, getting a 6.14. I believe that should be enough to get into the final round.
694. Calm and collected, starting with a DNF and a 7.7. Daniel Karnoff showing that he has nerves of steel. Oh, Oh. Let's see an instant replay on that timer stop there.
Very interesting. In any case, it seemed like it was solved. I don't believe an extra move was applied to the cube after the timer stopped. If an extra move is applied to the cube by the competitor after the timer stopped, that is a DNF. A did not finish.
Man, that was a bit. I think the judge and Samir are trying to figure it out right now. I don't know.
It was hard to tell. From my perspective, I think it was okay, but I would definitely like to look at the replay in order to verify that.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to secure that footage, but it just sort of looked like that he might have still been holding the puzzle when he stopped the timer.
It is potentially a +2 penalty if the competitor is still touching the puzzle when the timer ends.
He's concerned that when he stopped it, his hands were touching the cube. When he put it
Correct. It looks like they're calling over our referee, James Hildreth. And pulling out the, most likely, pulling out the WCA regulations.
No, when he stopped it, he stopped it very gently. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was very, yeah, it was very, like, I would say we're overthinking this. I also think we're overthinking this. Awesome, great, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
I do a couple turns on this.
Go for it. Yeah.
That was an interesting situation there. Of course, Samir is not actually done here, but I think they're going to call it as okay. And Samir actually, I think he has 2 more solves left, if I'm not mistaken.
Does he really?
Yeah. So 2 more solves here. I think, he took a little bit of extra time. That stage, definitely a lot of situations have been happening. But you know what? Something else we haven't talked about. Hassan Kanani with a 5:37 PR, 3rd in the world now. He is more likely than not going to be pole position for Square One Finals.
Oh, most certainly.
So, which basically means that he is going to be on the stream. So we'll be seeing him very, very soon when that time comes. And Brendan Dunnigan,
crowd favorite here.
Brendan really has captured the heart of the audience.
Interesting black and yellow color scheme.
Yeah. 7-0. Brennan is not happy. Black and yellow. Yeah.
Square One is one of those puzzles where, like Mega Mix, there's quite a lot of variation in the color scheme. Some people choose black on top, black on bottom, white on top, white on bottom, yellow on top, yellow on bottom, and any combination of those 6.
It's also the color scheme of CubingUSA Nationals 2023.
Brought to you from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Colors of the city are black and gold. You will see that in the background. These staff shirts are black, or excuse me, they're gold with black accents.
Also, a great song. All right, and Samir, it looks like his 4th solve. But we're going to have to see. On the scorecard, I only see 4 solves at the moment. Oh, that's a bit rough. Oh my goodness. Wait, did he have parity?
It seems like possibly it was a mistrace forcing a parity algorithm.
Whoa.
Again, doing that cube shape parity, one of the first steps is tracing out some of the edges that occur there. It is possible that you can make a mistake or miscount and you do the wrong algorithm to get into the cube shape, which leaves you with parity.
And I believe this is Carter starting 2x2 round 2. Starting with a 490 on his first solve.
I believe the advancement from the previous round was top 400.
Yeah, top 400. I know it's top 400 for 3x3. That's for sure. Of course, there are going to be multiple groups of 2x2 just because of the sheer amount of people advancing. And Nick, you are correct. We do have confirmation that it is the top 400 for 2x2.
So we will be having multiple groups of competitors competing. We have 5 stages here at the U.S. Nationals, each with 10 stations. So we can run a bit over 50 competitors at once. I'm not exactly sure how the math works out. Probably close to 75.
Yeah, we're doing all 5 stages, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, all 5 stages. I believe there is 10 stages for 50 stages. So yeah, there's going to be quite a few competitors in a group. I mean, you can run a top 100 with just one group.
Looks like we had a bit of a delay with Samir's square one solve, so finishing that up while we have 2x2 running at the same time.
And executed PBL with a
very fast
5.15. You know what? Samir saved his average with that solve. With a 606, not bad at all.
Yeah, that leaves, I believe, Hassan with the fastest average of round 2, putting him in #1 position going into the finals with a new PR of 5.37 and tying 3rd place in the world.
Correct. We theoretically, maybe Max Xiao is way up there as well, but we'll have to see when WCA Live gets updated.
And Z Carter was unhappy with the scramble. Something about it.
Yeah. 324, not bad.
I can't quite tell from the angle. It looks like that is probably solved, but it looks somewhat orange on the screen.
It looks like
might
slightly
just be a
discolored.
reflection.
Probably a shade
lighting.
issue, yeah. On 2x2, if you are curious how a lot of the solvers tend to do 2x2, there are a few methods. Of course, there's layer by layer. And then there's also an intermediate method called Ortega, where you just orient your bottom layer and then orient the top layer and execute an algorithm. Of course, there's also CLL, where you create a layer and execute one more corner orientation and permutation algorithm. And an EG, what I'll basically say is an extremely complex alg set.
Yes, hundreds of algorithms. Some people memorize substantial portions of this, all of the possible states of a 2x2.
Yes.
In fact, many of the best competitors can see how to solve the entire cube on their first go. And some of the very best find multiple solutions in their inspection and figure out which one is potentially the fastest to execute.
Something that is worth noting is that in 2x2 pole position, we're always theoretically on world record watch with Zain Kanani, but something to know about Zain Kanani, he actually did not finish in first place in 2x2 round 1. That goes to Luke Garrett with a 132 average, Zain with a 137 out of 5, and 3rd place is Samir Agarwal with a 161. Now Zain, it is a rumor that he plans up to 3 different solutions in inspection and chooses the best one.
I believe I was watching a video where I think I might have seen 5 solutions in a single go. It was incredible.
God. Well, 548 for this competitor. Congratulations to you. Hopefully that's not bad. And we got our competitor coming up to the plate at this time. Lovin, the CubingUSA, what is that, Great Lakes Championship? Yes. Shout out to GLC. Yes, Warren, square one, round 2 did happen. Wow.
1.5.
Yeah, he's good with that one. Probably just taking an extra second to predict that AUF, but you know what? 151, you could never complain about a 151.
I can't tell how many moves that was, but it only looked like 6, 7. These kinds of short solutions, it's very likely that we'll see a couple of other competitors find identical solutions.
Yeah.
So we may be seeing multiple ones, potentially even some sub ones, depending on exactly who finds those solutions.
Is this his 3rd or 4th solve on the stream?
I believe
so
this
far?
is Carter's 3rd solve.
All right, 448.
We've had a 4 and a 3 previously. So looking at perhaps a mid-4, low-4 average.
And we also have one of our WCA board members hanging out in the background right there. Shout out to Blake Thompson. All right, and this competitor following up a 151 will pretty hard here.
No, they didn't. That's unfortunate. Let's go. 8 seconds.
Oh, that was a bit slower there.
Here we were seeing the ALG set known as CLL. If you looked closely, you could have seen that the entire bottom layer was fully solved there. All the colors relative to each other, and then one ALG was executed in order to solve the rest of the puzzle. You can differentiate some of the other methods based on the amount of ALGs that are executed during the solve, and whether that bottom layer is solved while executing it.
All right, and this competitor coming onto the stage for a pretty important solve.
That was just funny.
I see
He messed up so
some
bad.
yellow bar at the bottom. This competitor is solving with the Ortega method at least a couple of his solves here.
Yeah, the streamer's curse.
All right, so this looks like Ortega once again, and not bad execution. A lot of moves, but no pausing.
So you can see there the yellow side was solved, but the yellow layer was not solved, meaning the colors on the side there were not matching. So at some point, those pieces would have to be rearranged in order to solve it. Then after the one side was solved, the opposite side was solved. And then from there, one algorithm could be executed to solve the entire rest of the puzzle.
Is there no star player?
Right.
Is
so
there no star player this
2
round?
by 2 group 1 is nearly ending.
Your voice is gone,
And there's going to be a couple more groups coming up pretty soon here. And a pretty good first round for Carter. About a mid-4 average for him, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and
Just heard a
someone
very loud
someone
clap.
just got an amazing solve. So we will have to see if that shows up on WC Live quite shortly. So as we mentioned, with Luke, Zane, and Samir rounding out our top 3 for 2 by 2, some other competitors to look out for will be Brennan Lynn with a 167 average of 5 in round 1. Luke Van Lanningham with a 175 average of 5. So that's very, very impressive.
Seems like we've hit a little bit of some logistical challenges. We have had a couple of groups going simultaneously or a little bit staggered. So it's been a little bit unclear sometimes exactly when things will be starting and stopping.
Yeah, so let's see. There, Nick, there is a competitor that I've never seen before. His name is Curtis Chai.
Oh, no relation.
Oh man, Curtis Chai. Shout out to you, Curtis, for making the top 10 of 2 by 2 round 1. That is, I've never seen someone with the name Chai so close to me. I'll have to meet this man at some point. I love that. So it looks like chat also providing that support for Curtis. Love to see it. Also, something to note, Mateus Marcatoni Nunez PRing in 2 by 2 round 1 on the 189.
2 by 2 is a good event to be placing some PRs in because 2 by 2 is held very often. It's one of the most popular events across the WTA. I believe the second most number of competitors after 3 by 3. And so breaking those PR, in such a luck dependent, such a scramble dependent event sometimes, breaking those PRs can be relatively rare because they happen so often.
Did you call MJ, Jeremy? MJ, yeah.
Looks like we are ramping back up into beginning the next group of 2 by 2 solvers. The puzzle is there and waiting. The competitor needs to walk a little ways. hard to tell on stream, but the waiting area is a good maybe 30, 40 feet away from this stage, or from this station. So sometimes we're waiting sometimes for the competitor to walk up. We do have 4 rounds of 2x2. So unlike 4x4, the advancement into the 3rd round will be the top 100, and then we will go down to the top 20 for the finals. So we are looking for the top 100 competitors from this round.
Ortega right here, classic bar in the front. 772 for this competitor.
Is that PR?
The cutoff for making it into round 2 of 2x2 was a 4.67 average. So every one of these competitors had previously achieved at least that before appearing on stage before you now.
Yeah, and shout out to Isaac and Farnsworth, he getting a PR for a 467, as well as Frederick Jang for a PR 467. Without those PRs, would not be able to advance.
They must be feeling very lucky right now.
That must be an incredible feeling.
Someone representing the Midwest Cubing Association.
Oh
no.
See, that's the thing about 2x2. As we're talking about with Pyraminx earlier and a Skew, just having to know your solution to achieve the dexterity that's involved. You know, it really separates the crowd from the top level to the intermediate level. And I would not be surprised if the reasoning, the division of the groups for the 2x2 round 2 is based off speed. I do not have actual intel on this, but it fairly makes sense to me for that to be the case. With maybe the exception of a couple staff members.
Nice. What average qualified?
A couple of yellow bars here, but they don't seem the most intuitive to solve.
Yeah.
But still, they were. And it finished off with a 3.02.
Yeah, not bad. Looking back up at the camera.
You know what's funny about that PR single? It was a 1 move into a U-perm, but it canceled with the U-perm. So I did R, and then R.
We have some microphones on the solving station, so it seems like one of the competitors is, one of the judges is recounting their tale.
You know what? We're gonna, as we're getting better at, providing you guys that quality experience, we'll be able to provide you with the intimate details of the experience to be a judge and a competitor up on stage.
Oh my god.
All right, and we're getting started again. Now, this competitor, I don't exactly know his name. I don't know if you recognize him.
I do not.
But struggling with the AUF timer stop in his first solve. Oh, wow, I see 2 white blocks?
This is an interesting state. It is possible to do Ortega with opposite colors and then solve it later. It's a bold strategy that I've seen employed a couple times.
5, 10.
But again, struggling with that final move once more.
Yeah. All right. Wow, that's a tough little F move right there. All right, great solve from this competitor.
And if you're just joining us, times are going into WCA Live for Square One, Round 2.
Square One, shout out to the staff data entry team. Data is one of the hardest positions to really do well in. So shout out to all the members that are in there, including Sarah Strong and Lauren Clement.
That was a very interesting scramble. I don't know if you saw what I saw.
No, I wasn't able to catch it.
I believe this is a 3-move insert into one face, and then, or into a layer, and then a soon into a CLL skip. So we might see a number of fast solves here. I may have been mistaken. Sometimes the colors are a little hard to see, but
I mean, what you described was not false in terms of what the instant replay just showed us.
so we may see many competitors with exactly.
Oh, this is exactly what we're talking about here. We're going to have to see if this is going to be executable for some of the competitors today. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Nick.
Unfortunately, getting that adjust U-face turn the wrong direction.
Is this the scramble? Oh, something slightly different here.
Taking a moment to recognize that CLL case.
That is a bit tough.
Two by two being such a short event and having such capable scramblers at Nationals this year means that these competitors are absolutely flying through their groups.
Shout out to one of our casters who advanced into 2x2 round 2 is Krish with a 2:06 average of 5. Not bad, not bad. Placing him 15th.
Screen now is a Judge Abdullah Gulab, 60 Pakistani national records.
Yes, yes. It was just a part of Canadian champs, if I'm not mistaken. This competition brought to you by CubingUSA and Happy Feet Productions. We are out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, bringing you the broadcast for U.S. Nationals 2023. And wow, we get a snippet of Ari Randers-Pearson. We have not seen a lot of Ari in this stream thus far.
Ari is most known for doing big cubes, pioneering OLL parity avoidance. So seeing Ari on 2x2 is an interesting. There it is.
Yeah. Great job to Ari. I'd love to see some 2x2 last layer avoidance. Let's something that he could develop down the road. Oh man,
you had me at 2x2 avoidance, Chai.
2x2 avoidance. Oh man, you know what? I like to think that I'm not a bad 2x2 solver. But every time I see these guys go, I'm just like, oh, okay, all right then. Makes me feel a bit old, a bit outclassed here. All right. And I think we're pretty much wrapped up with this group of 2x2. We're moving on to probably group 3 fairly soon here. Of course, we also got Keaton Ellis who's competing here. Most of our staff members are actually competing in 2x2, with the exception of you and I, Nick.
We're not very good at 2x2.
Yeah, no, I actually skipped 2x2 to have an opportunity to sleep in a little bit. Did you end up competing in round 1?
I did. Nobody look up my results.
Oh, okay. That means we immediately have to look up your results.
they were, well, I'll let them speak for themselves.
Yeah.
I still have not managed to catch this competitor's name. I've been trying to get a glimpse at that name tag, but unfortunately, I have not.
All right.
Perhaps recently learned CLL. I heard that competitor speaking about it. And a 2.27.
Nice.
Is that full CLL or EG?
Half EG and all CLL.
And all CLL,
so
that's
EG
good.
one.
Nice.
Half EG and all CLL. Wow. Great knowledge of 2x2.
Yes, so I believe EG has 2 different subsets of it. So EG is similar to CLL, where you solve one face and then do the rest of the cube in one go. It is a 2-look alg set, you would call it. And there are 3 different potential ways that any one particular layer can be built. There is, those 3 ways with the face solved that the layer can be built. There is the solved case. Oh no! Misrecognized the case and unfortunately left with 2 corners swapped, what we call a J-perm.
Gosh, that is unfortunate.
Yes, there are 3 ways that a layer can be built and have a face solved. There is solved, there is when 2 opposite corners are swapped, and there is when 2 adjacent corners are swapped.
Oh,
those are my results. Thank you for pulling them up, production team. 7.13, almost 2.5 seconds slower than my record.
Oh.
So, I haven't put down times like this since 2016. So. It gives me an opportunity to shout out our production team. They have been working tirelessly for the last 3 days to make jabs at us casters, but also put on this wonderful production that you're seeing here. They are not in front of the camera, so their work goes unappreciated. But
that was a great little segment. I love that.
Thank you for the support in the chat.
Yeah, while that was being pulled up, we also heard Keaton talking about the stream in the background with the boom mic on. So I was just, completely overstimulated trying to figure out what was happening. Oh, man. Hey, at least you got a result, Nick. At least you got a result.
Yes.
Yes.
That result will be there forever on my profile for me to look back on and admire.
Yeah. And shout out to Saranj Grover, Mr. Made for CubingUSA, and also the WCA marketing team leader.
This is correct.
Saranj, thank you for all the work that you do. And another regional championship trip, CubingUSA Northeast in 2022. I believe the Northeast Championship this year will be in October, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, in 2022, the Northeast region was broken into 2 separate regions. The Mid-Atlantic region from Virginia to New York, and the New England region, which is everywhere northeast of New York.
Yeah, there was a little bit of extra division just to sort of alleviate the workload, especially as we see the implementation of some, unofficial sub-ROs. So that was the region. That was not the only region that also had a division as well, in a good way, to make sure that organizing was a bit more structured.
Yes. Southern Virginia is in the same region as Northern Maine, and they are quite far away from each other. So it is quite helpful to get a little bit of a better split there, help spread out the work a little more between local delegates. I myself am from the Washington, D.C. area. You have probably seen me if you go to a comp in the Virginia, Maryland, D.C., and even sometimes Pennsylvania region.
Yeah.
And this competition is brought to you by CubingUSA.
And also, Happy Feet Productions. We are out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, bringing you U.S. Nationals on this fine, fine broadcast. It is currently 5:42 p.m. out here on the East Coast. We're getting ready to transition to 2x2 Group 3 very, very soon. I believe we already got some competitors who are starting at this juncture. If you're looking at this Skycam, you also see a couple of people waving at the Skycam. I think that's quite a little Easter egg that we can put in there. Also, someone said to show Chai's OH results.
Oh, no.
Nah.
Chai. How did OH go, Chai?
Let's just say I had almost a 40-second average. So it was quite up there for sure.
Look, you can't get to 30 without going through 40 first.
That's true. That's true. So at least we're doing well there. All right, 2x2 has begun for the third group, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, I've never considered this before, but cubing is a lot like golf. The smaller numbers are gooder.
Yes, the smaller numbers are indeed gooder. Not, I don't know, at what point does gooder become best?
In 2x2, I believe that is a 1.00 average, would put gooder becoming best.
Yeah.
That is the current world record average, 1.01 specifically, by Zain Kanani, whom we hope to see here momentarily, I believe. Still has his 2x2 solves to complete. Here we have Evan Liu, regional delegate for the Mid-Atlantic region.
Shout out to Evan. I believe barely missing clock finals, which is his main event. Pretty unfortunate. But of course, other priorities are pretty important when it comes to someone of Evan's stature.
Seemed very quickly into that solve. Evan realized that there was something about it that he did not like.
Looks like, yeah. Fumbling to solve a little bit, but not bad execution. Probably just didn't like the scramble. Yeah, turning is interesting. He's got a little bit of the OG turn style a little bit. Old school turning is probably the best way to put it.
This Evan has been in the cubing scene for a very long time. Probably longer than many competitors are old.
Yeah. Oh, 218. Great job. Repping that North American Championships hoodie.
I believe that was Carson on screen there, if I'm not mistaken.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Oh. It's a little bit of a interesting. I believe this competitor must have why did that competitor do a Z2? I'm trying to think of the situation where it happens in Ortega.
In Ortega, when you do your OLL to do the last side, it is possible that that OLL also solves the top. The competitor may not know the algorithms to solve the bottom layer without flipping.
Right.
Many of the algorithms are shared from 3x3, so you kind of get some of these 2x2 algorithms by default. But there are some special cases where you may need to adapt or learn entirely new algorithms in order to take advantage of certain situations.
Correct, and I don't believe that competitor, you did see the little ticker up top, that was not Ben Pugh. Ben Pugh we'll be seeing a little bit later. And Carson.
First time on stream today?
Do you know how to pronounce Carson's last name?
I have tried. I will go with Wijaja because that is how it is spelled. 2.15, very consistent after the 2.18.
Yeah, not bad. These are starting to become very fast solves, Nick.
I believe this competitor might be Orion Levitt Lytle. Yes, I see the name tag there.
Oh, gotcha. Also one of our dedicated staff members. And we get the instant replay for Carson. Great solve from Carson.
Very, very clean. A picture-perfect two-look solve, I believe that was.
Trying to find Carson in 2x2 round 1. But he's definitely a little bit lower down in the rankings. So I believe he's doing quite well for himself right now, actually.
Looks like many of our French community is showing up in chat.
Oh, 335 for this competitor, and
almost like an unexpected solve there.
Yeah, and also it does seem to be correct here, Carson, with a 3.4 in the 2x2 round 1. So Carson just absolutely obliterating that performance thus far.
A 3.4 places at 138th place compared in the first round. Only the top 100 are going to be advancing into the third round of this competition. So Carson is looking at hopefully beating that time. Especially with a 1.97 PR 2x2 average, it is probably possible.
Yeah, and also at this current pace, Carson is right on the cusp of making 2x2 finals. And off stream, Carson getting a 342, while this competitor gets a 434. So a bit unfortunate for Carson there as we get the instant replay. So if that time is counting, he might run into an issue making finals here because Carson has very, very little wiggle room and room for error.
This competitor has brought up a stuffed animal, perhaps for good luck.
A few competitors bringing up stuffed animal. It seems like chat recognizes him, Elliot.
I previously brought my own good luck charm to my 3x3 solves. I have an orange hoodie, and you better believe that I wore it, trying to channel my inner Felix. Unfortunately, I think I might have been giving my luck away because it did not work out well for me. But I still have faith in the orange hoodie.
My sincere apologies. I believe that competitor's name tag name was Jason.
Perhaps Elliot showed up in chat.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Elliot Kobolansky.
Elliot, one of the friendliest guys you'll ever meet.
From Canada. 3 blind.
Showing up in Canadian Championships in a very, very prominent way. And hosting for a significant portion of that live stream as well. We love to see that broadcast. All right.
Looks like one competitor may not have heard their name getting called up to this station.
Yeah.
He's tired. Apparently, he put 90% running in his application. And someone had to tell him to at least put 50, not 90. I put 10, so I can't say it's running. I put 25.
Many of these competitors do not have name tags on.
I should have put 10, like you. I don't think he's coming, right?
All right, Zane, if you are waiting for Zane solves, they are still upcoming.
Austin,
and on stream, we just have a 2.19 solve, unfortunately with a +2.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. For what it's worth, we haven't seen a significant amount of +2s in comparison to some of the other events as well. So at least in a sense, you know, the competing scene has not been too bad thus far.
Thank you. Austin, man.
On stream, we have Austin Reed.
Oh, wow.
Austin is an old-time competitor from Arizona in 2011. I believe had a very, very high rank in 2x2 for a long time. I believe like 1.25 or something like that. And very recently, I believe has a .66 set at Winchester Weeknights, a weeknight competition.
Oh,
and immediately off to the wrong leg. Perhaps you could hear me. Streamer's curse.
Yikes. Yeah, that's rough.
You got a 2, 3, and 3 before this. Yeah,
a 2, 3, and 3 before this.
So it sounds like there was one more solve left for Austin there. Thankfully, it seems like this is probably going to be the worst one.
I think you should.
Let me rephrase. Hopefully, this is the worst one.
Hopefully, you never know.
For Austin's sake.
We've seen one DNF on this stream thus far. Hopefully, not another. All right. Oh, such smooth turning.
Very fast TPS.
AUF was not easy to predict, but
and it looks like a skip there.
Yeah.
Unless it was perhaps just an unpredicted AUF. Sometimes you know it's going to happen, but you just cannot figure out which way to do that last turn, and you got to look.
Yeah. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Carson Majaja up again.
And Carson, this is Carson's final solve.
The spread here is a 2.28 best possible average to a 2.70 worst possible average. The outcome of this solve will determine exactly where that lies.
Great execution.
It is at the better end of that.
All right.
Cementing in the 2.27. That should place Carson safely in the semifinals.
Yeah, that was a great solve from Carson. And with a 2.28 average, Carson is on the cusp, potentially outside looking in, going into 2x2 finals. It will be extremely dependent on how some of the competitors in Group 4 perform. We'll see what happens, but Carson, he gave himself a shot, and you know, with the first 4 solves that Carson got, that's all you can really ask for.
Can he try to
In the first round, the top 100th position was a 3.09. With any similarities to that round, we should be looking at roughly the same spot, so that 2.28 should be very safely in the semifinals. Austin Reed up again, hoping to redeem himself from that last solve.
Yeah, potentially a 4th or 5th solve.
Unfortunately, unless he does very poorly on this, this is most likely going to be a counting solve. So, oh, shaking his head already. Gets a 3.04. I believe that was a 2.3338. So, good thing the best and the worst solves are thrown out. Austin might be right on the cusp of advancement, but we will have to see right after the final group of 2x2, including the names that you are here to see, such as Zain Kanani, current 2x2 world record average holder, and by a substantial margin too. I believe Zain has the top 25 2x2 averages or something absolutely incredible like that.
Absolutely ludicrous stuff. We also have featuring Luke Garrett, who actually took pole position in 2x2 round 1. Very, very impressive stuff. But yeah, they're calling up Group 4 right now, which is also the final group of 2x2. So we'll see how that goes today. And keep in mind that 2x2, one of the more scramble-dependent events. So the competitors that compete in Group 3 are going to see something completely different than the competitors in Group 4. So for a competitor like Carson, who's on that cusp, this is going to be an incredibly important round for him to follow. And we have Zain Kanani on center stage for blue.
Zain is known for finding multiple solutions in inspection and figuring out the best one to execute.
You can tell using every second. Very, very locky there with a 203 from Zain. Andy Denny with a 180. Oh my
Absolutely
goodness.
cold as ice.
Oh. The absolute difference in reaction from Andy Denny and Zain Kanani.
Andy eats scrambles like that for breakfast.
Oh my goodness. That was ludicrous.
Zain is probably feeling the pressure from some of these solves. He should be fairly safely advancing into the next round, given his history. However, given the speed at which 2x2 is executed, there is not that much room for error.
Yeah.
12.
Wow.
1.27.
1.27. Great solve from Zain, but obviously Zain's not super happy with it.
The current world record is a 1.01. There have been a couple of near misses of the first ever sub-1 world record average.
A bit of a locky solve from Brennan Lin here. We see Zain's execution here. Smoother, way smoother than the first solve. And at this juncture, considering the first solve can really dictate how the rest of your average goes, this is great for Zain. He just has to tell himself that so he can, you know, do better.
A 1.27 is going to be probably higher than he's probably looking for. Of course, looking to break that average in every single one of his attempts. But definitely going to be placing him in pole position to be moving into the semifinals.
Correct.
12.
Oh, man.
1.17.
Zain, 117. So many moves in his solutions.
1.60. We're going to be seeing lots of ones. There are many, many cubers averaging below 2 seconds in 2x2. in this final and fastest group.
Zane progressively getting faster in each of his solves here. Brennan Lynn back up on the plate, as well as Zane receiving his cube once again. And also, after we see Zane finish his average, we will be signing off here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This has been the CubingUSA Nationals broadcast, brought to you by Happy Feet Productions. And on Zane's penultimate solve.
This fourth solve is going to determine the range at which the final average can be, and then the fifth solve will determine exactly where in that range it will be. 0.97, our first sub 1 so far of this group. Zane, of course, very well known for putting down these sub 1s regularly.
All right, and it looks like we're gonna have to end the stream for today, unfortunately. This has been CubingUSA Nationals Day 3. I am Michael Chai.
And I am Nick Silvestri.
And we will see you tomorrow for all the semifinals and final rounds. Stay tuned for 3x3 head-to-head at the